Hello everyone and welcome back to the virtual Barber Motorsports Park as we get ready to continue a busy weekend of action in IVRA competition. Yesterday it was the turn of the IVRA Club Cup and the Club Sports Series, and today we turn the track over to the IVRA Endurance Series and the LMP2 and GTE machines. Qualifying just about to get underway for the GTE AM machines, so let's run you through the stats and facts of today's race. We're here at round number 3 of our 7-round season, just about to turn over a new page into a new year. 2.75 hours await here at the Barber Motorsports Park, and we're 2 rounds done with our championship, and standings starting to shape up for a quite exciting championship fight. Let's talk you through the series format. We've got 2 classes of cars, but 4 classes of competition. The Dallara P217 stands as our LMP car of choice, while in GTE, choice is plenty for our competitors. Both of our classes broken up into Pro and Am, and in the amateur classes, drive time regulations do exist for your strongest drivers. There is a 2-tire set limit for all classes in effect today, and GTE cars have a 90% fuel restriction that will limit them to about 50 minutes out on track. Qualifying is 15 minutes per class, like mentioned, and GTE AM is out on track right now, getting ready to set their order for the 2.75-hour race that lies ahead. Live race control and safety cars will be in effect, and we're hoping to have a few less safety cars than we did last time out at Phillip Island, where we had 5 safety cars in just 4 hours' time. Let's take a look at the point structure then, because 100 points gets awarded to our race winner, all the way down just a solitary 1 point for 25th place. In races longer than 6 hours, we award 50% race points at the halfway point, and in the case of these half points, they get rounded up to add a little bit more strategy to our teams. And, well, if we take a look at the GT standings right off the bat, you'll see the fiercely forward 334 leading the charge after winning the first round at Spa and not claiming too many of those halfway points. Not such a strong run at them, for them rather, at Phillip Island, but they'll try and continue their charge to a championship in this class here today. Let's talk a little bit about the track that we're at today. And the Barber Motorsports Park was built in 2003, and despite that, one of the more old school tracks that we have in the Americas calendar. It's hosted IndyCar since 2010, and its 16-turn, 2.3-mile layout has more than 80 feet of elevation change. Track conditions fairly cool, and you'll see that 20-degree track temperature is going to be a factor when it comes to the tire strategy. Obviously, two tire sets are limited for the race. So thank you for joining us here live on RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, and I can finally bring in my broadcast partners for the first time. I'm joined by Somil Arora and Jonathan Burke for this one, with TV cameras provided to us by Istvan Ballo and TrackCams22.com. Additional car cameras provided to us by our very own Tyler Maxson. You can follow along with live timing at timing71.org. You can follow along with your favorite teams and drivers throughout today's 2.75 hours of racing action. So let me bring in my broadcast partners for the very first time, because qualifying is well and truly underway. The GTEM machines are making their way around the track, and currently it's GermanSimRacing.de that's put it on provisional pole position. But Somil, well, it's been a busy weekend already. We had a lot of racing action yesterday, and in totality, almost 6.5 hours of racing from Barber this weekend in IVRA competition. And the Endurance Series, we're hoping for a bit more of a clean run as compared to last time out at Phillip Island.
Yep, 7 safety cars last time out on Phillip Island in a very, very short race. It's a similar track, Barber, in terms of its characteristics. Lots of ups and downs, roller coaster circuit this one, and only 45 feet wide this. So, of course, space is going to be a bit of a problem in times, but hopefully we can get a cleaner race, because if we do have something of that sort, there are so many strategic elements to play for, so many big teams who could finally get in there and establish the gauntlet, lay down the gauntlet actually, in a championship like this one. So many big battles to watch out for, Arjuna. If we get a clean race, the narratives will just keep on flowing towards the very end.
And yesterday we had a lot of excitement in our club sport race strategy, only a solitary safety car, and I think, Jonathan, there's strategic interest here today. We'll get to the LMP machines in a little bit time. We've got GTE Pro to come up right after the GTE AMs vacate the track, but in this GT class, that 90% fuel restriction does mean there's going to be a bit more intrigue here today, because typically, we see GT machines pushing the top of the hour in terms of their stints, but here we're looking at maybe closer to about 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, closer to 50 minutes. You can't really do it on 2 stops. You gotta have to take it a little bit farther than you'd want, maybe a 3rd stop in there. And you also have to manage the drive time regulations as well as in AM and in Pro. We didn't really mention this yesterday, but a few drivers actually went over in the club sports side. So managing that, managing who's in the car at the right time, that's going to be key. So it's going to be all down to when you pit and who's in the car.
Well, yesterday there was a bit of intrigue around the drive time regulations. The likes of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing getting caught out by that Miguel Vigo, who we'll be seeing in action in a little bit of time. He'll be competing for that team in the LMP category. He unfortunately had to hand over his car late in the race, and that caught him out with the slightly longer pit stop in the dying stages. So always want to keep an eye out on the strategy battle. And just a reminder, Timing 71, the perfect place to follow along there. You can use the analysis tools to break down the drive times for each of the teams, each of their drivers, and follow along with their pit strategy as we see Fiercely Forward getting a little bit loose on the exit of Charlotte's Web. Qualifying procedure for the IVRA Series, well, it's an open qualifying, but once you've entered the pit lane, or re-entered the pit lane as it were, you cannot head back out onto track, and as a result, the Quasar Sim Racing team, the 326 Chevrolet Corvette, driven by Yoni Waters, has set a time that's going to line them up in the 4th position, but they're done for the qualifying session. We still have a number of cars out on track. VEC Sim Racing, the 324, unable to set a lap time. You see their sister car, the 372, right behind the AOD Racing BMW. And for the AOD team, it's been an up and down season so far. Usually after 2 races, we start to talk about the championship picture. Well, AOD Racing, they've won 1 race, come in 2nd in the other. The problem is, those results were split across 2 of their cars. So, as a result, not really pushing the top end of the standings just yet, but momentum is on their side, Jonathan. And momentum is ultimately what you need in a 7-race calendar like this. And we looked at the schedule at the top of the show. There's a lot more races that are going to award those halfway points, and those can be so crucial in determining your championship fight.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial, I think, for AOD Racing. They've really showed the pace in both cars. It just, well, look at it here. The 321 didn't score any points last time out at Phillip Island, and the 322, which won the class at Phillip Island, didn't score any points out at Spa. So they've really showed the pace. You can see the 322 is already 2nd fastest, but I think right here, what they're going to need this weekend, I think, is just consistency and make sure both cars earn some solid points.
Yeah, and that AOD BMW, I think, was having each of these cars is when they've had those bad results, had bad luck as well, and more often than not ended up on their roofs. They'll be hoping for better luck this time around. A few more cars have completed their qualifying attempts. The provisional pole positioner in class, the German Sim Racing number 301, Florian Hone, back down onto the pit lane. He's also joined by the likes of Fisher Motorsports in the 385. No luck EM Sport. They'll be hoping for a bit more luck in the 313. They were a bit frustrated after yesterday's Club Sport race. Chad Wilkes qualifying that car. One of many drivers competing in both our Club Sport and Endurance Series. There are actually, I think, about 8 drivers signed up for at least 2 of our series, and that included the Club Cup Support Series for Club Sport, as well as one of these bigger series. So we just have a few more moments to go in this portion of qualifying, and we'll hand it on over to the GTE Pro machines, AOD Racing and their Ferrari, down onto the pit lane as well. Grizzly Motorsports, you see, they didn't really manage to get in representative lap time, so they'll be starting towards the tail end of your field. A couple of other runners in this class that didn't even set lap times. I did mention the 324 VEC Sim Racing car, Stefan Mode, unable to get in a lap time. That will start him all the way at the tail of this field. Let's check in with Vector Sim Racing and another car down onto the pit lane. You can also see just in front of them, fiercely forward in their 334 championship leading car, driven by Josh Clogg, who qualified and will start that car, has elected to jump out at this point in qualifying. So yesterday we had fairly cool track temperatures, but we've somehow managed to go even cooler so far. And if you're wondering why that is, it's because, well, it's a slightly late in the afternoon right now. We might end up actually resetting, I think, the in-sim date, so it might end up being slightly warmer in the race, and that 2 tire set limit might end up being a limiting factor for some of these teams. The FUC Autotech Sim Racing car through the second to last corner. Across the line for one of his final flying lap attempts here. A big build for iRacing this past week, guys, and it's always interesting having these big endurance races the week of the build, because it means that for some teams there's not much time to adapt to the changes, as we see actually all of the GTE AM machines choosing to finish up their runs in qualifying. So you can see the 12 drivers that set times on the left hand side of your screen. That will be their starting order for the GTE AM category. But I'll finish asking my question while we wait for the next category of cars to come out. Sawmill, it was a very interesting build because so many changes up and down through the iRacing service. You had new tracks being added, fantasy dirt rallycross tracks, which are a great addition to the service. You had a brand new open wheel world championship car, which is going to be a fantastic thing to watch over the next 12 weeks as part of Friday night prime time. But at the same time, big changes on the roadside. GT machines getting a big overhaul, as well as the LMP2 machines, and it really restricts the preparation time for some of these teams.
We saw that to quite a big extent in yesterday's IVRA Club Sport race, with the 991 GT3 Cup car being the most changed one. There were big changes in the GT3 category, which I think are not relevant enough to today's race, but coming to what's relevant today, the Dallara B217, the prototypes that we are going to see later on, they're having their fuel fill rate improve, so their first pit stops could be far quicker, because the first pit stops of the Dallaras are going to be a fuel-only one, so that's going to be one to watch out for. And the tyre spec has been updated, and the thing is, for all these GTE machines, quite a few of the tyre specs have been updated. This means that when they come up to the bouncy curbs, when the contact patch with the track is much lower, the cars are supposedly far trickier to handle. So attacking the curbs can be a lot trickier in these GTE machines, but not any major changes otherwise per se in the GTE machines, just the B2 having a major advantage in terms of its fuel fill time.
Well, it's funny you mention that fuel fill time, because it's suddenly being filled up in a rather miraculous 8 seconds. I'm not sure exactly how they're managing to push that much fuel into that fuel tank in such a short amount of time, but you did mention it, GT3 machinery. We won't talk about the changes too much. We will talk about the new additions to the iRacing service and new additions potentially to the IVRA GT Sprint Series, which you can catch on Sundays, which is usually only reserved for the GT Sprint Series. Starting back up again on January the 3rd in 2021, we've got 2 new machines. The brand new Lamborghini Huracan Evo GT3, which I've had the pleasure of taking around the Long Beach circuit. It is a fantastic machine. Glad to have a new influx of GT3 machinery into the service, but we've also got coming this coming week the addition of the BMW M4 GT3, a car that's not even released yet in the real world. Will come to the iRacing service in a preliminary form before potentially being updated down the line as it goes through the homologation process. So Checkered Flag has officially flown in qualifying for GTM, and you now get ready for the GT Pro machines to line up on the end of the pit road, and you can see they're already getting ready. So let's run you through the GT Pro standings, because we've talked about GTM, we haven't talked about GT Pro. And well, defending champions Team Hoisingveld, they have started off their title defense in just about the best way that you can. After recovering from an early drive-through penalty right at the start of the season, with Jan Sentikowski jumping the start at the 12 Hours of Spa, they have recovered to get back into the lead of this championship. But you can see Maniti Racing, Team 11, and the Hell Racers team all in close pursuit. Team 11, obviously the winners at the 12 Hours of Spa. They had a rather dismal run last time out at Phillip Island. Team Hoisingveld bouncing back very strongly from that slightly disappointing round at Spa with a victory at Phillip Island, and let's see what they can do here at the Barber Motorsports Park. There are some other interesting teams to keep an eye out on here, Jonathan. The one that I'm going to keep an eye out on specifically is the Latima Racing team. Why are we going to keep an eye out on them? Well, they've only participated in 1 race so far. They unfortunately had a bit of an administration problem that kept them out of race number 2, but they're back here for this 3rd race in the championship, and they're still not out of the fight if they can bounce back today.
I think that's the thing about coming back after a race off, and we saw that, I think, yesterday in the Club Sport Series with some guys getting elevated and some teams getting elevated, is that right now you're just thinking there's nothing to lose at the moment. You can push as hard as you can. We saw that with the Shipsky Racing machine. They were present for round 1, didn't race round 2, and somehow managed to get pole. So I think the Latima Racing machine should, be a threat and should be one to be working with. But I'm also curious about that Quasar 325. That's a machine we didn't really talk about. It's the 4GT machine that's been putting together a nice solid season as well.
Yeah, and it's not the only Ford in the field anymore. I think the second Ford is unfortunately not present today. That was the Torque Freak Racing GTM machine that I don't see on my timing screen or my entry list at this point in time, but we see the GT Pro cars winding themselves up around the last section of the track, the very fun roller coaster section. And I tell you what, let's jump on board with, if we can find them, Team Hoisingveld. They're already down through turn number 1, but jump on board for a lap here at the Barber Motorsports Park. Keep it tucked in through turns number 2 and 3. You want to try and set up the braking zone into the very tricky Charlotte's Web. Sun poking just beyond the trees there. Find your braking zone on the right-hand side and get it all the way down to the inside here. You'll see Hoisingveld's keeping it very tight to the inside as Team 11's going to abort their lap in front. You now enter the museum complex. There's a very big museum at the bottom here, but you find a braking point on the left-hand side and use all that curbing before slinging it into that right-hand chicane. You want to get on the power very early because it's all about getting the run up towards the roller coaster section. Kink here, a left-right chicane, more sunlight poking into your eyes. That will be a limiting factor for some of these drivers, but you dive down into the roller coaster section, throw it into the first part, throw it into the second part, being very careful as the car transitions over the rise of the hill, and then a couple more corners to go. A very long sweeping right-hander that you have to set up for the last part of the track, which is just the left-hand kink to set up the run all the way to the start-finish line. And it's a very short lap here at the Barber Motorsports Park for Team Hoisingveld. What's the lap time going to be for Jan Sentkowski? Provisional pole position, a 1:17.186. To put that into context, track record around here, a 1:06.6001 set by the one and only Sebastian Bourdais back in 2016. So that was a lap on board, and let's take a look at the lap times. As they start to come in, you'll see the Pro and Ams intermingling in terms of the lap time, but we wait as the pros get their tires up to temperature and pressure and see what they're able to do. Currently that GT Am pole position time of a 1:17.716, still putting the German sim racing car into provisional 4th position overall in GT. So that is not a bad qualifying attempt at all, and we'll wait and see what the other cars are able to do here. Let's go and jump on board with that Ford and just take a look here, because Sommel, it is now a car that obviously doesn't compete in the real world, but this was a car designed more like a prototype, and it was always a bit odd seeing it competing in the GT machinery kind of a field, but it was always a fun car to see competing out there on track.
Yeah, the Ford GT was indeed. When it initially came in, it won Le Mans in the very first year, because it was designed to win Le Mans. The Ford GT initially was designed, as you mentioned, Arjuna, as a prototype in mind. And just to get it through, they scraped in to finish the 50th piece of the Ford GT on literally a couple of months ago, just before Le Mans, to make sure that the WEC guys, the ACO, could homologate it properly. That's how tight they were in terms of it. So they primarily designed it as a race car that was built for the road. Now, this simply means that when you tend to drive it on the road, you do tend to see a few vertebrae in your back trying to crackle out in pain, but nevertheless on the circuit it's quite the beast. It's very low down, as you may notice, in relation to the other GTE cars. V6 engine related in relation to the V8s and V10s that some other cars have, but nevertheless the way this car corners, the kind of confidence you can carry in, it's something outstanding. But of course its time has come and it's started to withdraw from all the other GTE competitions these days.
Well, also aided in their first ever attempt at the famous 24 Hours of Le Mans by a little bit of sandbags placed around the vehicle. Maniti Racing and Tim Matzke has just gone to provisional pole position, a 1:16.933. Matzke looking to do the double in what will be the first ever combined weekend for IVRA competition. We've had double headers where the Club Sport Series and the GT Sprint Series have competed on the same weekends, but never have two IVRA series competed at the same track on the same weekend. So we're making a first here today, and Matzke looking to do a first by getting 2 victories in just 2 days as well. Latima Racing returning to the series, qualifying currently just 0.2 of a second behind that 1:16.933, but they've elected to pull down onto the pit lane and complete their qualifying run. Just taking a look through the other names, Kinetic Racing, waiting for them to set a lap time. They don't want to be starting all the way back in the field. Marco Mogren qualifying the Corvette C8R for the 283. Kinetic Racing haven't had the best of luck so far in this season. They're sitting in 8th in the points, but there is still the opportunity to build a championship fight in such a long season. RSR by G Performance have just gone up into second themselves, just under 1.5 tenths behind Tim Matzke. Oscar Koper, one of the drivers leading the championship in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, heads into GTE machinery from the GT3 car that he's been usually campaigning to put in a very impressive qualifying performance. And there's more good news for the RSR team. One of their team cars has proven to be such a strong competitor in this series. They are being promoted, if you can believe it, from the LMP AM ranks to the LMP Pro. They'll get their points reset and have to restart their championship hunt, but they'll be fighting with the big boys in the big leagues. The team of Racing, by the way, have elected to complete their run, but they were just 0.03 of a second behind Koper's qualifying lap time. Koper is going to set up for another qualifying attempt as we check back in with defending champions and championship leaders, Jan Sentikowski and Team Hoisingfeld. Not being able to improve on their initial qualifying run so far, Sommel, but, you know, track temperature being so cool, I'm a bit intrigued by some of the strategies that we're seeing here. We saw this in GT AM as well. It seems like the life of the tire is very much concentrated in the first couple of laps, and that's why a lot of these cars are really trying to put in as slow a lap as they can now, trying to cool the tires to go out there for a few more hot laps.
It is indeed, Arjuna. With quite a few of the cars, the load is on the very front because Barber, of course, it's a track with multiple corners. The car is always tested, so the front left really is under quite a bit of pressure. Now, what happens in this case is, when you build it up a bit too much, the tire only has a proper operating window where you can go in there and set that fastest lap for qualifying. And if you miss the bus on that operating window, you can set quite a good lap, but it may not be good enough to get you pole, considering how good the performance of the other competitors is. So you really want to dial it down, and the colder temperatures make sure that you can just take it slightly easier in that. So you've got to have a very slow out lap, just build up the temperatures and shoot it out for the next couple of ones and hope that it's good enough. And your practice, of course, comes to perspective in that sort of thing. So it's a lot down to getting sure that you get the maximum performance in that operating window, much like we see in real life sports cars. It's amazing to see how much iRacing has become a lot like the real world.
It really is. It's a great testament to the hard work that the iRacing staff puts in daily. A big shout out to a lot of new staff members as well, the likes of Christian Challoner, who has made the way over from the Pro Series into the iRacing staff. Maniti Racing has just managed to smash the competition. Tim Matzke at 1:16.671. It's so fast. He's managed to break our qualifying graphics. He's 0.3 of a second clear of the 255 RSR by G Performance car, but forget our qualifying graphics giving you the wrong timings, gaps. The order is at least correct on the left-hand side of the screen, so you can follow along with qualifying there, or check out timing71.org. That will obviously be up to date with all the latest information. We're following along with Phoenix Racing in the 205 car. Kinetic Racing has slotted themselves up into 5th as they try and bounce back on this recovery drive of sorts in their championship hunt. So we've got, in totality, 26 GT machines that we're going to be seeing around the track right now, and I'm trying to do some math in my head, which is always fun while talking at the same time. I think we've got a pretty even split here, Jonathan, between the Pro and the AMs. And the reason why I bring this up is IVRA Endurance and the regulations. Well, Pro versus AM, you are not fighting for any points if a Pro car ends up behind an AM trying to make their way past. However, I think what we've seen in the first two races is track position has been so important that AM cars are very reluctant to just let the Pro machines by, and that sometimes means we're seeing some aggressive passes attempted resulting in contact. So at a track like this, which is so damaging when you make a mistake with that limited runoff, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams decide to approach this race.
Right now for the GTs, it looks like it's going to be a little bit easier, AM versus Pro, because you have about 8 Pro cars starting ahead of the AM cars instead of a real mix that we saw at Phillip Island. But it's been something talked about in the Discord all season, the Pro versus AM. The AM should try and get out of the way, but sometimes they really don't want to give up that track position. And you honestly do feel for them a little bit, because it's like they're also fighting in the same machinery, and their closest rival may be right behind that Pro car that's trying to get by them. So it's a bit of a balancing act, trying to figure out when to let him go, especially at a place like Barber where there really is not a lot of easy places to let someone by.
Well, you know, after yesterday, I was just thinking about the possibility of F1 cars coming here. This is a popular track for Indy cars. It's not just used for racing, but it's a popular venue for testing as well. It replicates some of the same similarities to a street tracks and therefore gets used for some limited testing in the real world. But I was just thinking about the prospect of F1 cars coming here, and then I went to go look at the FIA grade list, and as you see, an impressive save there from Marco Mogren at the end of a qualifying lap. He'll have one more opportunity potentially to wind that thing up and head out there for a final qualifying run, but fortunately in some ways this is only a grade 2 track, so we don't have to think about the terrifying possibility of F1 cars doing a sub 1 minute lap here. But Sommel, you have a point about testing here, because it's not just actually an IndyCar track like you're about to talk about. This was about to be rather an F1 testing track as well.
Exactly, folks. You remember the US F1 team coming into 2010? So apart from Virgin Racing, Caterham and HRT, we were also about to have an all-American team on the grid. And then US F1, they were about to be this registered entry. They got everything sorted out. It was, I don't know whether it was a real team or not. They had a few big members of staff in and it all seemed very hollow. But they had booked in the Barber Motorsports Park to the FIA as their official testing venue, until everyone realized that the team does not even exist. It's all literally hollow. There is no finances, there's no budget, and the US F1 team is just basically a very well administered and very well woven dream that never came to fruition.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that until you reminded me. Good shout there, Sommel. I mean, this is a great track. I really enjoy driving it. We've commentated on some great action in particularly the Indy cars between you and I this past year on the IndyCar iRacing Series. We will see one of those teams out there in LMP Pro. Satellite Racing has just joined up to this league. We'll see their VRS-powered Dallara LMP2 car out on track in about 25 minutes time or so. The clock ticks away on the GT Pro qualifying session. Tim Matskate still leads the timing sheet. Best time of 1:16.671. Number of teams have completed their runs. Latima Racing, Team Hoisingveld, Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing Gold, Bo Rieger, I think a new driver to the series, qualifying in the 201, has put that car up into 7th, and you now have to look all the way back to 10th place to find the German sim racing car that is going to lead the GT Am machines to the green flag. There is a combined start group, so there's only one there's only one leader in the classes, as Matsky gets it slightly wrong on the last corner, but that's going to be no big problem. Qualifying is almost over, and with 1 minute remaining, Matsky is looking pretty secure in his qualifying run. Koper across the line in the second place 255 car, not able to improve either, so he'll go out there for his final qualifying lap and see if this is going to be the one. Jonathan, I know you've had the opportunity to travel to a number of tracks around the US. Have you had the opportunity to come here yet?
No, unfortunately not. It's a bit, Barber's a bit far out of my way. I'm towards the northern half of the US, towards Road America, Chicagoland, Milwaukee Mile. Not that close down here, but it is definitely a track I want to go to because the elevation changes. It's so natural. Again, it's a track build recently as the RSR machine gets it a bit wrong and goes off just doing some lawn care work in that area. It's the museum section. It's where all the photos are taken. No, this is a track I do really want to go to with all the elevation changes and all the different like unique and tough corners we have in the museum complex. We have Charlotte's Web or Turn 5, and even those long right-handers. It is such a unique circuit as well.
It really is. I know, by the way, you've taken some long drives to go see some races, so maybe a drive down to Birmingham, Alabama is in order. I remember one time I was moving across the U.S. I used to live in Atlanta, Georgia. I now live on the west coast of the U.S., and I was driving myself and my puppy all the way across, and I was driving past the Birmingham part of Alabama just at the same time that a certain Fernando Alonso was testing a IndyCar for the first time at the Barber Motorsports Park. I sincerely regret not trying to sneak in and grab a few photos that day, but Kinetic Racing out of the last corner, then Marco Mogren, one final opportunity as checkered flag has waved in qualifying 1:17.040. That pushes him up into third position. Good final run there for Mogren, and the pressure was on, and he delivered with that final qualifying run. No other cars still out there on track, so let's run you through the GT qualifying results. So Maniti Racing takes the overall GT position, pole position as it were. Tim Matzke with a very impressive 1:16.671, picking up right where he left off yesterday in the Club Sports Series. RSR Esport by G Performance and the 2:55 3/10 of a second behind, with Kinetic Racing just under half a tenth behind them. Latima Racing returns to the series with a 4th position, with Team Hoisingveld, the championship leaders and defending series champions, back in 5th. Phoenix Racing, they'll be in 6th position, with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing back in 7th. Hell Racers in the 219, they qualified 7/10 of a second off in 8th position, with Virtual Motorsport back in 9th. The first of our GT-AM machines lines up in 10th position, with German Sim Racing doing a very good job to qualify 1 second behind our GT Pro pole position, and then we'll run you through just some of the other names. You see the AOD Racing Fiercely Forward teams, they'll be 2nd and 3rd, with the 334 being our GT-AM championship leaders. The LMP-AM cars are now rolling for qualifying, so let's run you through the championship standings in that class as well, because, well, what can we say about this class other than P&D Racing take a bow? It's been a up and down season for the Italian team, but after struggling in both our opening rounds, they've somehow managed to end up at the top of the heap. And in fact, Sommel, last time out at Phillip Island, they were part of the incident that brought out our very first safety car. They ended up on their roof a few laps down, and they used the chaos of the consecutive 4 safety cars we had after that to bounce back to take the win. A superb drive there, and you can see the lights of the Rusty Spatulas and Fiercely Forward jumping back.
I don't even know how P&D Racing did that the last time out. It was so chaotic. When I saw their crash the first time out, I said, oh my goodness, P&D Racing, it's going to be a bit tough for them to come back and get a good result, isn't it? And then they came back and won the race just because of how chaotic it was. And they were just able to nail down their braking points, nail down their markers towards the very end, which was quite the underrated phenomenon in Phillip Island, considering how much of a pandemonium ball-like situation it was the last weekend. So P&D Racing clearly doing a good job, and they were backed up by their good result at Spa, where they finished in P number 3. So they're doing things right. Here today, they do seem to have the pace somewhat, but they have to again really make sure that they be very consistent, because just like Phillip Island, Barber can be a tricky track in certain spaces. Of course, Arjuna, watch out for the hairpins in the first couple of laps, because the cold tires are really going to be a major factor with the LMP2s on the first couple of laps. We saw yesterday in the Club Sports Series that quite a few drivers can outbrake themselves. We could see a similar thing happening right here, even more so with the AM drivers, who are, let's say, not supposed to be as quick as the GT LMP Pro drivers, who are having a higher rating, of course.
So let's jump on board with 2nd place in the championship, the Rusty Spatulas, and see what a lap on board this track looks like from the very fast LMP machines. You'll see the sun continues to set in qualifying as Yuka Taino has just gone into provisional 2nd position. Through turn number 2 and 3, then he ran a little bit wide through the middle of turn 2 in my opinion, but down in towards Charlotte's Web. This will be tricky braking for these LMP2 machines as they try and make their way past the GT machines. A little bit of oversteer there on the exit for the 112. That won't have hurt his lap too much. He carried some good momentum through the middle of the corner. How much curb can you use here in this LMP2 car? That's the question. Not too much there for the 112, and you'll keep it hugged to the inside down the hill. This little left-right kink should be just flat out in these cars, and indeed, that's the case here for the 112 in qualifying. Maybe a bit more tricky to try and make their way past GT cars in the race, but we dive into the roller coaster section here. This is where in the Indy car you can find yourself facing the wrong way in very short order, but Taino has no major problems there. Runs a little bit wide through the second to last corner. That's going to compromise the end of the lap, and It indeed compromises the last corner as well, but across the line, what's the lap time going to be? 1:11.780 this time around. Does improve on his lap time, updates to a 1:11.764, but only good enough for 5th position right now. As we take a look at the qualifying lap times, Nomad Sim Racing and Barry Bear top of the sheets with a 1:11.247. So the delta between these two cars right now, or rather two classes, is looking to be about 4 and 5 seconds, Jonathan. So that should be pretty good when you think about it in terms of the LMP2 cars being able to clear themselves. However, it's just such a congested track that, like I was talking about on that lap there, it's going to be hard for, I think, these LMP2 machines to get through the traffic cleanly. And I think we have to hope that all of the drivers have listened to the warnings in race control to be a bit more cautious this time around.
I think we saw yesterday too that the worst part is when two groups of the faster class and the slower class get together with each other. Then it's one thing. It's one thing if it's one LMP2 car and one GT car. It's another if it's a whole line of them. And my fear was yesterday the TCR cars got caught really quickly by the cup cars. My fear today is that it's going to be equally as quick for the LMP2s to catch the back of the GT field, and that it's going to be a little chaotic in the first stint. It tends to be until everyone kind of gets a rhythm and calms down. So we'll have to wait and see how everyone kind of deals with the traffic, but picks their battles.
Well, if you're watching, thank you for joining us here on a Sunday for a busy weekend in IVRA competition. Yesterday we had the IVRA Club Sport Series and the IVRA Club Cup Support Series as well. But today it's all about the IVRA Endurance Series, back for what is its 8th season of competition. If you're watching us on YouTube, thank you for tuning in, and if you're not subscribed, hit the red button and the bell next to it to get notified every single time we go live for more sim racing action. You can also follow us across the other platforms that we sometimes use: Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram, at RaceSpotTV across all of those channels. Delta Sport U4K jumping into the chat. We'll see them in qualifying for LMP Pro in about 10 minutes time. They're saying pre-qualifying was here, and this was something that we talked about yesterday in the Club Sport race. Pre-qualifying for this series, Sommel, isn't just about out-and-out pace. Race Control takes a holistic view of teams and drivers through the pre-qualifying race that takes place before the season, and will decide if they want to extend the invite out to the teams based on performance and attitude in that race. And as a result, I think that means that a lot of these teams understand the expectations that Race Control has from them in terms of the driving standards, where acceptable moves can be made, and etc, etc. And I think that will hopefully mean that we have a slightly cleaner race than potentially we could have had if we didn't have that previous experience.
That's a very good point, Arjuna. That's a very good point that you mentioned right here. And IVRA, of course, the organizer, is very committed to making sure that only the very best get in the league and that we have the best quality of racing on offer. Which also reminds me, in terms of how the teams can actually drop out their entry if they have a too messy of a season. So you get a maximum of 8 penalty points per race. Now, by penalty points, I mean the points that you could earn perhaps for, let's say, hitting another car, reversing with an unsafe entry, whatever it may be. Based on that, if you get allocated 8 penalty points every race, you get disqualified. That's the one thing. But if you accumulate over 12, you are instantly moved back down to the reserve list, and the next best team from the reserve list will be brought on to the main season. So it's a very clear application of the IVRA administrators making sure that only the best and the most cleanest teams stay on the grid so that we have the best racing. And I can imagine quite a few teams must have gotten quite a few penalty points the last time out in Phillip Island, because that was just a clear example of racing cars in a minefield.
Yeah, very much so. P&D Racing, by the way, currently their best qualifying lap only puts them into 10th position. They are 1.5 seconds off the pace in class. That's not what the championship leaders will want, but they'll be expecting potentially another one of those famous fightbacks through the race. Taking a look, by the way, at the Team Vikings 102, a brand new livery for this team. Quite enjoying the purple on this car. I was waiting for the Fiercely Forward car to head out on track, and unfortunately missed it. Taylor Lane has finished that qualifying entry. That's the car that's shared with the Red Bull F4 driver, Jack Crawford. Not sure if Jack's going to be participating in today's race, but we'll have to wait and see. Couple of cars done with their qualifying attempts as iLiveries and Lewis Klinkhammer has just gone to the top of the timing sheet. So 1:10.539, 0.2 of a second clear of Nomad Sim Racing. Klinkhammer in the iLiveries car doing a good job there as the headlights are well and truly illuminated, and we are qualifying into the night. We'll see what conditions look like for the LMP Pro machines in just a few minutes' time then. Sommel, you had a point about qualifying tire prep, and I think that's going to be a big factor here with such cold temperatures. We're seeing, I think even here in LMP2, the faster lap times for the most part coming earlier in the run, and that indicates to me that a lot of these teams are being very aggressive in terms of their tire usage.
They are indeed, and they have to be very aggressive because the LMP2 cars take around 2 to 3 laps of Barber Motorsport Park in these weather conditions to get up to the optimum performance level. Why is that, you may ask? Because the track temperature at this stage, Arjun, are 19.4 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit because, of course, we use Celsius here in India, so I don't really know what the conversion is like, but it is properly cold out here. It was around 27 degrees Celsius yesterday in the Club Sport races, and that's when they were able to get to the optimal performance much quicker. But the Lara LMP2, even though it has a lot more downforce, even though it should warm the tires a lot quicker, these colder temperatures are not letting it do that early on. So the best lap times, they could come around at around lap 4, lap 5. That's when they really are in the peak operating window.
Well, I think that's going to be now something we follow along with the LMP Pro qualifying, which we are just a few moments away from getting underway. We're riding on board with this great camera shot. I love this angle on the shoulder, effectively, of the driver. In this case, we're on board with Ludovic Uret in the N-Race Esports 199 car, and down in towards the museum section, you get a great indication of what the driver's hands are doing, a rough indication of where the driver is looking as well. Obviously, the driver's head is not moving exactly where iRacing says, but it gives you that general indication. We are also getting word, by the way, in the YouTube chat, Jack Crawford, unfortunately no longer part of the Fiercely Forward team, but hopefully we will still see him around the iRacing community. Maybe he'll join in with Fiercely Forward on occasion, just like we're seeing Quinton Violate do with the same very team in the Club Sport Series. It's always good to have that interaction of those top-level drivers having fun with their friends. A few names I can think of in particular that did that last year in the 24-hour esports series was Craig Williams and friends, or I forget what the exact team name that they called themselves was, but you had the likes of Apex Racing Team, Simicube Inex, and a few independent drivers coming together as well, so we'll see how that's going to work out. 20 minutes to go left in our overall qualifying session, and that means just a couple of minutes left in LMP AM. iLiveries, Nomad, and the Lapsert Racing Team, the top three in LMP AM, all elected to pull it back down onto the lane, and Race Esports still out there trying to improve, as are Team Vikings, PND Racing, and HT Simsport and Casper Arild. Pineapple Racing as well, one of our favorite team names, one of our favorite team liveries as well as, ooh, that's a big change late in the session. Team Vikings, the 102, going to second place, pipping themselves up above the Nomad Sim Racing car. They are just over 1/10 of a second off the pole position time, so late change there for Martin Thielgaard. Jonathan, coming to the end then of one more of these qualifying sessions, what have been one of the things that you've been noticing from how the LMP2 cars are taking this track? The one thing I'm noticing, especially here through Charlotte's Web, is the cars on exit sometimes are doing a little bit of a four-wheel drift on the apex of the corners, so be interesting to see how they manage that through the race.
I think it's what we saw like a little bit at Spa in some of these slower corners. You have that traction control get down and you put the power down in the back end, just wants to slam out on you. We thankfully have seen no spins or issues through that corner, but I'm worried about that corner and then the museum complex right after. Those are slower corners that are going to take time to really get the throttle down. You can't just put the hammer down and say let's go. You got to really be careful and be methodical about where you put the throttle back and where you hit your apex.
So HT Simsport then Oh, sorry, no, this is PND Racing. They share a very similar livery to the HT Sim Sport team, but PND Racing across the line. They're in 5th position right now. Ivan Ferrari unable to improve a 1:10.846 that time around. His best lap time, an 8:03, so just a couple of hundredths of a second off that best time. Down to just a couple of cars left on track then. PND Racing and the Pineapple Racing, the two cars that we're seeing on track. Let's take a look at Pineapple Racing, one of our favorite teams in terms of livery and name. However, we must always point out whenever we have this up on screen, pineapple on pizza not allowed at RaceSpotTV. If you try and have that allowed, I will get Hugo Luis to ban you from TeamSpeak. Don't worry, I've paid Hugo off enough. He'll let me do this. So, pineapple on pizza not happening, but we see the Pineapple Racing car over the crest at the roller coaster section. Down into
I don't think we have enough time in this race to debate all that. I know usually in every endurance race that I've been a part of, that has been a topic at least for a good 15 minutes.
No. It's not a debate. Not here. Not in a commentary booth where I am. I've told Hugo this. Hugo's agreed. Hugo is a man of fine taste. My boss as well, so I should butter him up a little bit more, but pineapple on pizza not allowed. PND Racing back down onto pit lane then. They're done with their qualifying attempt, leaving Pineapple Racing, the last car out there on track, but checkered flag has waved, so let's wait and see if they're going to improve on their lap time this time around. The LMP Pro cars have already been told to line up on the exit of the pit road, and we're just a few moments away then from getting our 4th and final class out there for qualifying. Someone needs to go tell Steen Ledger that we're going to ban him from the RaceSpot YouTube chat. But Ryan Walker should be promoted to a moderator immediately. Not just because he's a RaceSpot staff member, but because he's got the right opinions on pineapple and pizza. So Pineapple Racing, are they going to complete this lap then? No, they're going to get a little bit of pit lane practice. And we did see a bit of drama on the pit entry yesterday. One of the TCR cars ended up in the wall, and one of our race contenders getting mixed up in an incident onto pit road. We'll be hoping to avoid similar scenes today. So there go our LMP Pro cars. So let's go and take a look very quickly as they line up on the exit of pit lane at the LMP Pro standings. And Team RSO are standing at the top of the timing sheets. They had a difficult round at Spa. A late race safety car caught out the German outfit, but a strong recovery at Phillip Island has put them at the top of the sheets, and they're hoping, after talking with one of their drivers, Manuel Sudau, to continue this strong run of form and build up to a good championship fight. The Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team, well, they had an almost perfect weekend at Spa-Francorchamps. They just dropped 5 points at the halfway mark. They won that race despite 2 spins from the lead of the race by Miguel Vigo, who'll be hoping for a little less drama this time around. There is other contenders though. Delta Sport U4K, they are just a couple of points behind, with the Hell Racers team not too far behind as well, and this is a category where I think everything is still wide open. So cars are rolling now. 15 minutes to go for qualifying, and sun has well and truly set, so that means we are going to reset, I believe, our in-sim time and day for the race. We'll get back into a more normal type of lighting situation for a race here, with obviously not much in terms of side lighting, ambient lighting as it were. There we see, by the way, for the very first time on track in the IVRA Endurance Series this season, the VRS satellite racing car. Satellite Racing and their new partnership with VRS have been increasingly strong. We saw Adam Crane win the IndyCar iRacing Series for them live on RaceSpotTV, and Satellite Racing, a staple in top split special events and various endurance leagues, now getting the opportunity to compete a car here in the IVRA Endurance Series. Cy Andra qualifying the number 67, but he's already going to get tucked up right behind that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car. Who's qualifying that, you might wonder? Well, not Miguel Vigo this time around. Instead, he's handing over the qualifying duties to his teammate, Raf van der Linden, who obviously finished up the race for that team in the 911 Cup class yesterday in the Club Sport race. So busy weekend for the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing crew. We jump on board in towards Charlotte's Web as Van der Linden gets it slightly wrong, gets it a little bit wide through the apex of the corner, and then struggles to get the power down on towards the museum section of the track. So we're looking at upwards of 50 cars going to be competing here today. Traffic is obviously going to be such a crucial factor, Jonathan. I think qualifying, therefore, and track position by virtue is that much more important than normal. Safety cars going to be a big factor given the strategy in this class. Manuel Sudal mentioned it to me at the start of the race. This is almost, in terms of strategy, a perfect 4 stints for the LMP cars. Maybe throw in a few safety cars at, slightly weird times from a strategy perspective. It's going to cause these big teams to make strategy calls on the fly.
Yeah, it really depends where these safety cars come out, if there are any, and if anyone gets involved in these crashes. So you really want to be towards the front of the field, and I think those that are really good in traffic, we saw this yesterday as well, the cars that were really, really good in traffic and focused on their traffic management were the ones that ended up towards the top steps of the podium, and I think that's going to be really, really key here as we see Van der Linden get out through turn 5 right now. He had a bit of a spin by himself, I think, after passing a slower car that kind of took him out of the podium fight yesterday in the Cup back here, starting in this car. So making sure you don't have any little mistakes like that in traffic is going to be huge.
No, you're right, he did indeed, and maybe that was partially aided by the fact that Van der Linden had to get up to speed with a brand new update to that Porsche 911 Cup car, less of a drastic overhaul to the Dallara LMP2 car, and he's right on the limit here in the early stages of qualifying. We wait for representative lap times to start dotting the timing sheets, but Van der Linden around the second to last corner, now through the last corner, using all the track width there. We saw a few cars in Club Sport qualifying run a bit wide and use all of the track there, and Vigo's first lap, a 1:10.925, but setting the standard in this class is Delta Sport U4K and Christophe Herbignot, a 1:10.515, and we'll wait and see what lap number 2 and 3 can do from a tire perspective, Sommel. That is a very impressive lap 1, and for a brand new outfit like this, the Delta Sport team that is trying to use this series as a platform, as a springboard, it's good to see them qualifying up near the front.
It is indeed. I've seen Christophe Herbignot very closely in the SimPower Formula 3 Championship that we had early on in this year. And Herbignot is really potent in terms of being very consistent in his races and forcing out errors from other drivers. Currently he stays in P1, so if it goes that way, he shouldn't face any problems in that regard. But honestly, that's a very impressive first lap. How it progresses with other drivers coming in and getting their tires under the operating window should be something that's very intriguing with the next 10 minutes.
Well, that time, by the way, from iLiveries is holding up very well. Klinkhammer still sits provisionally second, so starting on the outside of the overall race lead. But Team RSO, as I say, that pips him. A 1:10.295 drops Klinkhammer down onto the second row. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing up into fourth, as more of the pro teams, Aralar Abruzzi Esports, up into 8th position. Team RSO, Manuel Sudal, I mentioned talking to him before the race. He's just very happy to be at the top of the standings right now. He wasn't necessarily expecting to be there given the tough race that they had at Spa, but he knows the competition is tough, and specifically, he mentioned the challenge coming from the likes of the Geodesic Racing team, the Delta Sport U4K team, as Herbignot dives down through the museum complex. There was a car off the track there, I'm pretty sure. Yep, that was our defending series champions. That was Talk Freak Racing and David Barraclough. Let's take a look at our first RaceSpotTV replay of today's broadcast. It might be the first of many. He just gets it very wrong very early on as well. We'll have to spool it back very slightly to take another look at this one, Jonathan, but clearly the defending champions pushing the limit here in qualifying.
Yeah, Torque Freak has not had the best of time in this class. They're sits 6 in the points, but yeah, just gets on the curb a little bit, and we saw this yesterday a lot. You take too much of that curb, and around you go, and fortunately not a lot of damage, hopefully, in that car, so they'll be able to get a good lap, but, they sit 6 in the points as they're trying to find some clear space to get a nice, decent lap in. 6 in the points. They stood on the podium at Spa, but got 0 points last time out at Phillip Island, so this is going to be a really good chance to maybe have a nice recovery drive from Phillip Island.
Yeah, actually, it's a very good point. The defending champions, they have the honor of bearing the number 1 through the season. They'll be hoping to mount a challenge to hold on to that right as changes at the top. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing up into 3rd position. iLivery still going to be starting on the outside of row number 2 as things stand. TNT Racing and David Williams up into the 5th spot with VRS Satellite Racing into 7th. That leaves Team Vikings, our 2nd AM runner. They're going to be starting right behind their class leader on the outside of row number 3. Nomad Sim Racing on the outside of row number 4. Lapset Racing Team on the outside of row number 5. You're getting the drift here. Amcar is doing a good job here in LMP to mix it up with the pro class drivers. And like we were mentioning slightly earlier on, when it comes to pros and AMs intermingling, that will be an interesting point. Syandra goes to 2nd in the timing sheets. He's not 0.03 of a second behind. The lap time from Manuel Sudau was a 1:10.155, but Syandra with a 1:10.311 is just over 1.5 of a second behind, with Christophe Herbigno a further 0.02 of a second behind him. Syandra has completed his qualifying run, as has Raf van der Linden, so 2nd and 4th done for the session. It leaves the German Manuel Sudau and Delta Sport U4K out there on track. TNT Racing up into the 4th position now. David Williams with a 1:10.334. And Sommel, you have something you want to talk about when it comes to driver I rating and AM and Pro. That might be something we need to think about when it comes to that traffic overlap.
It is. We should speak about the traffic overlap much later on in depth, because that's a far more complex topic for which we need a lot more time, which we shall get hopefully in the mid part of the race. But why you are seeing many AM cars mixing it up with the pros is because that for some AM teams, they've got very good drivers in there. So in the AM category, you're allowed to have a maximum of 1 Onyx driver. So the Onyx driver is one who has an I rating of above 4,000. That's the top category of drivers that we have here in IVRA competition. So you could actually send your Onyx driver in for qualifying, and they pretty much are in contention with all the pro drivers who don't really have any restrictions in terms of I rating. So that's why in terms of qualifying at least, you could see a lot of AM teams mixing it up with the pro teams. But as the race goes on and drivers with slightly lower I rating step into the car, you do start to see that gap come in a little bit more towards the end.
A couple more drivers onto the pit road, so more and more cars electing to wrap up their qualifying runs with 5 minutes still left on the clock. TNT Racing, by the way, have just gone up into 2nd place. They're 0.08 of a second behind Manuel Sudau, who's still best with a 1:10.155. So now the highest of our LMP AM cars down into the 7th spot. That'll be the inside of row number 4 as top 6 now all pro machines. Delta Sport U4K has just gone top of the timing sheet. Christophe Herbigno has retaken the pole position by just over 1/100th of a second, 1.5 as things stand. So a 1:10.140 besting a 1:10.155. Aurelard Abruzzi Esport and Marcus Deck improves by 1 position to jump up above Raf van der Linden, as Hellracer's Gluttony also jumps up above the 62. Van der Linden might be regretting ending his qualifying attempt so early. Still a few cars out there on track. TNT Racing are choosing to end their run. Team RSO still contending for that pole position, though, as are the Aurelard Abruzzi number 15 and the Hellracers number 19. Delta Sport U4K, they think they've done enough then, as Manuel Sudau rounds the second to last corner to complete what might be one of his final attempts here in qualifying. Qualifying is going to be important in this race. Safety cars, such a random factor in IVRA Series. Sudau across the line, a 1:10.125. He improves and retakes the pole position. Once again, the margin just over 100th of a second. These two drivers are bouncing back and forth, and in fact, Herbigno has chosen to come down the pit lane. He had the opportunity potentially to stick out there on track, but the German Sudau retakes the pole position. And Jonathan, if this battle in qualifying is anything to go by, I think this race is going to be very, very feisty.
Yeah, we've seen it at the top of this pro category already in the 2 races we've had. It can get very intense and very, very, very racy. I lost my train of thought there for a second, but the one thing I'm noticing is that Alpine Stars Geodesic down in 7th, and then Pure Sims and Fiercely Ford down behind a few of the AM cars as well, which those are teams that have normally been with RSO and with Delta Sport. So I'm wondering if they're just maybe focusing more on race pace than single lap pace, or if RSO and Delta Sport are just that dominant.
Well, one thing that I think Pure Sims has struggled with, they've had terrible luck in both our first two races. A safety car in the last dying stages of the 12 Hours of Star relegated both the Pure Sims number 2 and the Delta Sport U4K number 33 to the tail end of the field with just about 30 minutes to go. That compromised their race. Pure Sims then struggled at Phillip Island as well. But Pure Sims, I think, also have struggled in terms of qualifying performance through the season so far. Race pace has always been slightly more impressive. So, 2 minutes, 40 seconds left in qualifying. We are just moments away from getting to the start of another race here in the IVRA Endurance Series, round number 3. As we work through our 7-race season, Team RSO is going to have a slight issue in qualifying. They get onto the grass down the exit of the museum complex and managed to nose that into the tire barriers, but no harm, no foul. Manuel Sudal still provisionally pole position. There are a few contenders still out there on track trying to rip that spot out of his hands. Marcus Deck in the RLR Abruzzi Esports number 15 dives into that very same complex now. The other cars still out there on track. The Hell Racers Gluttony number 19, as well as Torque Freak Racing in the number 1. One car that we have talked about a little bit is the RSR Esport by G Performance car. Now, there was a car that was moved from LMP-AM over to LMP Pro. Now, this is not that car. That would be the number 56 that I'm not seeing out on track at this point in time. The 56 has qualified in 9th position. So that's a very impressive run there, Sommel, because that's a big change. You go mid-season from being a contender in the slightly weaker category to the pro category. You reset your points, have to reset your championship fight. That's going to be a big challenge for that number 56 team.
It is going to be, but if anything, it's a big sign of confidence from the organizers towards the RSR Esport team, who are literally coming up to them and saying, you're good enough. Why are you competing in the lower leagues so you can be up there higher? Of course, this just means that they'll probably not be getting the prize money from, if possible, winning the AM category, but I think for the team, for a growing brand like RSR Esport by G Performance, they need that sort of confidence at this stage. They need someone to come up to them and tell them, okay, you belong higher up in the standings, not just in the AM category. And had it been in the other team, I think it would have been a different scenario, but because it's a growing team with growing confidence, newer drivers coming in, and their performance growing in so many different series, not just the IVRA Endurance, but also in the IVRA GT Sprint category, I don't think they would mind. If anything, they'll take it as a big positive.
And that's a team that's actually got more changes to deal with, as their chosen car in the GT Sprint Series, the BMW Z4, no longer an option for official competition, but 10 seconds to go in qualifying. We'll have a brief warm-up period, or rather cool-down period, at the end, as this is an open qualifying session. That's how the iRacing system works. One car still left out on track attempting a qualifying run. That is Kinetic Racing and Dean Moll in the number 83. It is a very, very dark Barber Motorsports Park right now, though. Let me take a look at the driver's briefing very quickly and just make sure that I'm not crazy, because I remember that the race date itself, the race sim start time should be early in the morning. Indeed, yes, 8 a.m. So we're going to be starting with sunlight. We're not going to be racing in the pitch black of dark, but there we go. Checkered flag waves in qualifying. These drivers have one final lap to go out there and complete. And in the case of Kinetic Racing, Velocity, and RLR Abruzzi Esports, the only two cars still out there on track. So Kinetic Racing then, a couple more corners to go. Can they improve on their lap time? We jump on board with the number 83 as he slings it into the last corner. Headlights providing all the illumination he needs, as he's going to cross the line to complete his lap time of 1:10.858. He does improve on his lap time, doesn't improve his starting position. So, Barney, the flagman, waves the checkered flag with all his might, and we're just a few moments away from getting to our race. I must say, I wish I had stamina like Barney, because look at that arm, Sommel. It's just never ending. It's like a machine. It's almost like he's a computer simulation.
Oh. It's still real to me, damn it.
He's real in all of our hearts.
Well, there we go then. Barney the Flagman gets out the green flag now because Sunshine has burst onto the track in just a split second. So let's go ahead then and run you through your starting grid for today's 2.75 hours of Barber. And it is Manuel Sudal and Team RSO, the championship leaders, that take home the pole position for LMP. They qualified with a 1:10.125 Delta Sport U4K, just 1.5 hundredths behind, with Christophe Herbigno putting in a 1:10.140. TNT Racing with an impressive qualifying run to start on the inside of row number 2. They'll have the newcomers to the series, Satellite Racing, on their outside, with Syandra starting that car. Row 3, Hell Racers and the number 19 will line up on the inside, with Magnus Volstrom, Aralar Abruzzi Esports, and Marcus Deck will be on his outside. The Alpine Stars geodesic racing car that sits second in the championship starts all the way back in 7th, and they'll have the LMP AM pole position sitter on their outside. That 141 car lies in 11th in the standings, but this might be the start of their championship hunt. RSR Esport by G Performance, that number 56 car, a brand new entry into LMP AM. LMP Pro, they'll be starting with no points after moving from LMP AM. Hell Racers and the number 29 will line up in the 10th position, with Talk Freak Racing in 11th. RSR Esport by G Performance, well, 2 cars within 2 rows. The number 55 starts on the outside of row number 6. Team Vikings, the 102, he'll line up in 13th spot, with Talk Freak Racing in 14th. Nomad Sim Racing in the 122, they'll line up in 15th place, with Pure Sims Esports and David Baker to their outside. Fiercely Forward and their number 34 car, and Kevin Schwemstra lines up in 17th, with Ibrahim Alouit and the 169 to his outside. PND Racing, the championship leaders in LMPM, start all the way back in 19th place. They'll have Kinetic Racing on their outside. N-Race Esports back in 21st place, with HD Simsport in 22nd. Adequate Racing and the 158 back in 23rd, with Pineapple Racing in 24th. The Rusty Spatulas, they start in 25th, with Team 11 in 26th. Fiercely Forward and the 134 back in 27th place, with Real Pixel Motorsports in 28th. And that is our 28 car LMP field. The GTs now start their own formation lap. Let's run you through that qualifying order as well. Maniti Racing and Tim Matzke looks to do the double after winning yesterday in the Club Sports Series, qualifying on pole position with a 1:16.671. Oscar Copa lines up on his outside in the RSR Esport by G Performance car, with Kinetic Racing and Latima Racing making up row number 2. Team Hoisingveld lines up in 5th, the defending champions looking to claw up their lead on the championship, with Phoenix Racing Esport to their outside. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing on the inside of row number 4, with Hell Racers in 8th. Virtual Motorsports starting in 9th, with the GT AM pole position sitter back in 10th position. Quasar Sim Racing in 11th, and the only Ford in today's field, with AOD Racing and their BMW back in 12th. Fiercely Forward into 334. They'll be starting in 13th place, with Team 11 winners at Spa on their outside. Vector Sim Racing, the 305, lines up in 15th, with the Quasar Sim Racing AM car back in 16th. Fisher Motorsport and the 385. Team Boss takes that to the start, with Benjamin Fisher lining up in 17th. Samba Racing on his outside, and Nacho Yarnoz. Next rows of the grid, L1 Esport 21st, VEC Sim Racing in 22nd, Usagi Racing that in 23rd spot, with No Luck EM Sport hoping for some more luck here today. Last row of the grid as the LMP cars make their way down into the roller coaster section, Grizzly Motorsport and VEC Sim Racing 2 cars that did not set representative lap times. So here we go then, the LMP cars are ready to rumble here at the Barber Motorsports Park as we conclude a busy weekend of racing action, all live from virtual Birmingham, Alabama. It's been a very fun weekend so far, and 6.5 total hours of racing action have been part of our weekend here at RaceSpotTV. If you're joining us for the first time, thank you, and don't go anywhere. 2.75 hours lie ahead of us, and it's Team RSO. That takes us to the start zone and the green flag. Already a bit of chaos further back in your pack, a bit of checkup, but RSO takes the green flag as they filter 3 wide down into turn number 1. Delta Sport U4K already lost out as who is that has slipped up into second place? TNT Racing with a fantastic start to make their way up into second. PND Racing is off the track, I'm seeing on my timing screen as these cars fly their way down in towards Charlotte's Web for the very first time. Delta Sport U4K back up into the second position as you see the GT machines making their start. Big issue in the LMPM category as we focus on GTs for a second. They go 3 wide. Kinetic Racing getting bullied off the track very slightly as we see that is the PND Racing car that is slow on the outside. That's going to cause big chaos for all of the GT machines as we work our way down into Charlotte's Web. This is a crazy start. PND Racing are going 3 wide, and we're going to work our way through the replays in just a few moments' time as we try and unfold what's happened here on lap number 1. But let's jump back to your race leader, Team RSO, diving into the second to last corner for the first time. They've already got a comfortable gap. Christoph Herbigno has had a big issue. That number 33 car is off the track, as is the iLivery's car. There is chaos here on lap number 1 at Barber. Oh no, and that's going to be the Torque Freak Racing car that's going to be parked now stationary in the middle of the track. Hell Racers getting involved in that sawmill. Okay, I'm trying to look through my timing screen and figure out all of these different things that have happened. I think the result is we have so many championship contenders now struggling. Caution flag flies. We didn't even get to 2 green flag laps.
Oh, it's happened again. Welcome to Philip Barber Motorsports Park Island. That's one line I'll be borrowing from Matthew Chris in the YouTube chat. Not even one full lap, Arjuna. How many cars were involved? B&D Racing, I think they were the leaders of the AM category who got mixed up in all of that. Christoph Herbigno also as well. What's going on here? Torque Freak as well on the main straight, and we saw one car catapulting like a bowling ball.
So let's...
Hell Racers were being sent down into 5.
Yeah, let's take a look then at the start. It's the first car we want to keep our eye out on is PND Racing. Already 3 wide with Fiercely Forward and Kinetic Racing forming the sandwich. Ooh, that Fiercely Forward car gets a little sideways, shoves off PND Racing into the tire barrier, so that causes the first of our issues. PND Racing then has a subsequent issue where they lose the rear end of the car. Then there was a subsequent issue that we're going to take a look at for Magnus Volstrom here. We'll take a look at the aerial look, and he's going to get turned from behind by Aralara Bruzzi. Fortunate to not take another car out as he flies through the curbing there, Sommel. This is a bizarre incident here.
Yeah, there's no need to get so aggressive on the very first lap of the race, and the best part, he just misses it. The Hellraiser's car comes back through, and man, that is one for the replays.
So that's Magnus Volstrom's issue then. Let's take a look at a few other things. David Barraclough in the Torque Freak Racing car. We saw this. This was him getting on the grass himself. Actually, no, this was not the issue we saw. We saw the other Torque Freak Racing car getting very sideways in the pit straight. That was the issue we're talking about. Mo Islam in the AOD Racing Ferrari. Something's going to happen to him there. He just gets a little bit wide through turn number 1. I'm trying to see now the rejoin from PND Racing. Here you'll see they're going to go 3 wide on the entry to the corner. Does this cause any issues further back in the pack? No, it appears as though this part of the track is clear. You will see a little bit of checkup further back. So let's check in with Delta Sport U4K as they have their issue. This is going to be coming through the roller coaster over the crest of the hill, losing the rear end of the car and doing a good job to hold on to that one. Now let's turn our attention to the iLivery's car. This has just gone around at the wrong moment in time. Now let's turn our attention back to the Torque Freak Racing car, which I guess would be the 62 machine. No, that would not be the right car. That would be the 61 machine. Dawson Brock behind the wheel of that car. We'll get a better look at this incident now, Sommel, and just talk us through what you're seeing.
Grass. It has to be grass right here. So there's that spin on the side. So the 61 seems to be fine at this stage. Okay, they've gone through that incident very cleanly, but notice this. It's their own teammate who checks them up. They lose space and go to the grass, and as we all know, at Barber, it's not grass, it's ice. So the moment you step on it, especially in a rear-wheel drive LMP2 car with so much power, it's going away.
And watch this onboard. Dean Mall has nothing to do, nowhere to go. You see the sister car, like Sommel mentions, having the issue, that snap, and then Mall hard into the barrier, and that is kinetic racing done for yet another one of our races here. Let's spool it back. Let's try and check out this iLiveries incident and see what happens here. Okay, they just lose the rear end of the car by themselves, so they... Unfortunately, Lewis Klinkhammer, fantastic job in qualifying, throws it away for the pole position that he took. I'm also seeing Taylor Lane as being off the track. We'll grab a look at this replay. I'm having to unfilter so many things. This is the 134, side by side with Pineapple Racing into the roller coaster section. A little bit optimistic, perhaps, there, Jonathan.
Yeah, he was trying to make up time. The Fiercely Ford car was already involved in a bit of a collision there. Just gets on the grass a little here, and then there's this Pineapple Racing, very, very slow.
Oh.
I'm wondering if that just caught him out. Did Pineapple Racing have an issue in the previous corner, and that's where the Rusty Spatulas also went around.
So more replays to now take a look at in the GTE portion of the field. Marco Mogren had a bit of an off-track excursion. There you see Oscar Coper around in the second to last corner. Coper from second on the grid has now had his race compromised. That's going to be significant damage to the rear end of that car. Let's jump on board with Mogren and see it as Coper loses the car. Nothing that Mogren can do. Both of the kinetic racing cars then having issues early on in this race, and that is what has caused the caution flag to fly. Or was there an additional incident as well?
I think it's the kinetic racing car was stuck in the barrier. I don't think they could have. I don't think he could have moved. So.
Oh, there was an additional incident, and like you say, Jonathan, good shout. This is not the reason why we're under caution. That is because of the kinetic racing car. But Rusty Spatulas, second in our LMP AM category, they've had an issue, and they are now dropped all the way to the rear of the field. So that is...
Oh, where did that Porsche come from?
Yeah, we're going to take another look at that one, actually, because you are right. That was a very, very interesting moment. I've actually just lost that on my timing screen, so we're back to live pictures for just a few moments' time, as we're going to spool things back and wind it through a few replays once again. If you're just joining us, hello, welcome along to RaceSpotTV for round number 3 of the IVRA Endurance Championship. The 2.75 hours of Barber Motorsports Park, where we're under caution for the very first time today due to a early issue coming to the conclusion of lap number 1. We'll look at that issue with the Rusty Spatulas again. We're actually going to spool it back about 20 seconds or so, Sommel, because there may be slight contact here with the Rusty Spatulas, and we're going to have to watch this through and take a look.
Yeah, Rusty Spatulas, it's a very big one because they're P2 in the championship. Get on the grass. It's already unsettled them to a great degree, and in all the mess, they got hit from behind. Now that's a very tricky corner on the exit. They've only got very limited lines through there. When there's a crash happening up above, the LMP2 car behind could have very well been distracted. And Rusty Spatulas were second in the championship, very well close to PND Racing at the very top. They too are involved in an accident. So the LMP AM championship run has just been flipped over its head within the first 5 minutes. It's absolutely bizarre.
And you might get a lot of damage too from that last Porsche hit. I think that I couldn't tell which one that was. I think that was the RSR one, kind of a little wide in that section, and then there's really nothing either of those drivers can do.
All right, we're going to spool this back as well. This was a big incident down into Charlotte's Web for the first time. This is going to be, I think, race control. I sat in on today's driver's briefing. They were clear to the drivers. Clean it up. That is not clean driving on lap number 1 of a race. And Hell Racers and Magnus Wallström are going to be very relieved that they didn't take out that LMP2 car that was just coming into the apex of turn 5. But they're also going to be extremely frustrated with, I believe it's the RLR Abruzzi car that makes that contact from behind. Indeed, let's jump on board with the number 15 here. We'll cycle through a few more replays as race control works through the safety car procedure for IVRA. Here you can see it's just an overly aggressive, committed move on lap number 1. I mean, Sommel, we are not trying to pass judgment on the moves itself. We are just trying to say what we can infer based on what race control was saying in the driver's briefing. Race control will not look very kindly on that.
I won't take a final call on that until I have a good idea about what's happening. Can maybe if I have a look again, it seemed like Arla Abruzzi had committed to the inside line already, right? At that stage, they didn't have enough space. Like, see, they have the inside line right here. Then they can't just go to the right because they just don't have enough space at the front. And there's another LMP2 car on the right-hand side. I'm not very sure if it's completely their fault in this case. I'm not very, very sure on that department.
I tell you
they
what,
already...
take a look at this view and see what you think. I'll slow it down right now and you can see.
Yeah. No, they shouldn't have committed to the inside that late on. Because once they committed to the inside line at that part, there's no way they're going to get to the right-hand side without hitting the other car. And sadly, that's what happened. So, now I have a call that it's not really the most calmest of moves, let's put it that way. Not the best judged one for lap number 1.
And I'm not trying to say that Hell Racers didn't come across to try and close the door as well. However, I think the point I'm trying to make in this situation is the words of race control and what race control has been trying to emphasize to the drivers. Let's ride on board just very briefly with Christophe Herbigno. I want to see his view of the incident that brings out the caution in just a few moments' time, because Delta Sport U4K has jumped into our YouTube chat to let us know that a bit of a change of pants moment potentially for the Frenchman. So we ride on board then. Oh, that is Jonathan, we're going to take another look at that from the aerial coverage and just tell us how close this one was.
Yeah, no, that's changed pants. That's changing my own pants. I'm not even the one driving. Like, the torque free cars get sideways here, and he has to pick a line. Thankfully, picks the right one. Oh, that was like an inch, maybe an inch.
And for those of you then wondering, that kinetic car being buried under the barriers is the reason that we are under caution for our very first time today. We'll take one more look at the incident before we jump back to the live pictures. And here you can see Torque Freak Racing getting a bit out of shapes in front. Kinetic Racing, no time to react, and hard into the tire barrier. And so back.
We have an award for teams we should feel bad for. It's Kinetic Racing because they had both their cars in issues. None of their own doing.
Yeah, none of their own doing indeed. It's been a rough season for Kinetic Racing across both LMP Pro and GT Pro as well. They'll be hoping for a bit more luck maybe in the second half of the year as we turn the new page over into a brand new year, 2021. And I know a lot of us are hoping that 2021 is a little better than 2020. Kinetic Racing hoping for more than one reasons. And Sommel, we're going to go green very shortly. Lights are off on the safety car, but quickly, you've noticed something about our tire window.
Yep, exactly. LMP2s, they're going to have to double stint because they only have 2 sets allocated. With this safety car, a lot of the teams will want to extend their pit windows as long as possible. This just plays into their hands. A lot of the teams are looking to make sure that their first pit stop is as late as possible. It just helps them out, the early caution.
So a few cars did come down onto the lane, mostly at the back of the pack, but safety car returns to the safety of pit lane then. Field back in control of Team RSO, and we go back to green flag racing already. Pressure being applied by Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, trying to get up into second. They slot in right past TNT Racing, and now try and set to work on Manuel Sudau out front. Torque Freak Racing, Carrot side by side as well, with the laps at racing teams, like contact being made through the apex of the corner. The 169 getting shoved off very slightly. We do have a car around further back. That's Nomad Sim Racing, pointed the wrong direction, who now has to wait that eternity for all of the cars to make their way through. Nomad Sim Racing did qualify fairly well, but not the way they would have wanted to start the race. That's PND Racing, by the way, who's finally making their way through the GT machines as Nomad Sim Racing able to get back to racing speed. Let's jump back to the front of your LMP category as they dive their way through the very quick kink for the first time. RLR Abruzzi Esports has already taken a couple of positions. They're up into second as Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing has managed to get past the Team RSO car that's having big issues. RSO, more issues. They're now around in the roller coaster section. This is an absolutely crazy start to this race, and that German team that's leading the championship now finds themselves all the way down in 17th place, Jonathan.
Yeah, they were fading fast, and Raf van der Linden took advantage and was able to get the lead, but a slight contact there with the satellite racing machine has sent him around, and well, that's probably going to be an instant report into the race control decision sheet. We already have 3 of them in there.
And let's wind back the clock then and take a look at what's been happening to this RSO team, because this is disastrous for Manuel Sudal. What's happened here? Coming in towards Charlotte's Web. Is he going to get it wrong potentially into the museum section? That's my best bet. Sudal's on a recovery drive. Yes, he gets it wrong into Charlotte's Web, goes a little bit deep, and that's going to compromise the rest of his race. Sudal, that slight mistake, now finds himself back into 16th place with the further contact. We'll keep it on the replay here, Sommel, and you can talk us through the subsequent contact that's about to happen.
They're already losing momentum in this case. Now they come back down from the museum section. This chicane, it's super quick, which is alright if you negotiate it quickly, but if you go on the grass, it doesn't quite help out, which it did in their case. So they lost the time. Satellite Racing, the VRS sponsor team, is right there, and we saw the same thing yesterday, didn't we? Two cars coming up against each other, and the one behind chopping their nose off, having their nose chopped off on the car up ahead. It's just a case of judgment when you're going side by side. It's just so tricky in that department that there's a bit of a blind spot where you don't know where your nose is and where the other guy's rear tire is. So I think it's just a clear case of that happening all over again. And it's a big team in the championship that's been hampered by this.
So we jump back to live pictures, and the battle out front as RLR Abruzzi Esports chases down Raf van der Linden, who might not have expected to find himself out front given his relatively disappointing qualifying performance, but he'll take this position and he'll look to try and solidify what has been a strong run of form for the Alpine Stars team across all of the IVRA competitions. Let's run you through very quickly then, because we are 15 minutes into this race, the standings in various categories. So this is your leader in the LMP Pro category, and you have to go back to 8th position to find Team Vikings, who are leading LMP AM. A couple places behind them is the 169 Lapset Racing team. They're 2nd place in category, 11th place overall. We'll jump on over to the GT cars for the first time and take a look at your class leader, Maniti Racing and Tim Matsky, looking to do the double after winning yesterday in the Club Sport Series. Now jumps into the BMW M8 and sees what he can do in this car. He's got lap traffic already coming up behind him. Boris Avando is going to make his way past in the number 55 RSR by G Performance car. Matsky's already got about 1.7 seconds on 2nd place Phoenix Racing Esport in their Chevrolet Corvette, but you have to jump all the way back to 8th position to find German SimRacing.de, who leads in GTM. They've got about 3 seconds down the road to the AOD Racing BMW, and that's how things stand at the top of each of our 4 classes, as we are now safely through the first little window of green flag laps. Traffic proving to be a big factor, as you see on the outside. Torque Freak Racing rounding a GTE machine. We'll jump back to the battle for the race lead here, Jonathan, because RLR Abruzzi Esports, they are staring down the barrel of a potential penalty, I would say. However, Marcus Deck has a lot of pace in his car right now, and he's putting pressure on the back of Van der Linden.
Potential penalty, it is a penalty. I believe it is a Tier 7, 10-second stop and go for the 15. So the 15 car is going to have to come down pit road and pick a 10-second stop and go penalty, which that's a bit of a disaster for the RLR team. That is for the incident that we saw going into turn 5 with the number 19 machine of the Hell Racers. Oh, we have a car around.
That is Yoni Waters in the Quasar Sim Racing 326. He almost takes out the AOD Racing Ferrari as he rejoins the track. That's also, I think, caused slight issues for Ted Lowendick in his GTM machine. We'll take a look at a RaceSpotTV replay, as we like to do around these times. We'll see what happens down into the museum section. Waters making a bit of contact from behind, and he just gets turned there by the fiercely forward car, and you see Lowendick in the Vector Sim Racing Porsche has to take to the grass to escape that mess. Waters has lost out a lot of positions and now runs toward the rear end of this class. So back to live pictures, and Jonathan, I can confirm what you're saying. This is going to be a Tier 10 penalty, so race control already being very busy, and they've already decided that for Marcus Deck, the number 15 car, that incident that we saw at the start is worthy of a penalty here.
Yeah, the main thing was him trying to overtake towards the inside of the grass and using the grass a little bit. That was kind of the main kicker for race control to say, all right, the 15 is the one that deserves the penalty. I've yet to serve it yet. I'm wondering if they're going to wait as long as they can. but I'm assuming race control is going to be saying, hey, 15, you need to come down and serve this as soon as possible, which is going to be a tough ask for them to try and build back from. They're going to end up, when they come out of pit road, back in GT traffic, which, as we've already seen from some of the guys who've already struggled, it's been very difficult to get through.
Yeah, very much so. Traffic is breaking up our packs right now. You have to jump back to about 4 or 5 seconds down the road to find the RSR by G Performance number 56 car that currently runs in third, and behind them TNT Racing a further 6 seconds down the road, with VRS Satellite Racing and the Pure Sims Esports car making up some good positions on the start of this race, up into 6th position, trying to close down on the cars in front. RLR Brutzi Esports down onto the pit lane to serve that penalty, so that's going to relieve the pressure on Van der Linden out front. And now that number 56 car inherits 2nd position, and of course we must reiterate, that is the car that has made the jump from the AM category to the Pro category. The points have been reset, their championship hunt has been reset, and 2nd place, a good start then for the number 56 crew. We're watching this battle then for 3rd through 6th. Delta Sport U4K as well on a slight recovery drive after a slight mistake for Christophe Herbignot on that opening lap. The caution period perhaps hindered his ability to recover some of those paces, and Sommel, I mean, he's on a fantastic drive so far, but he's going to need to find some moves so he can clear some of these drivers.
That's an absolutely fair point, Arjuna. Christophe Herbignot just set the fastest lap of the race of 1 minute 10.944, partially because he's a very good driver and partially because he had a lot of clear space. In fact, VRS Koana, not VRS Koana, that's Satellite Racing with Sai Andrew behind the wheel of that car, getting closer to TNT. So at this stage, they were setting personal best laps, but now that they've got more traffic coming in, Arjuna, dirty air is going to be a bit of a factor, and this is where Sai Andrew, for the Satellite Racing team, needs to use the traffic to get past, instead of just purely relying on his lap times.
So, Satellite Racing tried to get the move done on the TNT Racing car, unable to make it work. As we are now about 25 minutes into this race, that one caution has broken up, I think, some of these battles and reminded the drivers of the driving standards that race control does expect from them. Let's jump on over to the GTs for a couple of moments' time, because there is a couple of nice battles going on. Let's ride on board with Diogo Salipa and the Latima Racing team as they make their return into the IVRA Endurance Series after having to step away from round number 2 due to an administrative error. They're still in the top 10 in the standings though, Jonathan, and there's still potential, I would say, for this outfit to make a run at the championship. They sit here in 3rd and consistently have been one of the strongest performers this season.
Yeah, they stood on the podium at Spa. They got nice, decent halfway points, unable to take part in Phillip Island, but even with that, they're still ahead of some of the other teams, and they're showing good pace right now in this BMW. They're able to keep track of Phoenix Racing Esport, not really lose a lot of time. The only concern is that they're going to have a few hungry guys behind them trying to get past.
Yeah, very much so. Let's take a look at a RaceSpotTV replay, by the way. Jan Sentkowski, championship leader, defending champions in GT Pro. Slight issue coming over the rise of the hill in the roller coaster section. Fortunately for Sentkowski, he's able to minimize the contact that he made with the outside retaining wall, but nevertheless, slight damage done to the championship leading car that's looking to defend their crown from last season. He rejoins into 12th place overall in the class.
He was just behind when we just switched to Ultima Racing. He was just behind them. Oh, and that's another car, Grizzly Motorsports.
Yeah, we jump back to live pictures as Grizzly Motorsports off the track in Charlotte's Web. Not sure what's happened to Brian Bennett in the 357, but something, I'm guessing, maybe under-braking. Indeed, just something we saw very often yesterday in the Club Sport race, going a little bit deep and having to nose himself into the tire barrier. That'll be a bit more damage than Sentkowski's having to deal with in the 248. So a couple of cars having issues in the GT field. So back to live pictures, and let's take a look at the gap between 1st and 2nd as Tim Matzke tries to do what he did yesterday, Sommel. I mean, the first hour and a bit of our Club Sport race, Matzke built up almost a 17-second advantage at the front of your field until a safety car reined everyone in and brought everyone back into contention. But nevertheless, Matzke just picking up where he left off yesterday. Very impressive drive so far in that BMW.
Arjun, are you knocking on the wood?
Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me. Let me find...
We're going to get you a giant wood crate to commentate in, because I think yesterday you and me had bad commentator skirts. Sumel did not have any, so...
I need to find more. That's what I need, more wood to knock on.
No, the whole context of this whole thing is, for dear viewers, is that yesterday it was the second race in a row where Team Maniti Racing had a big lead, and they were just compromised by a safety car. That happened in the Neo Endurance 24-hour series at Sebring a couple of weeks ago before the Club Sport race. So far, it's the same template in the form of Maniti Racing going out there and building a big gap. We're yet to see that safety car, and even the Brew and the Child would also be hoping that we do not get that safety car at all. But meanwhile, this battle for P number 2 in the GT Pro category is turning out to be very impressive. In fact, there's one place where the Corvette actually beats out the BMW M8, because Barber, it's supposedly a very left front heavy circuit, and the BMW, because it's front engine, it's putting more load on the left front, so it becomes harder to conserve your tires. So right now, it may seem alright with the BMW able to compete, but as we come towards the end of the stints, Arjuna, when we come towards the second pit window, that's when the BMW will tend to struggle. And now, pit window seems to be open? Or well, is that just...
Dean Moll has somehow, after we saw him bury himself into the wall that brought out the first caution, somehow managed to get back there out onto track. What's happened to him as he comes through the last couple of corners? Oh, gets onto the grass, and I think he's going to lose it maybe on pit entry here, and indeed loops the car around and maybe decides that that car has had enough damage and it's not drivable anymore. So Dean Moll, I think that will be the end of the day for the 83 team as they continue what is proving to be a rather miserable season for them. Back to live pictures and back to the battle for the third and final step on the overall podium. TNT Racing holding off the VRS Satellite Racing team, using traffic to just put some space in between them as Syandra hunts them down, gets a bit lucky there as Virtual Motorsport onto the grass, getting a bit sideways through the final corner, and it's a battle that's been ebbing back and forth as we make our way through traffic to BMW, that these cars are going to round on the outside as Andra loses a little bit of ground through the middle of the corner, then makes it back up on the apex, able to attack the throttle that little bit more. You see Alpine Styles Geodesic in their BMW does look to the inside for a move of their own as well. Oh no, disaster! Disaster for Team RSO and Manuel Sudau. What's happened again for the German here? The championship leaders, winning last time out, has started this race the worst way possible. 3 wide and contact with the BMW there. We'll get an aerial look at this one, Jonathan, but I mean, what can you say other than utter disaster for this outfit?
Again, when it rains, it pours. Get another look at it right here. 3 wide as a slower BMW in the Hellraiser's car. It's just a gap that might not really exist. It gets turned. I think that's the Latima team racing car, or the Somber team racing car, excuse me. And that's a full course caution. I believe the RSO car was stuck and has not been able to get out.
It may be the RSO car. It may be, but there was a second incident that I was just about to go and put my eye on as well. My ever-seeing eye up here in the RaceSpot production booth. And here we go. Oscar Coper was that other car that I was looking at. He's gone a bit wide in turn 1. That's not, I think, potentially the crash that's brought out the caution. Maybe it is Oscar Coper there. You see very slowly. We're going to keep watching this. I think it is Coper. It is Coper that's brought out the caution. So we're going to stick on this replay. Coper, who qualified up in second. You see the sister LMP car going down his inside. Big booms happening as Leo Guggenheim in our YouTube chat points out. Down in towards Charlotte's Web for Oscar Coper on the outside. Is it going to happen on the exit? Nothing yet, but something big happened to Coper, I think, as well. Waiting and seeing what... Coper, I think, has just decided to pull over and let everyone go by. Indeed, yes, this is what was highlighted on my timing screen. So we've had 2 big issues then. Manuel Sudau and Oscar Coper seemingly down onto the pit lane, having to deal with significant technical issues at this point in time. Jonathan, I think you're right, though. Manuel Sudau was the reason we have this safety car. Just talk us through this incident one more time.
Yeah, he's trying to find the gap between the Hellraisers and the Latima car, and it's a small window, and I think the Latima car wasn't really expecting it. Comes over, clips the RSO machine right on the rear. And there it gets sent to go. We saw it struggling to come out of that little ditch it was stuck in right before we went to the replays. And I'm wondering if it just was impossible for that team to get out. And again, when it rains, it pours. So this is going to be a hard recovery drive, especially since this is the shortest race on the calendar.
So back to live pictures as we await and see if anyone's going to come and make pit stops this time around. We're halfway in, or rather half an hour into this race. 2 hours and 45 minutes. Our second caution flag has flown. I think some of us were hoping for a slightly cleaner race after what we saw yesterday in our club sport race. Yes, there was a caution that we had, but for the most part, despite some issues, race unfolded mostly under green. So back under caution then, and the Porsche 911 safety cars picked up Manuel Sudal, Ref van der Linden, as Manuel Sudal from the pole position has had a awful race. Sudal is back out on track, we must point out, but unfortunately 2 laps down from the rest of the field. Let's try and do a little bit of math here, guys. We're looking at these LMP2 machines, which roughly we're looking at about 4 equal stints to start this race. Now that we have one of these safety cars, at which point do some of these teams maybe start thinking about slightly alternate strategies, expecting future safety cars to come out?
It could be tricky. So ideally, we've had 36 odd minutes finished off in the race, which would mean this is the perfect time for LMP2s to come down on pit road and get their fuel tanks filled, because the normal LMP2 stint lasts 35 to 36 minutes. Why, you ask? Well, it's just a very, very thirsty car. It needs more fuel to put out all the power on the track. But because we've had 2 cautions in that meantime, the LMP2s have not used as much fuel as they normally would. Now, this is where I'm getting slightly confused. It's better to pit now, because then they can save up the time under caution instead of losing all that time pitting under green. But in the same direction, it also makes sense that if they've saved enough fuel, and if they are banking on the safety car, and if we could have one in the next 10-15 odd minutes, we could very well see certain teams able to just save up on that pit stop and just make sure that they stretch it out to as late as possible. That is, if we get that safety car. And one thing that really throws things up in the air, Arjuna, is that, as we saw in Phillip Island, cautions breed cautions.
Don't say stuff like that. Don't say stuff. Don't do the
I'm knocking on plastic.
You didn't have any commentators' curses yesterday, but we're gonna hope that we don't beat our record from last time out, which was 5 cautions in 4 hours. I mean, we're already not on track for a very good marker, let's be honest. 2 in 30 minutes, which would give us a rather painful amount of cautions. But, oh, this is going to be a quickie yellow, I think. The safety car has gone down into pit lane. They've been followed down by Maniti Racing. This is bizarre. Caution flag has been rethrown by race control, so...
I don't think they reset the pace car. I think we mentioned that they've had to reset the pace car usually every lap. I think someone forgot to hit that button.
So... now my question is, we see
through the wall goes the pace car.
Yep, we've seen that before in this race, and we're going to try and just skip past that. The question becomes, what has happened to Maniti Racing?
I'm just trying to find more on that as soon as possible.
Okay, so Sawmill is going to go off and start investigating. There are a couple of other teams coming down onto pit lane. Marcus Deck for RLR Abruzzi Esports, who of course had to serve that 10-second stop-and-go penalty. The other drivers down on pit lane, L1 Esports, the 221 in their BMW GT Pro machine. Maniti Racing has had a driver switch, so maybe there is... maybe there's a bit of drive time regulation playing going on here, guys.
Yep.
We haven't talked about the drive time very much, but let's mention that. The maximum drive time across of all classes is 2 hours. However, the Amethyst or Onyx drivers, which is only something that's then going to apply in your AM categories, there is a restriction of about an hour and 10, hour and 20 minutes, depending on which category in particular you're discussing. So maybe they're trying to just get some of the new drivers' drive time done. Sommel, I think you've got this figured out, though.
Yep, I had a word with Tim early on, and this is Maniti's approach. So they are one of the teams who are going for 2 driver swaps instead of 1. Now you may ask, what's the advantage of going for 2 driver swaps instead of 1? This just means that they would want their Amethyst and their Onyx drivers in the tricky middle part to negotiate the traffic better, that some of the Emerald and Sapphire drivers may not be able to do. Now, with safety cars negating things out, having a faster quali drivers towards the very end can help you push things out, because if everyone's bunched up towards the end, you don't need drivers who can manage traffic better, you need ones with the absolute pace towards the very end. And now, it depends a lot on the team balance, a lot on the driver character as well, because some are better in negotiating traffic, some in terms of qualifying. What Maniti are doing right now is they may have lost track time, but they're banking on gaining all of that with an experienced driver in the mid part where they expect traffic to be heavy. That's their driver swap. It's a calculated decision to come into the pits. They will lose track time in this case. They will have to gain positions, but they're banking on a very heavy traffic run right here.
Maybe this also saves Tim Matzke as well for the end if they want to bring him back so he doesn't go over drive time regulation. It was only 30 minutes in. He still has another hour and 30 minutes to go before he hits max drive time.
So my question becomes at this point then, for you specific, I'm on the train of you, Jonathan. I think your logic kind of explains out this decision a bit more, because Samuel, I'm not too familiar with the new driver that's just gone into the car, but Tim Matzke was, 7,000, 8,000 I rating, and Jan de Breuer, I'm sure he's a capable driver. He's with the Maniti team, but he's only 2,200 I rating. Are they maybe just thinking that this middle portion of the race is going to be more affected by cautions, and as a result, like Jonathan is saying, they just want to get as much of the drive time from Tim at the beginning and closing stages of the race when they think they're going to need him?
Yes, exactly. That's what they're going to do towards the very end, because you know that Tim Matzke, as a pro driver, with all that I rating, he's going to be really helpful towards the very end. So, in this case, if they're banking on cautions, if they're banking on traffic, Jan can do a more, I wouldn't say a better job, but a more functional job for the entire outfit, because Tim can be better used elsewhere. That's the approach that they're going for in this case. I was pondering a lot while having a chat to Tim about, is this approach really going to work out? How's this going to play out? They've rolled the dice. They do need a few positions to be gained at this stage of the race. Otherwise, you're asking too much for Tim Matzke towards the very end. Let's just see. I think that's the beautiful thing about IVRA racing and split strategies. You never know what's really going to work out towards the very end until it all comes up and converges towards the end. That's what I'm going to be very keen about. They've rolled the dice. Let's see how it plays out.
And this has given the lead to Phoenix Racing and then Latima Racing that are right behind the two LMP2 leaders.
So right up behind the pace car then, Raf van der Linden. He's got RSR by G Performance, the newcomers to the LMP Pro category who have had their points removed after being promoted from LMPM. They're now fighting with the big boys and fighting for a championship out front. Couple of cars in between the second and third place runners in LMP Pro. Lights are out on the safety car, so expecting to go back to green flag racing this time around. The Porsche safety car will dive down onto the safety of pit lane, maybe top up its fuel in expectation of heading back out onto track a few more times, but leaves the field then in control of Raf van der Linden and the number 62 car, who takes the field through the last corner, guns that engine up and takes us back to green flag racing. TNT Racing already getting to the inside as you see that aggressive move from Latima Racing as they go up into what is now the GTE Pro race lead. VRS Satellite Racing getting a bit stuck out behind these two cars as they do battle through turn number 2. They got Pure Sims Esports on their tail as well, putting some pressure on them. First lap, you see those top 3 runners in LMP Pro starting to break away, as now those couple of other cars finally managed to get past the traffic. Delta Sport U4K as well included in that on their slight recovery drive. The leader in LMPM is back in 7th position. That's the bright purple Team Vikings 102 car, and he's got a nice little buffer of about 7 seconds back to HD Simsport, who run 2nd place in that category. Phoenix Racing Esports then, they have about a 1.6 second buffer to the 3rd place car in GT Pro. Hell Racers in the 219, trying to chase down Phoenix Racing in the BMW M8. GermanSimRacing.de in their BMW that leads GTM, currently riding up in 7th place overall. We've gone back to green flag racing and managed to get through it safely as all of the field works their way and navigates through the lap traffic. We complete one more lap. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and Raf van der Linden across the start-finish line. Just as I say that, though, Kevin Zwemstra in the number 34 is off the track at what appears to be the second to last corner. He'll have to wait a long time to rejoin there. You see the field just slowly making their way on by him. Zwemstra being very, very patient. He had an opportunity there and in fact might have lost that opportunity very slightly. Take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay, Jonathan, and talk us through this one.
Well, that's a case of too much curb. A healthy dose of curb on the exit right there of the roller coaster section, and does a nice three-point turn to make sure he doesn't get it. And it's trying to lap his team car. Oh, that's all of Fiercely Forward right there. He's stuck in his own traffic. He's trying to lap his team car. Ends up too much curb, and well, that's a strange little incident on that one.
A little bit of a self-inflicted mistake for Zwemstra, who now drops to the tail end of the LMP Pro category, who had to wait an awfully long time to get back onto track. But we know, based on last time out at Phillip Island, you could be upside down on your roof and still come back to win these races. Latima Racing now up to a 1.7 second advantage out front. So they're starting to build up a little bit of a gap. Maniti Racing on their a bit of a recovery drive up through the field. Ivo de Brewer has managed to dispatch one car, the L1 Esports machine, but it's got a bit more pressure to go. Jonathan, you've noticed something interesting with the Hell Racers cars. There are a lot of cars, rather a lot of teams that have multiple entries across the multiple classes of competition here, and sometimes, just like we saw in that Fiercely Forward case just a few moments ago, they all overlap on the same bit of tarmac.
Yeah, they all overlap. There was a nice little cool shot that we had going through the S's of the Hell Racers car together, and it was kind of ruined by the Hell Racers prototype car cutting off the GT car, and the GT car flashing the lights in, I want to say Christmas spirit. I'm going to say Christmas spirit. It was actually anger. I'm pretty sure it was anger. But oh my goodness gracious! I think that's Adequate Racing, and it looks like iLivery's both together.
No, that's N-Race Esport in the 199, and you were right. That is Adequate Racing and Neil Middleton. This is on the exit of Charlotte's Web. So another big issue for us to take a look at. I think Benjamin Fisher in the Fisher Motorsport Porsche has had to get out of the way, avoiding action, just trying to figure out if this is going to be another caution. Adequate Racing. Are they stationary? Are they stuck? This is not a designated tow zone for race control, and we're under caution for the third time in less than 45 minutes. Take a look.
That engine's toast.
Take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay here. You can hear the slight disappointment in my voice, and we'll see what unfolds into the braking zone. It's N-Race who get a little bit deep. Adequate Racing just getting a bit sideways, and unfortunately that's a bit of a racing incident. You see Pineapple Racing having nowhere to go, and I think the reason we have this caution is there you see the puff of smoke. Engine in that Dallara P2 car is well and truly given up the ghost. So we'll take one more look at it. This time we'll spool it back slightly further. Back under caution for a third time today, and Sommel, just walk us through this one as we ride on board with the N-Race car.
Yep, not much they can do because they commit to it, but then this is where it all goes wrong. Adequate Esports just get it loose on the exit. Very easy to do. You've got tons of horsepower. It's a rear-wheel drive car. Just coming back from a caution, so possibilities are that the tyres were not up to temperature, so he had a bit of a moment of oversteer. And what could the N-Race Esports car do apart from, well, just hit him in the back? And that's how we saw this major accident happening. What's worse, and that's a very good spot, Arjuna, exactly why the caution took place was because the engine was gone. The puff of smoke clearly showing that the Adequate car could not move. They could not go past, so they needed to stop and halt. And in this case, you've got to tell race control that I can't move. That's when they allow you to take the tow. But in this case, it leads to a safety car again. And it's that one safety car that we were talking about. So not the LMP2's box last time out. This is their chance, at last, to box under green and still meet their fuel numbers, I think.
So I think the other issue we had there, the other issue we had there with that collision was the Fiercely Forward car getting in the back of it. He had nowhere to go. There was a Kinetic Racing Corvette to the outside, so it was just an unfortunate situation for everyone involved.
So, third time under caution in 45 minutes. We thank you for joining us here live on RaceSpotTV. We very much enjoy the IVRA series. It's been a busy weekend of action for us all emanating live from the Barber Motorsports Park. Just a reminder, you can follow us for more sim racing action across all of the different channels we use. We have YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram channels, all at RaceSpotTV. If you're following along with us on YouTube, you can interact with us in the chat, and also, if you're not subscribed, hit the button, that red button. Also hit the bell that lies next to it so you can get notified every single time we go live for some of the great sim racing broadcasts that we get to cover. We wait for the iRacing safety car to pick up the race leaders once again. Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing, Raf van der Linden have TNT Racing hot on their heels. RSR by G Performance, the number 56, appears to be the big loser in this situation. We'll try and rewind the clock and figure out why Nathan Block has dropped 4 positions in just about half a lap's time, but that's a big shakeup as we finally get the leaders caught up behind the safety car here. And now we wait for the third of our caution periods to unwind and race control to go through the IVRA safety car procedure, something that gets shared across of multiple IVRA competitions. Yesterday we had the solitary safety car in the IVRA Club Sports Series, gave us some optimism for today's race, but unfortunately, third time behind that Porsche safety car today, Sommel, and we are on track already to blow past our record at Phillip Island.
So let's do the math. It's 50 minutes and we have 3. So if we stick by that rate, it should be around 3 cautions per hour. Just assuming that. Just having a little bit of fun in this particular case. Let's hope it's not serious. Knocking on all the wood that I have right here. So by that rate, we should have approximately 8 cautions or thereabout, Arjuna, something towards the very end. Let's hope not. It's a very good point that's mentioned right there by one of our good friends in the chat, that we had a very clean race here at Barber. Brandon's mentioned it. As we see cars coming in the pit lane, it is possible, but it's not just happening right now.
And interesting scenes here. Look at the split strategy calls. Number of cars have decided to stay out. The likes of TNT Racing, Satellite Racing, Pure Sims Esports, the Hell Racers number 29, Team 11, and the second of the Hell Racers cars. Number of cars down on pit lane, though. Delta Sport, U4K, Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing, the RSR by G Performance, number 56. So we are getting a bit of split strategy here as Raf van der Linden down off the jacks. That was a very, very quick stop for van der Linden. In fact, it was quick for all of them, and that's something that we need to start talking about here, because slight update to the Dallara LMP2 car, this most recent build. Well, somehow, I don't know quite how iRacing has figured out how they can do this, and I think it's something that we need to learn from, because clearly this has got real-world applications as well, but they're able to fill up a LMP2 car which runs on a tank of fuel for about 40 minutes at full tilt in 8 seconds time. That is just crazy.
I think they just stuff it in, kick the bottle, just say, hey, you go in, or I don't even know how they do that. It's maybe, in all seriousness, a bug, but in hilarity, I mean, if you look at it in a more hilarious point of view, I don't even know if hilarity is a word, it's just bizarre. I don't know.
It's like a fire hose, maybe.
Exactly.
Fuel in there.
They need a way of quickly just slotting in and slotting out an entire fuel tank. That's how they're doing it in 8 seconds. A quick release system, as it were, for a fuel tank. But the interesting thing that it does, guys, I'll ask you here, Jonathan, is it mixes up the tire strategy. We talk about that limitation, 2 tire sets for this entire race. Now when you have that 8-second fill time, it means that 2 of your stops, at least, a minimum of 2 stops, are guaranteed to be 8-second stops. And this means there is a lot more strategy because you're losing a lot less time on pit lane, and as a result, track position, I think, becomes just crucial because there is so much less variation that's now happening out on pit road, and as a result, you can't rely on saving that time in pit road to make up positions out on track.
No, especially with such short stops, it almost becomes like an IndyCar stop where the delta is a lot smaller. And I'm actually very curious to know why so many LMP2 cars did stay out there. You know, someone's been mentioning that it's been in the window, but here we go.
Yeah, back to green flag racing. So that was a fairly short yellow. Race Control doing a good job, and TNT Racing Gonna take us back to Green Flag Racing. They've decided not to pit, as have the 11 cars behind them, and we get back to the race. As Barty, the flagman, vigorously waves that flag. Side by side, you see some of the lapped cars as we try and figure things out, and we have to jump back to some of our cars that have dived down the pit road to see where we were expecting some of our net lead battles to shake out. There you can see the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car being followed down by number 56 RSR Esport car. There is Maniti Racing, that probably one of the big losers from that second safety car period. Not able to make up too many positions from the position that they are in right now, as you see so many LMP cars rounding the GT machines as we get back to Green Flag Racing once again. The third restart of the race, and so far, so clean. So let's focus on up then, towards the front of your field. TNT Racing starting to pull away from the likes of VRS Satellite Racing and Pure Sims Esport for the first time, Sommel. This Pure Sims Esport number 2 car in a very strong position.
Yeah, they are indeed. David E. Baker closing up on Cy Andra in the Satellite Racing team. And this is turning out to be a very good battle. So now, David E. Baker, Cy Andra, both of these drivers have not pit. They're fine in terms of their tyres because, of course, LMP2's double stint. And normally, in 10 minutes' time, they would be pitting for their second stop where they would change their tyres. So, in terms of that, the tyres seem to be pretty fresh in terms of all the 3 caution periods that we've had so far. But then this is just a battle of staying on track, making sure that you don't push too hard. Now, David E. Baker getting close to Cy Andra in this case, who's practiced quite a bit and is a bit of an LMP2 expert of sorts, even in the old HPD car.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience, a frequent competitor, especially in top split 24 hours of Le Mans races. Something has happened, by the way, to Nathan Block, and he's now dropped off the tail of the likes of Delta Sport, U4K, and Raf van der Linden in the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car. Let's take a look at the replay here. What happened to RSR by G Performance side by side with Quasar Sim Racing in their Corvettes? Light contact and around for RSR by G Performance, and we're going to jump back to live pictures because Maniti Racing involved in a big issue. They're back at the rear end of your pack once again, and Jan de Breuer has to pick up the pieces as he gets back up to racing speed. Sommel, talk us through this one.
Now, what in the world has happened here? It is at the tricky hairpin section. There's a bit of... oh no. Oh my goodness me. That's unfortunate. But before making a very big judgment, I should have a look at it before. So Maniti clearly giving space to the LMP2 car, and no. That's just the nature of that corner, isn't it? That's just the nature of that corner. So many noses get chopped off, so many cars get spun around in that case, because you have that slight left-hand kink that tightens up towards the very end.
So Maniti Racing then will be feeling pain. They've got Matsky out of the car, and now languishing at the rear end of the field. We'll jump back to the live pictures and jump to a battle not towards the front of your field for the first time, because Rusty Spatulas, second place in the LMP AM standings, trying to get past Arla or Abruzzi Esport, or at least stick close as Marcus Deck tries to recover from an early race penalty in the number 15 car. It must also be said that there were 2 different penalties that came down on towards that number 15 car. Marcus Deck got a drive-through penalty and a 10-second stop-and-hold penalty. So multiple penalties there for that car to overcome. An additional penalty has also been handed down to the Team RSO car. Drive-through penalty for towing without informing race control, but Manuel stood out after taking the pole position, already looking to be out of this race. Let's turn our attention back towards GTE for a moment, because Phoenix Racing Esports, their 205 Corvette sits in second place right now, but 3.5 seconds behind Diogo Salipa. Latima Racing doing a good job to build up a bit of a buffer here in the BMW M8. And Jonathan, you can see there the lap gaps. We've only had 2 laps back under green flag, but already a pace difference is starting to show.
And maybe the tires are going away a little bit on that Corvette, maybe trying to focus on fuel. The GT cars none of them have really been down pit lane, so their fuel strategy is kind of all up in the air. And I think Phoenix Racing, and we have a car around, but I think for Phoenix Racing, like, they've scored 0 points in both their races. They're just looking for a good result here.
Yeah, Phoenix Racing needs a good result. So does Pineapple Racing Team in the 105. They've had a bit of an issue coming through the Charlotte's Web complex. We'll take a look at the replay around the outside of the Quasar Ford, the only Ford GT in today's field. Deep under braking and just way too much momentum. They're luckily held onto the brakes in this situation, stick on the outside of the corner. That poses no risk to the rest of the competitors, but one position lost then for Christian Nossing to the N-Race Esport 199. Jonathan, you have noticed something about that drive-through penalty I mentioned for the number 15 car. Still under investigation, so race control hasn't come to a final determination just yet.
No, it hasn't come to a final determination just yet. I don't think it's been served either, so it's another setback for the 15. And this was for an issue about half an hour ago with the 141. I remember seeing this a little bit ago as well. It's just a little bit unfortunate right now for the 15. When it rains, it pours, I guess, and they're going to have to overcome a lot of time in order to get back towards the podium places.
So let's see how that unfolds. GermanSimRacing.de fairly comfortable in the lead of GT Am. Florian Hohn qualified that car in 10th position in this overall class, but runs in 7th as things stand. He's got about a 4-second buffer, I would say. Maybe 5-second buffer to AOD Racing in their BMW, and Albert Jones who competed yesterday as well in our Club Sport Series, but this AOD Racing BMW car is the one that got the win last time out at Phillip Island. They didn't get any points in the first race at Spa-Francorchamps, and unfortunately their sister car flipped that fate. They got some good points at the first race and 0 points last time out at Phillip Island. It's a season where AOD Racing need to get their cars being a bit more consistent as a crew. Albert Jones running second, doing exactly what he needs to do. You have to run back a further couple of tenths down the road to third place in the class. Fisher Motorsport GTM and team boss Benjamin Fisher behind the wheel. He's got Josh Clogg in the 334 fiercely forward GT machine chasing him down. So that's the story of the GTM machines, and indeed, why don't we take this opportunity to run you through the top 8 in both of our categories. So out front, TNT Racing, due to this slightly alternate fuel strategy, leads by just half a second from Satellite Racing in the number 62nd. Pure Sims Esports, they're 1.5 seconds back, but after a disappointing qualifying performance, they made their way up through the field to be on the final step of the podium. Hell Racers in the number 29, they're dropping off the pace very slightly, but after big issues for their cars early on, they'll be happy to be 4th and 6th respectively. Team 11, very new here in the in the LMP Pro category, but they're doing a good job, 5.5 seconds down the road. HD SimSport, they're leading in LMP AM right now, 6 seconds behind the overall race leader, but they've got a challenge from behind in the form of Ibrahim Alouet in the Lapset Racing Team 169. A further 4 and a bit seconds down the road, you can find the 134 that is third place in this LMP Pro category. LMP AM category. We'll jump on over to the GT machines then, and Latima Racing continue to lead in their BMW after missing round number 2. They look to return and put their stamp on the series. 4 seconds is the gap to Phoenix Racing Esports, and that BMW continues to build upon that Corvette's struggles in this portion of the race. Hell Racers in the 219, they're 8 seconds down the road, but they've got the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Team right behind them, and Lap Traffic as well. Virtual Motorsport, they're 9 seconds down the road, and they've got Kinetic Racing in the 283 trying to recover from their own issues. You're going down to German Sim Racing then, and Florian Hohn in the 301 as he leads GTM, and you've got Quasar Sim Racing, in the 225 car in 8th position. We've talked about the GTM podium position. So that's the rundown then. We're 1 hour done roughly, and still 1 hour and 45 minutes to go. 4 classes of competition, but only 2 classes of cars, and Barber Motorsports Park proving to be a very interesting track for lap traffic to make their way through. And Sommel, you've been noticing something about the pit stop strategies for the P2 cars.
All very clean and clear at this stage. So we had a few cars that was Alpine Stars Geodesic, RSR Esports, Pineapple, Delta Sport, Dog Freak, Vikings. They were the ones who pit in the third caution. I've had a look at their lap times, and they're all very similar, all clocking between the 1 minute 15, 1 minute 14 sort of range, and just been pushed back to 116 in the last time on because of some traffic. But up ahead, with the lighter fuel loads, David A. Williams in the TNT Racing car, Cy Andrew in VR Satellite, and David E. Baker in the Pure Sims Esports, just to name a few, they with the lighter fuel load have been able to push far harder, and they're eking out at least 2 or 3 seconds of a gap per lap at this stage. That said, remember folks, they will have to go in the pit lane sometime soon, and they'll be banking that it happens under caution and not under green, because if that happens, all the gaps that they've built up in the last few laps will just be gone in a flash.
So that's the strategy situation then for P2. We had a number of cars down onto the pit lane and a number of cars electing not to do so. Marcus Deck, by the way, has come down to serve a drive-through penalty, so Race Control did finalize that decision, and now we await a couple more decisions coming down. I see 2 more incidents being reported, but for the most part, Race Control not too busy today. It seemed like yesterday in the Club Sport race, more activity for Race Control to handle. Oh, Mo Islam has just had a bit of a rallycross excursion there on the roller coaster section. A brief 3-wide moment as 2 cars go down his inside. We'll grab a look at a RaceSpotTV replay, but this was a close call in a Ferrari. Not usually meant to go off into the grass, but ooh, you see the Hell Racer's car forcing it to the inside of the track, and AOD Racing actually doing a very good job there to mostly minimize the damage, Sommel. I mean, we'll take a look at another replay of that incident there, but that could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, I was shocked to see that Ferrari right there. Ooh, goodness me. That's just the briefest of contacts, but man, Hell Racers with some good reaction times, mind you. They just got saved from a potentially very big accident. AOD Racing must be wondering what in the world is happening to us right now. Big drop in positions. Where do they find themselves at this case?
So that was the issue for the AOD Ferrari. They've dropped down the order as their poor run of form continues on from the last round at Phillip Island. They elect not to come down the pit lane, of course. We jump back to the front of your field. There's Team 11, who is now 4 seconds behind the leading pack as they work through traffic. They're trying to form up behind Satellite Racing and TNT Racing. Satellite Racing and Syandra has been able to close on the gap very slightly, but pit stop window is open. There you can see David Baker followed down in the Pure Sims Esports LMP2 car by the Hell Racers number 19, and Fiercely Forward in the 134 electing to come down now. Jonathan, if we play out the strategy from here, do you know what it looks like for these teams in terms of the final stint yet?
I want to say, like, you could go about 50 minutes for a stint. You might be able to do this on one more stop, which I think has been the reasoning these guys staying out so late. These safety cars have really helped, and maybe even the GT cars can do it in just 2 stops instead of what we were thinking about 3 or even just 1 maybe. It all really depends now on how much fuel mileage they can get under green without safety cars.
So Pure Sims comes back out onto the track. That very quick 8-second pit stop has put them about 5 seconds behind the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team. So that's what the race situation has been. Alpine Stars and the number 62 able to close that gap down, and Pure Sims now have to go a bit defensive as they fend off Nicholas Helm, who they've just managed to get past. Hell Racers in that number 29 machine also have a sister car, the number 19, that's running slightly further up the order. There was a driver change, by the way, for the Fiercely Forward 134 car, so they've had a slightly longer pit stop, and they're going to be slightly more compromised as a result of this change. AOD Ferrari slightly wide once again. Pure Sims just throws that down the inside as they now look to set sail of the cars around them. Check in with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing for just a moment's time. They've caught the Nomad Sim Racing LMP machine as well as Torque Freak Racing in the number 61 around the outside of one of the BMWs in GT Pro. Very easily done for Raf van der Linden as he continues to set some very impressive lap times. Good little battle happening here, but Sommel, there's going to be a concern for some of these teams, I think, now, because as they continue to work their way through traffic, for drivers like this who haven't come down the pit road, they're losing more and more time. And just like we saw with Pure Sims coming out about 5 seconds down the road, the longer you hold off here, the more affected you're going to be in terms of your lap time delta.
Yes, exactly, because you're going to encounter more and more traffic. So we are seeing a few teams lose a bit of time. Because the only place where they can actually gain a couple of seconds is when they have the clean air, and the space of clean air on the track has just elapsed. So now they're coming up to a bit of GTE traffic. That does not help you gain lap times. That just proves your point, Arjuna.
Yeah, now they're going to go around the outside. Brilliant move there from Boris Avando. That's the type of moves that we've come to expect from that driver in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, and he just shows Ibrahim Alawit why he's the pro driver and Alawit's competing in LMP AM. So that was not a battle for track position, and maybe Alawit thinking slightly better of fighting there. We've had a whole heap more pit stops as cars come down the pit lane. N-Race Esports, iLivery's the 141, who got the pole position earlier on and now languishes down in 19th position. They're down the pit road, as is Team 11, who seems to be having a driver change behind the wheel of that car. So they're also going to lose out very drastically. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing down the inside of Torque Freak. They're up into 6th position right now. They are now net race leaders out of everyone who is not pitted, so they re-inherit that net race lead. Let's go and check in on Maniti Racing again here, Jonathan, because after that spin, Jan de Brewer has been doing what he needs to do and just focusing on being smooth, consistent, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Maniti Racing right now.
Yeah, being smooth and consistent. They're almost past everyone that has stopped. There's about 20 seconds and 5 cars before they will be the first car that has already taken a stop. So they're in an okay position, and I think if it stays green, this is going to go well for Maniti Racing.
Yeah, Maniti Racing still a long way to go, but they've still got a lot of potential. See Team RSO behind them, by the way, out there back on track, so they will have served their penalty that they've got, and they are, in the true spirit of endurance racing, out there trying to salvage what they can and trying to hold on to that championship lead. The rest of their competitors will be getting some solid championship points. The German outfit will be watching on from the sidelines. Take a look at more battles. Aralara Abruzzi Esports recovering from their own penalty as Delta Sport U4K makes their way by. This is 8th and 9th positions out on track as they work their way through all the lap traffic. Lap traffic really fun here at Barber, and now that we're into a nice little green flag window, as I knock on wood and try to hope that we don't have our 4th safety car period of the day come out, you can see these cars are becoming a bit more assertive in the way that they make their way on past, Jonathan. It's a lot less tentative in some cases, and that's what we want to see. Here we see, by the way, more takers down onto pit road, but assertive passing and considered passing is ultimately safer than what we sometimes see.
Yeah, just being confident and knowing where you put your car, I think that's the key thing, and finding good passing lanes. I was going to mention this earlier before that last safety car period. A nice passing zone that I think the LMP2 cars have really picked up is turn 2 and 3 right here. The LMP2s can stick to the outside and the GTs can't, and it's become a really good and easy passing zone. Not a lot of drama out of that area, as we saw a little bit of drama yesterday with a few car collisions.
So pit cycles have then played out. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing back to the front. They've cycled through as TNT Racing and Syandra in the Satellite Racing number 67 slot out back in 2nd and 3rd respectively. So pit cycles are done for LMP, at least for now. But we do have split strategies to consider. Of course, remember, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing on 15-lap old tires. Oh, not 15-lap old tires. They're on tires that have done just over an hour as things stand, but they've done just 15 laps so far since they last came down the pit lane. That car looks to the inside of 2 BMWs, tries to make their way through on their sister car as well, but they'll just lose out very slightly as the rest of their competitors come on through as well. So that's the first lap then done for David Williams and Syandra. They're getting their tires up to temperature and pressure, and now they're looking to set to work and close in on the car in front. He'll have slightly less fuel, of course, but this is that outside line that Jonathan was mentioning. They can use their downforce, stick it around the outside as they rise the crest at turn number 3 as well, and that runs them down in towards Charlotte's Web as we see Satellite Racing down the inside of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car. That's Nomad Sim Racing in the LMP AM machine that's also on a slightly contra strategy, now leading that class, but I mean, Sommel, there you can see 23 laps. They're on a completely different strategy to even what we're seeing from Alpine Stars out front.
Yeah, they're going on a different run altogether. They're going to be coming in the pits rather soon. They almost hit the back of the Satellite Racing car. And look at this, the difference between the way they took that chicane as Syandra tries to attack. You can see the difference in confidence in terms of the tires as well, how they're wearing out. And so you can see the pro teams doing a much better job with this for Arjuna. This is a battle that we are going to be watching for a long, long time, isn't it? Syandra in the Satellite car and the TNT Racing car, who just came out. David A. Williams behind the wheel of that. Should be fun.
Yeah, TNT have not had the strongest start to their campaign so far. It was a decent showing at Spa-Francorchamps. They finished the race well. They didn't start it off so well, and as a result, halfway points not such a strong factor in their charge so far. They had a bit of bad luck at Phillip Island and only got 33 points from that one. They sit 7th in the standings, but 2nd place will be a good way for them to continue their charge through the standings. Must remember as well, the first race of the season for Satellite Racing, so not really a factor just yet in the championship standings, but they'll be hoping to try and claw that gap throughout the remainder of the season. Still a lot of potential, I think, for that team to make their way up. We see them across so many different series on RaceSpotTV. Here they are now in a brand new one, trying to make their mark on it. Let's take a look at a RaceSpotTV replay. Because here's the Vector Sim Racing Porsche that's going to get all sorts of out of shape on the outside of the roller coaster. He's going to send it hard into the tire barriers, and as a result, I think it was Ted Lowendick who was behind the wheel at the time, has now had to come down the pit lane and hand that car over to Stacey Donegan, who will take over and hope for a slightly better run in the Vector Sim Racing 305 machine. Samuel, you do make a good point here. We talked about this in regards to VRS and Satellite Racing during the IndyCar iRacing series, but VRS, Virtual Racing School, have announced a new partnership with Satellite Racing Team, and Satellite Racing is one of these teams that's straddling the barrier between real-life sim racing and, real-life racing and sim racing, and combine those two into one. They've got a lot of drivers that go out there and compete in the real world as well, and as a result of this partnership, Satellite Racing going to be showing off the VRS hardware to a greater audience at various tracks that they go around and visit.
It's karting races, it's domestic endurance races, BMW stuff, whatnot. They're doing a lot of that in the real world, and initially I was wondering, why are they... Okay, let's come back to that point after this short battle, Arjuna, because it seems like Satellite is gaining, aren't they?
Well, they're gaining, but right now not committing. I think Sayandra just being cautious. He's been able to close so far, not really able to find an opportunity. Lap traffic was hoping for a second. I think lap traffic was going to be an issue, but oh no, big drama. That's Christophe Hobigno off the road once again for Delta Sport U4K. Aralara Abruzzi Esports, I think, was involved in that one. Oh my, what has happened in this situation? Christophe Hobigno, has he gotten mixed up with Aralara Abruzzi Esports once again? Jonathan, take a look at this replay. You'll just see the end of it there, just a brief moment, but Delta Sport checked up behind a GTE machine, and I don't think Marcus Deck was really ready for what was about to happen.
No, they're heading into a tough corner right here. He's a little bit far behind Delta Sport, and you see up ahead a little bit of traffic. We head through the roller coaster section. There's a slower BMW that's going to check up Delta Sport right here. And then the 15 just has an enormous closing rate, and there's just really nowhere for him to go.
There was a moment there where Hobigno just pokes his nose from the inside to the outside of the corner. I wonder if that will be a mitigating factor here in this contact. You see just a brief drift up the track, but oh, that's a very difficult one to call if you're race control. And once again, I'm glad I'm not in race control, and shout out to the entire IVRA race control team who do a bang-up job of keeping us up to date. We'll take one more look at this replay from a wonderful aerial angle brought to us by graphical partners over at ATVO. They power everything you see on your screens today, and here we go through the second to last corner. And Sommel, you'll see here just that brief moment coming up right now where that car jinks from right to left.
It's such a big moment of confusion, isn't it? Because they just saw a couple of inches to the inside and thought, hey, can we do this possibly? That's what Christophe Hobigno was thinking. The answer, well, he got a no within a matter of milliseconds because that door shut up so quickly. Had nowhere to go, got checked up, and unfortunately, man, that Aralara Abruzzi car just sadly
Sommel,
wrong time.
What's happened to TNT Racing now? They've dropped from the front of the field all the way back to 11th place. So now we'll take a look at more RaceSpotTV replays. David Williams behind the wheel of the car. Is there going to be contact with Sayandra? That's the question here. Through the last corner he goes, gets a little bit wide. Ooh, two tires onto the grass. Manages to keep it from going into the barriers too hard there, Jonathan, but oh, that's a big moment for a team that was looking like they were about to turn their season around.
Yeah, it's pushing it a little too hard in that final corner and just a little too much to the curb. I don't think Satellite Racing got a piece, but we're getting another look here. Gets that inside curb and then gets a little bit of the grass and just around it goes and boop into the wall. It's going to be a little bit of downforce damage, but it's doable to come back from this, but right now they're all the way down in 11th position overall. I believe that's about 9th place in class.
Take a look at another replay, by the way. Josh Clogg not having a good time as he exits the pit, and just like his teammate Luke Kraus enjoys, has a bit of rallycross action. Kraus was part of the iRacing Rallycross World Championship, and Clogg tries to get in on that action as well, able to hold on to that car at the very least. And let's jump back then to the live pictures once again, and I think as a result of that slight issue, I think Syandra had to check up as he saw TNT Racing looping it around in front of him, and there you can see the lap gaps as they stand. The gap now 4 seconds, almost 5 seconds between Van der Linden and Syandra as Andra makes his way around Maniti Racing, and I think these two drivers are now looking to be the class of the field. RSO is out of contention. Delta Sport is unfortunately further down the order than they would have wanted. The likes of Aralara Bruzzi of staring down the barrel of yet another penalty here, Sommel. So it's looking like these might be our two main contenders here, unless we get, and I'm knocking on wood once again, some more safety cars.
That's a real possibility considering the way things have been going. But it's so sad, isn't it? Because we had TNT Racing and Race Esports. We had, I think, even Delta Sport U4K all on a similar pace band, but not in there with the track position because of some really unfortunate incidents. Some self-inflicted, some very, very unfortunate in their nature. And of course, that's just resulted in big gaps being formed. Raf van der Linden and Andra both on split strategies. Let's see how that plays off. But again, while the LMP2 may be slightly split out, Arjun, it's good to see more battles in the midfield with the GTE category. And good respectful traffic management is one thing I've seen today in the GT Pro category. That's something that's a big positive of today's race.
Well, it's actually just at the front of the field where LMP Pro is getting a bit stretched out. It's battles actually up and down through the field. This is a very entertaining race that I'm struggling to figure out how to tell the story of it to you guys. But we take a look then at the sister Alpine Stars geodesic racing car that is in a fight for the third and final podium position. There you can see the gap between the Alpine Stars geodesic car and the Virtual Motorsports car, but the gap that we want to also focus on is the Hell Racers 219 versus the 201. Bo Rigor, making his series debut for Alpine Stars geodesic racing, has had a very strong run so far. Now he looks to try and make things happen. But we are in the pit window for the GT machines. Phoenix Racing Esports down from second, and I think a driver change underway. Fabian Hostucker has just taken over the car from Kevin Volk, so driver change there, and we'll wait and see what the rest of the competitors choose to do. German Sim Racing following them down from the lead in GT Am. Florian Hohn has driven a very sterling race so far and be looking to keep up the good work. Phoenix Racing Esports off the jack then, Jonathan, and let's just check in with Latima Racing for a sec, because before the Corvette came down onto the pit road, the gap between first and second was already looking to be about 7 seconds, Jonathan, but now you look at the gap between first and third, rather first and second, since Hell Racers have been promoted into second position. It's now up to an almost incredible 18 seconds.
It's forming into a two-horse race up front in the GTEs, and I was going to mention, as the Phoenix Racing car was leaving, if you get 3 more safety cars, you can only do this in one stop for the GTE. That was the first stop for the Phoenix Racing machine. Latima has yet to come down the pit lane, and same with the Hell Racers, same with Alpine Stars Geodesic. So this is really, I think, opening up a strategy window for these GT cars. They're going to come down pit road in a few moments' time, and then they can maybe split the final hour and a half if they want. Maybe they'll short pit it. Who knows? And they're taking tires. When are you going to take tires? Do you take them now, get them the benefit towards the half end of the race, or do you want fresh tires at the very end?
So lots of questions still up in the air. We're under 90 minutes to go then. So I tell you what, we're going to take a few moments time. We are into the pit window for GT machinery. So what we're going to do is ride on board with an LMP car, so we don't jump down onto the pit lane while we are under RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Let's jump on board with Delta Sport U4K and Christophe Herbigno because he's on a bit of a recovery drive, and let's check in with the Frenchman as he tries to reel his way back up through the field. It's time for a bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. This is round number 3 in the IVRA Endurance Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a few moments' time. That was a few laps on board with Christophe Herbigno, who's putting a lot of pressure onto the rear of David Barriclow in the number 1. He gets super close through turn number 2. Some fantastic fighting as they work their way through the lap traffic. 1 hour and 22 minutes to go then here in our third round of the IVRA Endurance Series, the 2.75 hours of Barber. We've had 3 safety car interventions so far, but we are well into a nice little green flag run. Let's run you through some of the incidents that happened as we were under RaceSpot fan immersion, as Herbigno gets stuck behind the Quasar Sim Racing 4 down in towards the museum section. There were a few things that we want to take a look at. Nomad Sim Racing has been having a very, very strong run in LMP AMS so far. However, that strong run slowly unraveling. There you can see Barry Baird, who was behind the wheel at the time, a bit deep into Charlotte's Web. That cost them a lot of time. Baird has now handed that car over to his teammate, though. Jason Dilworth now behind the wheel for the 122. For Fiercely Forward then in the 134, Charlotte's Web proving to be the point of a lot of interesting issues. The 134 gets the braking all types of wrong, and Silas Craig Rolik does a very, very good job to hold on to that car, and keep it out of A, the barriers, and B, his competition. One more replay then I think we have to take a look at, because there's one more car that went off the track under RaceSpotTV fan immersion. This is the number 12 Real Pixel Motorsport car that's running towards the tail end of your LMP Pro field, but getting a bit wrong through the museum section, and fortunately not causing too many issues. We did have another big issue, and this involved, well, second place in the LMP standings, Yuka Taino, for the Rusty Spatulas in the 112. Their driving skills might be a little bit rusty, but they're always trying to improve, and unfortunately that was not how he wanted to have things happen. One more replay to take a look at, actually, is more and more things are popping up on my timing screen. AOD Racing and the Ferrari, it's been a miserable day for them so far, continuing on from the miserable day they had yesterday. At the same time, it must be said, while Mo Islam was having his wild trip through the grass, Ewan Marshall in the Team 11 prototype has just visited the tire barriers in a very, very hard fashion. That is Marshall's race done and dusted effectively, and, well, things happen under RaceSpot fan immersion. Those are the type of things that we don't like to see. We'll take one more look at this one, and I'll bring back in my broadcast partners now. For the first time, Jonathan Burke, let me pose this question to you. This is a big impact that we're about to see here, and just getting it very, very wrong.
Yeah, these curbs have been killer, I think, today, and in this roller coaster section in particular. And the way that wall just sticks out right there, it's going to hurt that Team 11 car. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover a lot. It's going to be a decent amount of damage as well, aerodynamically.
Well, they're stationary in the pit lane, so that partially answers that question for us, I think. Back to the live pictures then, and let's run you through the top 8 standings as things stand. There you see the lights flashing from VRS Satellite Racing as Syandra makes the team's debut in this series. They run a very respectable second place as things stand. But out front, it is still Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. The gap, though, less than 1 second as they cut their way through the lap traffic. You can see number 67 down the inside in towards Charlotte's Web. Pure Sims Esports, they're having a slightly better run out this time than they did in either of the first 2 races, but they still run about 14 seconds down the road from the race leaders as they make their way past some lap traffic. Hell Racers and the number 29, they're about 6 seconds down the road from Pure Sims Esports, but they've got Delta Sport U4K on a recovery drive right behind them, with Torque Freak Racing just in the background of the shot. Team Vikings are leading LMPM, and they've got some competition from behind N-Race Esports and the pole position winner in class, iLiveries, 2nd and 3rd respectively. We're going to jump to an incident that's just taken place because Kinetic Racing they've not had a good season, I think it's fair to say, Sommel. It's not just here where both the LMP and GT machines have had some bad luck, but here you go, Mokhtar is leaving the pit road, and you're about to see an incident play out in front of him.
Very unfortunate. I'm trying to look for the right term to describe this here by Mark Torres, but I think the first thing that'll be running in his mind, yeah, impressive indeed to stop it in time. He'll just be thinking, all right, but what are you doing around here? That's the question. And Kinetic Racing have had particularly bad luck. I remember one particular image from Phillip Island, Arjuna. This Kinetic Racing Corvette just being bullied left, right, and center at Phillip Island, much like the RSR car right now.
Yeah, what's happening to the newcomer to the LMP Pro ranks? Nathan Block does elect to dive it down onto pit lane, but getting it wrong through the roller coaster section. We pick it up at the tail end of that incident, getting it very, very wrong again. Very similar incident to what we saw with Team 11 just a few moments ago. We'll take a look at this from our wonderful aerial angle, as always, brought to us by our partners at ATVO. A bit too much curbing for Block there, and that's what sends the car around. He would have been hoping for slightly more Ken Block style of drifting, but that's not how things worked out for him. So, battle for first and second closed on up through traffic once again, and let's run you through the GT standings very quickly then, because we would love to focus just on the LMP cars, but there is a race happening in GT as well. The Samba Racing team have taken the race lead, but they owe us a pit stop, and pit stops well and truly underway in this class. L1 Esports on a slightly contra strategy are up into second, with Team Hoisingfeld up into third. Latima Racing, well, they've just pitted about 6 laps ago. They run in 4th position. and they still aren't too far down the road from the race leader, so in a very comfortable position, as are Phoenix Racing Team, who are net P2. VEC Sim Racing, they're going to lead the class of GTM in 7th position, but they do owe us a pit stop. Who doesn't owe us a pit stop is Usagi Racing. Actually, no, Usagi Racing does owe us a pit stop instead, so that means once again German Sim Racing Purple and the 301 are going to be promoted back to the race lead. Pit stops underway in LMP Pro then. You saw Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and Raf van der Linden pulling it down onto the lane, and Sommel, this is going to be his opportunity to pass it over to his teammate, but we're going to have to wait to get to that point, because there you can see that is Latima Racing. He's had a small issue through the last corner. That's checked him up very slightly, and Sommel, he was very lucky not to have a bigger issue right there.
Yep, Latima Racing were leading a couple of minutes ago. Then, of course, pit cycles coming into perspective. Oh my goodness me, that's everyone all just decided to be at the same place at the same time, which, of course, does not end well if you're Latima Racing, spinning out eventually and putting so much pressure on those radars. I feel pitiful for them, because they've been through a long stint, A, and B, they've had flat spot the size of craters on them right now. So that does make their chances of having a very strong second half of the race much trickier, Arjuna, and this just means their chances for a win could be slightly dented, but trust me, it'll be so beautiful to see that lovely livery in the winner's circle.
They missed race 2 as well after some administration issues, so can they rebound here in round number 3? Phoenix Racing Esports in front of them now, unfortunately, though, so Latima Racing have conceded the net race lead to the Chevy Corvette that now runs in 4th place. Fabian Hochstacker has just taken over the car and getting up to racing speed. Out front, by the way, Sayandra still not down the pit lane as... Oh no, Diogo Salipa, more issues for Latima Racing. This is disastrous for that car, and he's just moments away from retaking the race lead in this pit cycle, and not sure exactly what has happened. Jonathan Burke, you can take a look at this replay.
The traffic has not been Latima's best friend today, and I think it's these faster, there's 3 faster LMP2 cars here. We have RSO, Rusty Specialist, and Pure Sims, and just a little bit of a tap from RSO, and around Latima car goes. Hopefully not a lot of damage on the Latima car, but that's going to be a lot of loss time.
Yeah, Pure Sims are not going to be happy either. They've lost from 2nd place in the race a lot of time. Here you see the incident. Cedric Nilsek looking to the inside of Latima Racing. Fortunately for David Baker here in this Pure Sims car, he's able to get through without losing too much time. That will be the one benefit that he might see in this situation. Sayandra has been off the track under replay as well. All sorts of chaos from the Barber Motorsports Park. This is down in towards the museum corner. Too much speed on the entry, and Andra is... Oh, that is contact to the left front, and Sommel, that might be damage to the net race leader.
That is just so disappointing. Sayandra was doing such a commanding job at the very top. It almost seemed like he would have it all under control until, yes, it's those curbs yet again. Ever since the Dadara LMP2 car has been changed up in the build, we've seen 4, 5, 6, 7 incidents with the curbing proving to be a major problem. That's with the later tyre spec coming in. Man, that's been a serious issue. Andra was due to pit very soon. He wanted to extend his first pit stop as late as possible. If anything, that's allowed him to... Well, it's given him a chance to go box, but clearly, if he has damage, it could just open a world of opportunities up for TNT and Pure Sims.
And there's lots of chaos happening right now. Are we going to get our 4th caution period of the day so far? Still, just over 72 minutes to go. We'll take a look at what happened to the Grizzly Motorsports crew into turn 5, deep under braking, and self-inflicted spin there for Travis Henderson. He's managed to keep it out of the gravel. That's one nice thing we have in sim racing, is the fact that the gravel isn't going to capture you in its grasp. But we'll jump back to live pictures and pick up Sayandra once again. How is that damage to his car looking? Jonathan, can you check the lap times here and just give us an indication of the damage that Andra is now having to deal with, because last time around wasn't too far off the pace, but traffic was a minor inconvenience for him.
He was about 7/10 off the fastest car in the class, which is right now the RLR of Brutzy Esports, and he's equal to Pure Sims. However, that damage is going to definitely affect that way that car drives, and they are due for a pit stop in about 3 to 4 laps time. Pure Sims I'm going to expect down this time by as well. So, and we're getting close to the Fisher Motorsports car for good measure there.
Yeah, that also won't
That damage is
help them.
going to really affect the cornering, I think, especially in these faster corners like this section right here. And you can see he's even being a little cautious with the curbing.
Yeah, let's jump on board with Syandra. Not sure who he's going to pass this car over to, but he is closing in on that maximum drive time. Who else is in the session with him? He's got a teammate in the form of Jason DeVries there, I believe. So Cy, who is a motorsports engineering student, I do believe, is now having to overcome certain challenges and adapt on the fly. In towards turn number 1 he goes, still out there on track, and the gap behind to Pure Sims is now up to about 6 seconds. Let's check in with the Alpine Stars Geodesic team. Where are they out on track? They've got some nice clean air and around them. They're about 9 seconds down the road from the Hell Racers car that's in front of them. They've got a 19-second buffer behind to Delta Sport U4K. Alexandre Gravouille has just gone behind the wheel for the number 33, taking over from Christophe Herbinier, who I must correct myself, is not French. It's apparently Belgium, from Belgium. I'm not sure what the right grammar. Sorry, what was that, Tommel?
Belgian with an N.
Belgian, yes, there you go. That's proper grammar. Clearly, I was not an English major.
You also have not had any Belgian waffles in a while, have you?
Oh, that sounds really good, and now that you made me think that, I'm hungry. And now I'm going to have to sit here for the next 70 minutes thinking about food.
Well, there are other more, let's say, tasty talking points as well, which include what's happening in the GTE category, because of course we saw that big incident taking place. Not one incident, in fact, 2 of those incidents taking place for the Lottimer Racing team. They're not in the best of positions right now, 6th in class. But up ahead, it's Samba Racing Team. Can you believe it? Who were hit early on. They're up in the lead temporarily, of course.
And that was just a change for the net race lead in your GTM proceeding, I think. Quasar Sim Racing getting past the BMW that has led the majority of the GTM race so far. So big changes further back in your pack. This is the battle for 10th and 11th in the overall GT class, but like we say, this is turning out to be the main battle for the net race lead. Everyone in front who is a GTM machine hasn't pitted just yet, and as a result, Yoni Waters has just inherited the lead of this race. Oh no, and that's Marcus Deck! Marcus Deck has now had a big issue at Charlotte's Web, so the 15 has been through the wars, I think it's fair to say, and Deck continues what has been a day where he spent a lot of time off the track. And Sommel, why don't you run us through this one?
Not much to run up except for the fact that he missed his braking and landed straight in the wall and just said, oh no. One incident, in fact, that comes to my mind after looking at this one is Sebastian Vettel from Hockenheim 2018. It's not wet, it's not Marcus's home race. Yes, he's racing, misses his braking zone, and it's that agonizing feeling when you know you've missed it, but you can't do anything apart from trying to mash on the brake, but you know it's going away, and it just slips from your fingers as if it's sand slipping away from the fingers. You know it's going, but can you do anything to keep it in your hand?
Well, we saw contact between the number 15 and TNT Racing about 15-20 minutes ago. Jonathan, update from race control, no penalty handed down there, so the 15 isn't under the barrel anymore, but it's been through the wars, and Deck is getting ready to hand the car over to his teammate now. His teammate will be hoping for a slightly less entertaining second part of the race, I would assume. Yeah,
and I think for Deck, it's going to be a little bit of a relief. It's been a rough time for him. I've seen it even in the Discord. The team owner for the RLO, Ruta Esports, is not having a good day. I think they're just hoping to really just recover right now as they're looking at the back of the Hell Racers here. But they've still recovered well. We've had 2 or 3 penalties, I think, given to this number 15 machine, and they're still running into a P6 in class, so it's not like the fight is still on, I think, for them.
Yeah.
And we're just about to get to the 60-minute mark that will start opening up our eyes in terms of the strategy. Oh, Deck almost sends it to the inside. He does send it to the inside. He's going to go side by side with Magnus Wallström, gets the move done, shuts the door very aggressively into the last corner, and as a result, gets up 1 position. Garrett Thompson, by the way, in our only Ford GT in today's field, has had an issue down in towards Charlotte's Web. It seems to be one of those problem spots for many of our competitors. Let's take a look at this as you see, oh, there's all manner of chaos. There's a huge traffic jam. That's like a peak hour traffic jam right there. We'll have to take a look at this from the aerial angle, and Som will just walk us through it.
Just the commotion in that place. My goodness, I got bad memories of traffic jams in Mumbai after looking at all that. So, what's happening here? Yeah, you kind of get a feeling about that, isn't it? Oh, is that a Hellraiser's car for being checked up from behind? Don't know from whom. Who get checked up in another P2 car, which then forces Garrett Thompson into the gravel. See, that's what's going to happen, right? When you put too many people, that's Nomad Sim Racing. That's the car that caused this rather unfortunate series of incidents. When you have too many people in one same space, chaos is what you're going to expect. Chaos is what you got. Nomad Sim Racing escaped cleanly with just a slightly damaged nose. And Garrett Thompson, the unfortunate driver in that. And I don't know.
Well, while we were under replay, TNT Racing have just parked it on the pit straight. We are staring down the barrel of our fourth caution. And indeed, there it flies. We are back under safety car conditions, because TNT Racing from net P2 in this race, net P3 as they were running actually, are now stationary on the pit road. Disaster then for David A. Williams, who was the only TNT driver to get behind the wheel of that car. And oh, you see the end of that incident there, and that is not what you want to see. A Porsche pointing in the wrong direction and a stricken Dallara LMP2 car. So we'll spool up our replay once again, work to try and get you the angles that we want, and here you'll see it's another traffic jam. And Jonathan, I think that Porsche is going to go around all on its own, and unfortunately nothing Williams can do to respond here.
Just gets off on the grass, the slippery bit right there, and then tags the Dallara, and we've seen that rear end be a little bit sensitive. I'm wondering if that's where this damage is, and he just could not drive back to the pit lane. We mentioned Jonathan Dance for Adequate Racing saying that there was a bit of engine damage in his collision with just the rear end, so it's clearly a very sensitive area of the car. But again, the Porsche just gets in the grass, and there's nowhere for TNT Racing to go. He picked the right way to try and go, just not enough time.
So there we go. Caution for the fourth time today, and we're now just one caution from matching our record of 5 cautions in 4 hours at the last race at Phillip Island. Unfortunate for TNT Racing, who had a very strong showing up until that point, and they're now going to have to regroup once again for the next round of the series. The next round of the series, January the 16th, for those curious, the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, which, wow, that will be a very, very interesting race. And in fact, I tell you what, we're going to look at the schedule very briefly, because we have the opportunity under caution once again. 2 rounds done in this championship. We started off with the 12 hours of Spa, and can you believe it? Only 3 safety cars, and somehow we managed to get more in our second round. But you look at the rest of your schedule here, Sommel, the likes of Mid-Ohio, VIR, and Imola Motegi. A lot of these races are just such interesting tracks, and Mid-Ohio in particular, I can't wait for. But VIR, we're running the Grand West layout there, and in my own words, that is the Nürburgring Nordschleife of the US.
But the thing that comes up with the Nürburgring Nordschleife and a proper second roller coaster track like Mid-Ohio and also a track like Imola is tightness. They're not particularly known for width or for going side by side. Now, we've had Phillip Island, which proved us that that's not the best of ideas when drivers are feeling very rushy or when they have lots of big moves on their mind. We're seeing somewhat of a similar scenario at Barber. I don't know if it's going to be the cleanest of races in the world. But again, coming back to the tracks themselves, absolute gems in LMP2s and GTEs, man, this should be so much fun to drive. Ups and downs, topsy-turvy, so many fun corners, so many fun places to go to. Should be amazing from the driver's perspective as we see the first wave around taking place, Arjuna.
Yep, so safety car procedure well and truly underway. So let's take the time then to talk to one of the drivers who's very kindly stepped out of the car and stepped on over into our virtual commentary booth. Raf van der Linden, part of the Alpine Stars geodesic team, in that number 62 car. Miguel Vigo has just taken over for him, and Sawmill, you're standing by with Raf.
Raf, firstly, mate, a very, very good stint it seemed like early on. You guys were leading. Well, what does the strategy look like for you at this stage after that stop?
Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me in here. Yeah, in terms of strategy, so far we're ahead for now, seeing as we pitted a little bit earlier on. So we're pretty much hoping for the field to box now during the safety car, and then we start from first and just drive away from there.
And you guys just pitted recently, right? So everyone's going to get on their fresh set of tires right now, but will it give you a bit of advantage that you just pitted recently, so you'll have to put less fuel in, or is that faster fuel time just negated that advantage?
I don't specifically think we have an advantage or a disadvantage. The tires in this car last for quite a long time. They don't really go down, and especially after a safety car, the tires warm up gradually and the car just gets faster and faster. So it's still anyone's race, but I'd say it's 50-50.
Raf, I'm curious about the curbs. I think this will be a second to last question, this one. Is it really becoming much trickier with the new tire spec coming in, and are the curbs a lot more punishing in this case?
No, not at all, actually. I mean, if you just ride your normal line and you don't take them too hard, like obviously a lot of the curbs here are quite deceptive in how high they are. It's absolutely fine, especially in the carousel. You can send it over those outside curbs, and it's not really a problem.
Niklas, Raf, what's the approach towards the final part of the race, and who would you like to thank at this stage of the race? Any sponsors, any team members who'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a couple guys, Andrew and Spencer, working the strategy for us here, just making our driving time a little bit more focused. So yeah, a huge thanks to the guys that always put that work in. Miguel for the absolute on-rail setup, just like Spa again. We've got such a big advantage in terms of pace. And then our sponsors, Turn Racing, Sim Labs, Sim Racing Bay, Munch Media, Shady Race, In Principle Games, and in special Gomez Sim Industries. He's been building some really awesome wheels, and they're about to be sent out to the customers. So make sure to check that out for sure.
Well, Raf, all the very best for the very end of the race. It should be fun to see how strategy plays out. Best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
So that was Raf van der Linden, one half of the driving duo for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. They are trying to improve upon yesterday's performance. A bit of bad luck in the second half of the IVRA Club Sport race. The team that was part of the leading contingent for about the first hour struggled later on. We're back under caution for the fourth time today. Lights still on the pace car, so let's bring in one more interview while we have an opportunity to do so. Still the potential for a few pit stops towards the front of LMP1. Let's bring in the team owner of the number 33 in Delta Sport U4K, and Jonathan Burke is standing by with Brian Vorse.
Hey, Ron, 33 has had a bit of a rough day today, but there's still plenty of points and plenty of good results on the table. How are you feeling about the car so far?
Oof, man. I'll just tell you, that, you know, if the series doesn't get your heart rate increasing, I don't know what will. You know, I'm just sitting here watching things, and it's intense. I've lost count of how many accidents we've dodged, but we did get clipped in the rear. Just to check up, which was good, but just another recovery drive for our guys. Seems to be the trend this season, but I have no doubts that they can do it. We just gotta hope a little luck's on our side and do what we can do.
You're running right now 6th in class. Where do you expect to finish after this safety car? This is shaking up the strategy a little bit here for you guys, but do you think there's still a win or even a podium on the table?
The safety car bunches us back up right now. We're on the same strat as Geodesic, which, you know, is kind of who we're looking at, which they're right in front of us. So, like I said, I have no clue what's going to happen, but we're just going to do what we can, and hopefully Alex can get in there and put out some good times.
You guys sit 3rd in the championship. You got a podium at Phillip Island. How does a good result here change your perspective on the rest of the season?
Well, we came in to compete, and I knew we had the guys to do it. Spa was very unfortunate. got caught with that late safety car. It took us out of the podium finish, which really killed us in the points. But a good, good ride at Phillip Island last week. Either way, no matter what happens, we're gonna be up there wanting to compete, for the title. So a good win here. We're just gonna keep going. If we have a bad result, then we're just gonna keep pushing and see what we can do the rest of the season.
All right. Well, thank you for talking with us, Brian, and hope you guys can have a nice result here today.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
So that was team manager for Delta Sport U4K, and we're now into a pit stop cycle. And this is where I think, once again, strategy becomes interesting. All of these drivers down onto the lane taking tires. And for the likes of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Delta Sport U4K, and the rest of the drivers who pitted the last time around, they'll be on slightly older tires as we work towards the end of the race. 55 minutes to go, and that also means that basically all of our GT drivers can make it to the end of the race from here, assuming we get at least one safety car, I would say, and a number of teams electing to come down and make their final stops, as it were. Maniti Racing, the big one. Tim Matzke back behind the wheel, and Matzke is going to roll out of pit lane in 9th position. That will give him a good opportunity here to work towards the front of your field, where Graham Saunders, net race leader in P4, 3 cars in front of him yet to pit, but they've got a bit of strategy on their side potentially. And that was, as Jonathan has just noticed, basically the entirety of the GT field down onto the pit lane, Jonathan. So basically I think every team has realized this is the opportunity to get to the end of the race.
You can make it to the end from here, and I think this helps almost all classes really for the order, because the LMP2 cars were done with their stops first. They've all kind of come out ahead of the GT cars, so there's really not much GT traffic that these guys that just pitted for the LMP2s have to deal with at the moment. It's those that stayed out that are going to be, I think, the most concerning for them. But this alternate strategy for Geodesic and for Delta Sport U4K is paying off. I don't think they can make it to the end. If I'm running calculators in my head, I'm 99% confident they cannot make it to the end. They're going to need to stop again. It's going to have to be another safety car, otherwise they're going to be caught out and, be fighting for the scraps, basically.
Well, LMP2 fuel window in general is about 35 to 40 minutes, I would say. So there's very little chance that any of these LMP cars can get to the end. I would agree with you on that. So the question becomes, what's the situation going to be? That fuel fill time is actually a big game changer in my opinion here, guys, because you think about it. The likes of Geodesic, Alpine Star Geodesic Racing, and indeed the top 6 cars as they run, all are going to have a quote-unquote longer pit stop because they need to fill quote-unquote more fuel. However, that would have been more of an issue pre-update, you know what I mean? Because with this 8-second fill time, if you have to fill half a tank more, you're only losing, for example, 4 seconds rather than 15 or 20 or 30 seconds. That is a big, big game changer, and it's going to bring in Vigo. It's going to bring in Alexander Gravois in the number 33. Lots of interesting shakeups here, as I think we're going to get back to green flag racing this time around. So big, big shakeups then, and we'll wait and see who's going to be the big winners and losers. We'll try and run you through top 8 as they run very quickly then, because we have about half a lap still to do so. The Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team then back out to the front of the field. They've got Delta Sport U4K 1.7 seconds back, and they'll be very quickly trying to charge up through the field. Hell Racers then, 3rd and final step of the podium, with Nomad Sim Racing in 4th, leading LMP Am. LMP Am podium sits 4th, 5th, and 6th in the overall field, with Fiercely Forward 4th in class, 7th overall. Satellite Racing, the first of the pitters this time around, lies in 8th. They'll be trying to use those tires to get up through the field. Kinetic Racing, difficult day for them across multiple classes, but the 283 inherits the race lead after staying out this time around there. Followed by the 385 and the FAC Autotech 396. That will mean those two cars do have to pit, but currently lead GTM with the third place GTM car all the way back, if you can believe it, 12th place in that overall class. So GT is a bit of an unknown situation here. Lights are back on the pace car, so got at least one more lap to go here, and this will open the window for all of those GT machines. GT machines who pitted under this safety car should not have too much of an issue to get to the end of the race, and we'll get to see exactly how this plays out. Once again, under caution for what is our 4th caution of the day. 50 minutes still to go. Race control very reticent to deploy the caution in the closing stages of the races, so we'll be hoping that we don't end up under safety car once again. As you can...
I'm curious.
Sorry, go ahead, Jonathan.
I'm curious on how this strategy for the LMP2s is going to play out, especially in the AM category. Right now, you have a lot of AM runners that did stay out, 3 of them, in fact, and they've been towards the front, at least the Team Vikings car has. So, curious to see how this plays out. And again, you mentioned that shorter fill time, but you're still coming in under green, and if you catch that traffic quick, you're not going to be, flinging off those 1 10-second lap times. You're going to be flinging off like the 1 minute 15 or 13s being stuck behind the traffic.
Yeah, the problem is, though, everyone is likely going to require a green flag stop to get to the end. So we'll see what happens. Let's update you as well on a few of the penalties that have come down from race control. Julian Bell, Casper DeCourt, Richard Bell, Tom Stanley all been very busy so far. The 105 car has gotten a drive-through penalty for blocking the exit of one of the corners and causing a fellow class competitor off the road. And then the number 11 car has had a pit lane infraction for not utilizing the fast and slow lanes correctly. So, there we got a few penalties that have come down. I do believe they've also been served as well. So, that's what's changed up some of the orders. And Sommel, you have a point.
Yep, just to expand on what Jonathan was saying about the AM class as well. It's that race control don't like to pit safety cars in the final half of the race, final hour. So, they all most likely are going to be pitting on the green.
So here we go then. Just 48 minutes to go. By the time we get back to green flag racing, we might be down to 46. 1 pit stop still required for LMP cars. GTs should be done and dusted with pit strategy. So TNT Racing, they're very disappointed as the caution flag came out once again. They were just about to put in their fastest driver as they tried to build back some momentum in what's been a very difficult campaign for them so far. They'll regroup in a month's time. But here we go, back to the green flag. Then Miguel Vigo takes back at the front of the field. A familiar position for Vigo, and side by side, Delta Sport U4K gets past some lap traffic and tries to hunt down Vigo out front. Back to green flag racing then. We've already got a car off the track. That's John A. Goodwin in one of the LMP machines. Doesn't appear to have been too big of an issue. We still stay green at this point in time. He's not back onto the track just yet, so keep an eye out for that. And finally, Goodwin makes it back onto the track. So back to green flag racing then, as Barney the Flagman continues to vigorously wave that flag around, and Delta Sport U4K already applying the pressure out front. And while this battle's happening at the front of this field, Maniti Racing and Tim Matsky tries to make some moves. He's already up into 7th position overall in class, and that's opening the door now to let him fight for a podium position once again. Up into 6th position overall, and that will be net P3 once the strategy cycles out. Matsky, a man on a mission, follow along with him on timing 71 to see exactly what that driver is going to do, because that is going to be one of the storylines that we want to try and follow. Let's also try and follow along with this battle out front, Vigo versus Gravui, the 62 versus the 32. It's a battle we've seen on a number of occasions in the first 2 rounds of the championship, Sommel, and once again, they do battle here.
They are going head-to-head, toe-to-toe against each other, all flat out towards the end, barring that one critical pit stop. Should be fun to see what happens towards the end. The 33 is closing up, but for Delta Sport 4 UK, they've been through a lot of trouble. They've been through a lot of issues in this race, and to still see them up there it's very satisfying. It must be very gratifying for them. But remember, other cars behind also coming up, and the way the strategy could work, it could just take 15 chits in a hat, shuffle them all over, and come up with a new leader who you wouldn't even have imagined.
Well, it was disappointment for the U4K team at the first race at Spa. A late race safety car penalized them and Pure Sims, who were down on the pit lane for their final service. Second place last time out at Phillip Island, though. That's the type of performance they want to be showing on a regular basis, and they put pressure then on the Alpine Stars geodesic team that currently runs second in the championship. Let's jump on back to GTE machines for just a second, because Graham Saunders in the Alpine Stars geodesic 201 car is trying to spoil the party of Maniti Racing and Tim Matske. Sanders is now up into third place in cars and showing some impressive pace as he tries to pull away a bit of a gap and tries to build an advantage on the rest of your field. Oh, that's a car around into the second to last corner. That's the third place runner in GTM. He's still stuck there in the grass, and he's finally going to be able to get that one back onto track after losing a lot of positions and a lot of the track position that he had gained under the caution. A few replays to then take a look at on that replay, and on that restart rather, and we're going to kick it off with something that happened to Silas Rollick in the Fiercely Forward 134. This is coming up the top of the roller coaster section in towards the last corner. He sends it to the inside of the Team 11 LMP2 car. Slight contact between the two of them, and if you follow along with Team 11 here, a long, painful, arduous wait for Ewan Marshall, who loses in totality 30 seconds from this incident. A second incident to look at here. Oh, and that's the Hell Racers GTE driven by Richard Carlson just getting onto the grass, getting a bit squirrely, and that's going to send him off the track and force him to regroup and recover. So, one more replay to take a look at, and then we'll clue you in on some of the strategy battles that we want to try and follow along with. This is down in towards Charlotte's Web for L1 Esports, who's gonna make contact with Quasar in their Corvette, and that is damage to a car that was fighting for the GTM race lead. So suddenly that Quasar Corvette has gone from contention to nowhere. That is big drama. And now let's talk about the P2 strategy battle here. Sommel, you've been talking to Syandra and you've noticed something.
Yep, what's happened is that we expected all the P2 cars to come in for fuel. Well, not all of them, because if you remember, Syandra, and I think it was also a couple of the other cars, such as, I think it was the other TNT car who was also on a similar approach, but they of course are not working right now. They've done with their race. Those cars, because they're a bit later, if we have one more caution, then they'll be meeting their fuel numbers without boxing, but that's not likely to happen for the Alpine Stars Geodesic car, or maybe even for the Delta Sport U4K car. That's what could eventually end up happening, because these folks, they pitted a lot earlier on. So because VRS Satellite Racing and Team, and that was Team TNT Racing, because they extended their first stops, if we get a caution, they'll be actually able to be right up there without making that one pit stop, which these guys will have to. I can't even wrap my head around it. That's why I'm stuttering. It's just beyond me at this stage. So I love endurance racing.
40 minutes to go, and it's coming down to this final portion of the race. 2 hours and 45 minutes of racing chaos, all boiled down to one sprint to the checkered flag. This is what endurance racing is about, and this is what IVRA delivers with their safety car process. Battle for LMP Pro Lead, looking to be a two-horse race at this point in time, but strategy could be a bit of a talking point, as Delta Sport U4K unable to really put too much pressure onto Vigo right now, but Vigo sees the car in the rearview mirror. He'll know that Gravui wants the move to happen at some point. I'd be very concerned about the potential for future issues. There's an issue for Usagi Racing. This is coming out of turn number 2. They've just dropped to the tail end of the GT field. They were once competing for GTM honors, now just languishing towards the rear of the field. Nice little battle though between some of these GT machines. You see the Fuck Autotech 396 car side by side with the AOD Ferrari that's been through the wars. Porsche's going to win out on the entry to the corner, and they've got a GT Pro machine behind them for class position as well. Word coming in, by the way, now from the Geodesic Racing team that not just one pit stop should be enough for the likes of Syandra and VRS satellite racing team, they may need 2 of those cautions. So Jonathan, I mean, if we're now seeing 2 conflicting sides to the story, and this is, just like Solomon was saying, this is what makes endurance racing so great. The unknowns, even after 2 and a bit hours of racing.
Wow.
Yeah, the unknowns of the fuel consumption and who can save the most. I really don't know. Some of these LMP2s ran for quite a long time earlier with those 3 safety cars, and I was thinking you might be able to do it. You might be able to save enough fuel, but we're not going to be sure as we see another car getting off in the last corner.
Well, a few cars have come down onto the pit lane, and that would have been perfect timing for them. Carter Kundinger having a slight issue through the last corner, and maybe some cars expecting a caution flag to fly. This is the RaceSpot replay as we saw these 2 scrapping it out just a few moments ago side by side through the last corner. The Porsche gets a little bit wide, and that's a little bit of a hip check given to the 321. The AOD Ferrari's luck continues to be very, very poor then. That's not going to be a safety car, but it has opened the window, I think, for some of these drivers to come down the pit lane. And Sommel, it's not just 1 or 2. We saw a swarm of 3 or 4 cars stopping this time.
Yep, quite a few GTE cars coming in, the 324, 333, 305. Quite a few cars boxing in this case, trying to patch up and trying to make sure they make ends meet in this particular case with fuel being such an issue.
Couple more drivers onto pit lane as well. P&D Racing, the championship leaders in LMPM, have not had such an easy race so far, and they've recovered fairly well to be in 21st position overall, but not what they would have wanted. So, overall race lead in towards turn number 2. The gap continues to close between Grevouille and Vigo through the traffic. Delta Sport U4K looking feisty here as we dive up towards Charlotte's Web. A little bit too far behind to try the move this time. Vigo does cover him off, forces Delta Sport to the outside. He's going to try the over-under, but Vigo doing a good job to park that car on the apex and block off any momentum that Delta Sport wanted to try and carry. So 39 minutes to go. We're within the window for LMP cars to make one more stop and get to the end on a green flag fuel run. Now we wait and see if who else is going to come down the pit lane. N-Race Esports have just left the pit lane themselves, and one of the Talk Freak Racing LMP cars down onto the lane this time around. They get around some lap traffic then, and this is the curious part of the race now, because how much pressure do these guys want to apply? They've gotten to this point, they've kept their noses clean for the most part. Delta Sport has been caught out by others' misfortune, and at some level of logic, I'm sure they want to keep it that way. They don't want to be the cause of other people's misfortune, but, I mean, Jonathan, it's been a good run of form for them in the first 3 races, and if not for that mistimed safety car in their strategy at the end of that 12 hours of Spa, they would be right at the top of our championship standings.
Well, then they can still get to the top of the championship standings. Another podium finish or even a win here would be good for this team as he's trying to look inside Miguel Vigo, but Miguel Vigo, he showed yesterday he's been on form. There was really no mistakes out of him when he was driving in the Porsche Cup car, and there really has not been for him either, but I'm not counting that Delta 4K car out because Miguel Vigo hasn't dropped him in the traffic. They've stayed almost nose to tail.
Yeah, that's very true, actually, and I think to some level it seems like since the new driver has got him behind the wheel, they've got a bit more pace than Christophe Herbigno had before, so Grevouille is pushing that pace. This traffic is going to help Vigo just very slightly through the roller coaster section. Delta Sport to the inside, and Virtual Motorsports shuts the door very firmly as Delta Sport makes an opening there and has lost about 1.1 seconds is the gap now, and they'll have to build that back up once again. Let's check on in, why don't we, with GTE machines once again, because, well, net race leader Alpine Stars Racing, Geodesic Racing, and Graham Saunders now has just 0.3 of a second over Team Hoisingveld. This is a great scrap for what is the net race lead, and you can't forget as well, just behind these drivers, Tim Matzke on a mission, Sommel, trying to reel in the cars in front.
Yeah, Maniti Racing were banking on a big final stint from Tim Matzke, and he has been delivering so far, carving his way up past the faster traffic and getting up to, what as you can see on the screen right now, saving up so much time for every single lap. Started from 2/10, then went to 5/10, then 6/10. So there is a bit of a progressive growth happening right now that could possibly be because of the scrap between Hoisingveld and Alpine Stars Geodesic. they've got to parlay up, they've got to make sure that there's a bigger battle that they're fighting at this stage, because if they keep on scrapping within each other, there's that third man coming from behind here who wouldn't mind taking both of them in one shot.
They are only, we must say, about 1.5 seconds behind Kinetic Racing right now. Kinetic Racing do owe us a pit stop. They are 27 laps into their stint. So Kinetic on a bit of a recovery drive, trying to make up some lost positions from incidents early in the race. They're doing a good job to at least find some clean track position. Delta Sport, by the way, have reeled back in that gap out front, so they now have just half a second in terms of that loss to Vigo, as those two cars actually coming up right on the back of this battle for the net race leaders. Oh no, that battle has just ended. Gravui has made a big mistake into Charlotte's Web, and that has compromised the rest of his race. We'll take a look at the replay. It's going to be a little bit deep under braking, and Jonathan, this is an incident that we've seen happen on a number of occasions so far.
Yeah, a little bit deep under braking, and he was just scared about running into the back of Miguel Vigo. Didn't want to do it, and almost clips the Maniti racing machine for good measure, but I think he's going to have the pace here. He still has time. We still have a little bit, 35 minutes. I'm actually very confused and curious on why these two have not really pulled the trigger and come down pit lane yet. The other competitors that stayed out have, and they're the only two that still owe us a pit stop in the Olympic 2 category that I think still need to come down of that first group.
Well, I would wager that these two front runners are hoping for that caution to come out, which would potentially enable them to get them to the end without coming down, but at the very least would provide them a little bit more security in terms of the delta that they would lose. So the gap now between first and second, 5.6 seconds, and that opens the door potentially for a few other drivers to get up onto the second and third steps of the podium. Delta Sport getting stuck behind the PND Racing LMP AM machine, who is done a good job to make their way back through the field. They're still one lap down, unfortunately. They were not able to do the same type of heroics that they did last time at Phillip Island, where they went from being on their roof at the first safety car caution period and come the end of the race winning that category. They will hold on to that lead in LMPM, we assume, but that lead is going to get cut pretty significantly. Let's talk about the rest of the class as well. LMPM is another battle where we haven't really seen the likes of Silas Rolik for much of the race, but now Jonathan leading the class, and they are one of those cars that we think doesn't need another pit stop to get to the end. They also have a nice 5-second buffer to the second place iLivery's pole-sitting car.
The iLivery's car has made a good recovery, but I think the Fiercely Forward car has somehow stayed out of trouble. There's been a few moments when you see the green numbered Fiercely Forward car in the few shots, but the car's mainly clean, and I think for them this is going to be a good drive for them and a good points haul as well if they can keep it in this position.
Around the outside then for your LMP AM leader as they try and pull away from the team that took the pole position. Luis Klinkhammer started the car for the 141. Slight issue in that opening portion of the lap. Made a small mistake on the opening lap of the race, and they've done a good job to at least recover up towards second place in their class. Joshua Wolf in the 61 Torque Freak racing car down onto the pit lane, so there's one of the drivers choosing to come down for their final stop with 32 minutes left on the clock. That will be a roughly probably a 6-second fuel stop, if you can believe it. Maniti Racing, by the way, has managed to close the gap up towards the Team Hoistingveld and the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing car. Tim Matzke now just 1.2 seconds behind the Team Hoistingveld Corvette, and that BMW has a whole heap of steam, Sawmill, as he just marches towards the lead of this race. Kinetic Racing just holding on at this point in time, but they owe us a pit stop, and very, very soon.
Yeah, it's a case of racing driver psychology in this particular case right now. When you can see your target right behind, look at this, that green Maniti BMW right there. What do? Do you push extra harder? Because when that happens, when you get into that tunnel vision where you can directly see your traffic, as we see Tim Matzke flashing his headlights, you are most vulnerable to mistakes, because in that case of so much focus where you're delivering a peak performance, but just one tiny distraction could cause all your focus to go away. Knocking on the wood hopefully does not happen for any of the teams competing right here, but as a racing driver, it can either be the best place in the world to be in or the worst. You're just in some sort of a very tricky bubble when you can see your drivers up ahead and you know that you're limited by time, but it could very well happen.
Big changes as well, by the way, in GTM. We're watching this battle for the net GT Pro lead as Team Hoisingveld applies pressure to the Alpine Stars geodesic car. You've got Maniti Racing making their way through as well, but Fisher Motorsports just in front of this group leads the category, does owe us though a pit stop. That's going to open the door then for the likes of, guess who? The AOD Racing BMW, after a very strong performance last time out at Phillip Island, looks to try and build on that momentum. They have a 1 second buffer over the No Luck EM Sport team, with Paul Van Loan, the American high school football teacher, chasing him down. 7/10 now the gap. Van Loan has had a bit more fortune this time around, hasn't been hit by every single one of the leading LMP2 cars, but they do have the pole position winning car right behind them. That's the German sim racing BMW, and Kevin Schneider's trying to get back up towards the lead of this class. It's been a fun, interesting race so far, and we've got 30 minutes to go. And what does that mean? Well, it's time for me to put my fellow commentators on the spot and to make them predict the rest of this race. So we're going to start with you, Sommel, and I'm going to give you the responsibility of predicting this LMP Pro battle. It might be one of the easier ones, but who's your pick between Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Delta Sport U4K, or maybe even someone like Satellite Racing?
For Satellite Racing, it all depends on the caution. But the thing is, IVRA administrators have clearly come up and said we'll try our best not to have a caution in the last half an hour, so seems a bit unlikely for them. They'll have to go and make that stop. So I'm not very sure. Maybe because everyone has to go up and make the stop. I'm actually going to go for Alpine Stars Geodesic because they have a track position advantage. Because if it stays this way, if we're going to have it green, everyone's going to have to box. And the one who can keep it turned on, because of course the tyres are not going to be changed in this case, it's only the fuel that makes the difference. So track position will make the difference. I'm going to go for Miguel Vigo taking the win here.
Okay, so that's one of our classes down. We've still got many, many more to go. Let's pass it on over to Jonathan Burke, who's now got to pick between the Fiercely Forward 134 car and the iLivery's 141. You see the gap now has ballooned up just very slightly to 10 seconds, Jonathan. What's your call here in this LMP-AM category?
I think the Fiercely Forward car, that has been very quiet, been a little bit through the wars, has a firm grip on this lead, but I would not count the iLivery's car out. I really do think that 141 has had a solid comeback drive. I would not count them out yet.
So that's our LMP-AM category, and let's jump on over to GT Pro once again, because Maniti Racing in on the fun finally. Team Hoisingveld getting pushed slightly wide by one of the LMP-AM machines. They lose out very slightly as the second LMP-AM machine is going to make their way down the inside on the start-finish line. I'm going to take the responsibility of this one because we have them all up on the screen. You can see the three major contenders. Graham Saunders in the 201 for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the 248 where Jan Sentkowski is back behind the wheel of that car, and then Tim Matska in the 278 for Maniti Racing. A man on a mission, and well, let's be honest, guys. You'd have to be a bit of a fool, I think, to pick against someone like Tim Matska. Yes, there's still so much of a race still to go. 27 minutes, anything can happen, but man on a mission, he's got the pace, and he's already managed to reel in those two guys in front of him. So I'm going to be bold and, well, not be bold. I'm going to go with the fastest driver on the track. I guess that's what I'm saying here.
Oh, getting closer.
They've stacked themselves up, that's for sure, and Graham Saunders has managed to put one of these LMP cars in between him and the rest of the pack. That's not going to help him for very long, though, because he'll now get checked up on the entry into the roller coaster section behind the GT-AM machine. He's going to cut the nose off the N-Race Esports LMP machine. That was a close call. Maniti Racing right on the rear bumper, though, of Team Hoisingveld now. So Graham Saunders has the opportunity to try and get to the overall lead of this class now, but the battle he'll be watching is in his rearview mirrors. He'll be waiting and hoping that Tim Matske is going to get a bit more checked up here, Jonathan, and lose a bit more time behind Sentkowski.
Yeah, these LMP2 cars, it's been a swarm of them trying to slice and dice through these 5 GT cars that are all under this little blanket. But I think Matske is going to be the aggressive overtaker. But this is a really good drive from the Geodesic GT cars. We see LMP2 get a little off there. The Geodesic GT car has had a bit of its struggles today.
Yeah, it's not been so easy for that team as Matsuke gets very, very close to that LMP Pro machine. That's the Team 11 car, I do believe, through the Charlotte's Web portion. I think Ivo de Boer is probably watching that and saying, "Get out of the way, LMP machine," just as he's probably doing to that RSR LMP car that's thrown itself down the inside on the entry to the museum complex. All of this, by the way, aids Graham Saunders out front. He's just tucked himself right in behind the current race leader that owes us a pit stop, the Kinetic Racing car that Mark Torres is behind the wheel of, and he's now pulled away the gap up to 1.5 seconds. So the big scrap now on your screen between second and third. Matsuke looking to get past here, Sommel.
Yeah, but there's a big happening in the top of the category, Arjuna, because Alpine Stars Geodesic, our overall leaders, they boxed. They had to in the LMP2 category. They were not beating their fuel numbers. They've gone in for the pit stop with 25 minutes to go. Change for the lead then. Delta Sport U4K are your new overall leaders.
Good call there. I missed it. Vigo down onto the lane, and he now emerges down the road, actually behind even the LMP AM race leader. So now it is a two-horse race at this point in time. What can the Delta Sport U4K team do? They make their way down through turn number 1. It's going to be close for them on the fuel as well. But we now watch as Pure Sims Esports and VRS Satellite Racing, the two cars that pitted under that last caution, we wait to see exactly what they're able to do. Syandra has handed over the keys to the number 67 to Jason De Vries, and De Vries has done a very stellar job since he stepped behind the wheel of the number 67. They're making their series debut here today, and they'll be hoping for something better. You know, a third step on the podium is always something nice, but Satellite Racing, a team with such expectations, they will be wanting to get the race win here, even if it's just their first race in IVRA Endurance competition. It'll be setting them up for a potential title fight down the road, but they're still 2.6 seconds behind Pure Sims, who's able to dice their way through some traffic, as I think Travis Henderson is having some technical issues. Saw a car off the track. That was what you were noticing. Let's jump on over back to the GTE battle, though, because Maniti Racing still putting the pressure on, but they're now only 1 second behind Graham Saunders. That gap has closed on in once again, Jonathan, and I think Graham Saunders is content to just ride around right behind Mark Torres right now.
Yeah, the GTEs, I think everyone's just kind of making do right now and trying to stay calm. You know, riding right behind the Kinetic Racing Machine. It still owes us some pit stop. I'm very impressed with the Kinetic Racing Machine being able to stay out there this long, especially with, going through the wars.
There was an issue just coming through that final corridor, sorry, that museum section, and there you can see the leader in GTM has just been turned around by Tom Wallstra, and that's checked up the chasing team Hoisingveld and Maniti Racing cars. We'll take a look at our RaceSpot replay in a few moments' time, because side by side they dive into the roller coaster section. The Pineapple Racing LMP AM machine is going to throw it down the inside here. It's going to compromise Hoisingveld potentially in towards the last corner. In fact, there's more contact between Pineapple Racing and Hoisingveld. Hoisingveld able to hold on to the car, but all the while, these two drivers losing more and more time to the drivers in front. There is an issue we must point out. Tom Wallstra still not back to the pit lane, and, well, this might be one of those late race safety cars that we mentioned. It's going to be important for Wallstra to get it back home safely here.
He is doing that job pretty well. I think it's the third or fourth consecutive IVRA race, but fiercely forward having late race drama in the final half an hour. They've just had, oh no, he's pulling off. We could have it or not. He has to take permission from race controller too, mind you. He's putting it in a safe place, but is he done?
We wait.
There isn't a safe zone from here on out, I believe, so I think he's going to have to limp his way home as best he can.
Well, he's not far from the pit lane right now, and it appears as though he's got some empty track behind him. He's been told by his race engineer to get back on to track, and Wallstra is going to make his way down onto the pit road. We're going to stay safe. We're going to stay under green flag conditions. However, some of these gaps have just extended very slightly in the last few laps. Pure Sims and Satellite Racing gaps up to 4.4 due to traffic, I believe. Last time around for De Vries was a 13.986. He lost 1.6 seconds to the car in front, and indeed, he'll lose more time there. Checked up behind Virtual Motorsports out front. So, Number 62, Miguel Vigo, on his way back through the field. He's now stuck behind your LMPM leader. That is the 301 German sim racing car that was just off the road, going for a little bit of a rallycross drive. The pole position winner at the start of this race is now languishing towards the rear end of the GTM field, but the pace was shown early on, and they'll be hoping to regroup and return in just over a month's time for our next race from Mid-Ohio. Check back in, by the way, with this leading group in GT Pro. Kinetic Racing does still owe us the pit stop, but Graham Saunders is now clear and already has a 1.3 second advantage over Mark Torres behind. Saunders has 20 more minutes to hold on here, Jonathan. That's not too much, and the question really is, what can Tim Matske do? It's not anything else, I think. It's a question about how Matske can manage the traffic to get up towards the front of the field.
I think he's been managing it very, very well. He's been giving the LMP2s room when he needs it, and has been really trying to be patient. And I think at some point, though, he's going to have to push and get that Alpine Stars Geodesic car. It's really the first time, I think, this season we've seen that Alpine Stars Geodesic GT really be strong. And, you know, the Harskill car is also not an easy person to pass either. That was one tough cookie to pass, because that's also your points there. As there's a little bit of an incident right there.
That was, I believe, the 62 car. No, that's the 61 rather. Torque Freak Racing. I got my 61 and 62 confused. So Torque Freak Racing off the track at turn number 2. Going to rejoin around the outside of Phoenix Racing Esports. At one point, that GTE was up into the second position. We'll take a look at a RaceSpotTV replay in the dying stages of the race. As Joshua Wolf into turn 1, too much speed, bounces that car violently over a number of jumps, and fortunate that car isn't suffering a bit more damage as a result of that off-road excursion. Let's jump back to live pictures once again. Delta Sport U4K have just come out of the pit road, so they weren't able to make it, and now they lie 6 seconds behind DeFries, and a further 6 seconds behind the race leader, Pure Sims Esport. Can they do it? It's been a difficult season so far for the Pure Sims team here, but Sommel, the opportunity for a race win if they have enough fuel.
And for the first time, I am stumped, because I have no clue whether they are actually going to make it on fuel or not. I should have been focusing on this one. I was too engrossed in that battle between Maniti and Helsingborg, but yeah, the broader perspective is all the other cars have taken the fuel. They will not be greatly faster because they don't have fresh rubber or anything per se. It's just about what the drivers can extract from this car. But I really need to dig down and find whether they are good on fuel or not. Give me a moment.
So we're going to set Sommel off with a task, and what we'll do is quickly just jump around once again through the various leading battles and give you a brief update on the various race situations. So for the LMPM category, we're watching iLiveries and Philip Eckert, who on lap 98 was able to dig out 3 seconds from that advantage, and he's going to get out more. Silas Vrolik, a big issue at turn number 5, and the race lead in LMPM has just changed hands. Philip Eckert re-inherits that race lead that Lewis Klinkhammer gave up on the opening lap of the race, and for the first time since lap number 1, iLiveries back to the front of the field. Silas Vrolik is not going to be too impressed with this portion of the race, and we'll take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay here, Jonathan, see what happens in towards Charlotte's Web.
He's trying to avoid, it looks like the RSR Abruzzi car just kind of checked up and slowed up right in front of him. There was really nowhere for Silas to go. I think he was expecting him to be a bit more aggressive on the brakes, and then has to take evasive action, and then tries to go and play with the spiders off in the distance, but unfortunately now has lost the race lead. Now this 134 does have pace. He can still take the fight to the 141, but it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
1.5 seconds the buffer then. Watch this to the end of the race. Reminder, live timing available at timing71.org. You can follow along with your favorite team and drivers, because there's many good battles up and down the field, and we just don't have enough screens to show you all what's going on. We'll check in with the GT Pro battle, because Maniti Racing still stuck behind Sentkowski. Sentkowski proving to be a tough nut to crack for Matske, but all the while, the happy man in this situation is the Alpine Stars geodesic car, and Graham Saunders, who I'm sure is streaming his perspective of this race live on Twitch. You can probably see a very big smile on his face as we see Matske looking to the inside of the roller coaster section. These two fighting it out hard. They have to remember, though, Kinetic Racing will be giving up that position, so this is the battle for net second and third in this one, Jonathan.
And you can see Matsky is running a bit out of patience right here. They put the bumper to Heischenfeld, and now here come the LMP2 cars for good measure.
Sommel, you think you've noticed something here on strategy, actually?
Yes. Daniel Kraft is behind the wheel of that Pure Sims car. Usually they've done around 38, 34 odd laps. Now those two stints were under caution. You can do around 33, 34 odd laps of the circuit on a full tank of fuel, that is. They've done 29 laps on this stint, 30 now coming up with this one. 15 minutes left. They need to do approximately around, what, 10 or 11 more laps? Not possible, it seems. They have to come in and pit. Maybe next 3-4 laps later. You see, I'm stuttering at this stage. I can't control my thoughts because of just how exciting this battle for P1 is going to be. Pure Sims, it looks like, from my partially limp calculations, that they would have to pit eventually.
Well, that will then be the same situation for a number of the other competitors, and that's going to shake up our battles in all of the classes. So Pure Sim and VRS Satellite Racing both might still be required to come down the pit lane, as would the iLiveries and Fiercely Forward cars that lead in LMP AM. So we'll have to wait and see here. We'll keep our eyes out as much as possible. The question now becomes, in my mind, Sommel, is there any conceivable way that Mark Torres in the Kinetic Racing car, who's already 44 laps into a stint, is there any way at all that he can wrangle that car to the checkered flag?
Well, if you can take a car back up to the finish line on air, then it's possible. I'm not sure the Corvette is designed to run on air. I think it runs on something called petrol, and that is found in the pit box, for which he'll have to go in the pit lane. So oh my, look at this. Side
by side, Matsky's managed to get under the turn 5 corner, but that iLivery's car is going to make his way through. He's going to force Maniti Racing to get onto the outside of the corner, and that's a bit naughty there. Maniti Racing tries to switch back to get the run into the roller coaster section. Here comes the Fiercely Forward 134. Lights flashing on the Team Hoisingveld car as he feels the pressure from Maniti Racing. Matsky looks to the inside. Hell Racers in the LMP2 car thinking better of it. This battle is heating up and is going to be all the way to the checkered flag. Sentkowski is proving that he is a roadblock in the road, and all the while, Graham Saunders now 2 seconds clear of these drivers. Matsky is getting very much held up at this stage of the race, and we're getting an update, by the way, on the rest of our categories at this point, Jonathan. So, update in our YouTube chat. Both Pure Sims and Satellite Racing will need a splash and dash to get to the end, but that's going to mean, ultimately, Delta Sport U4K is going to re-inherit the race lead in a couple of laps' time.
And some of these guys need to get on with it, however. Miguel Vigo's 19 seconds back from the race lead. The Delta is going to be close as Maniti looking to the outside again. It's going to be close for a lot of these guys, I think, in all these categories. The 141 and 134, I think, are going to have to come back down. I think it's going to be HD SimSport and Team Vikings who've already come back down. And, jeez, the Harskenville card is aggressive.
This is stout defending and aggressive attacking. Let's call it that way. Sentkowski and Matsky, both very, very strong drivers. They respect each other, and you can see that out on track. There's a little bit of contact made on the exit of turn number 5 that just forced Matsky slightly wide, and Matsky is just unable to get the run into any of these corners just yet. He's not trying to force the issue as things stand, but 12 minutes left on the clock. At some point, I think a desperation lunge will happen. Nomad Sim Racing being a bit more patient than some of the other cars behind them have been. He's going to slot his way down the inside, though, just break up this battle grouping very slightly. Hoisingveld able to hold on. Brief moment in the grass, but no major drama there. Oh, drama as Team Vikings throws it down the inside, though, and that's going to open the door around the outside for Maniti Racing. They block off the run from Team RSO, who's now going to try and make it 3 wide, potentially, as they go down the inside of turn number 4. We usually see the LMP2 cars on the outside. Maniti Racing switches back to the outside. They'll try and over-under here. Sentkowski runs a bit deep. Maniti able to get the drive off the corner. Can Sentkowski hold on? No, he can't. Maniti gets it done. And now 3.5 seconds is the gap that they have to crawl back in. Sentkowski tried to stick his nose down the inside there, but never going to happen. Matsky is released, Jonathan.
Finally, after so long, those two have been fighting aggressively these past few laps. Matsky's put the bumper to that Huiskenville car, and now you can see like the Manizzi racing car can get on with it. He still has the Kinetic racing car to pass as well. It's not an easy task, and we only have 11 minutes to go.
My, oh my, this is why endurance racing is so great, and it's why we love these safety car periods. Sometimes they can drag on just a little bit too much, but the action it produces always deliver. Matski then 3 seconds. He's already reeled in half a second since he's managed to get in front of the Team Huiskenveld Corvette. He does have the roadblock in front of him. That is a second Corvette in the form of Mark Torres. And Sommel, I think this is going to be a very exciting finish all the way till the end.
I couldn't agree more, Arjuna. Why should you not be on your toes? Pure Sims Esports, they've got a box 35 laps in this sim. The max they've done is 38 with the caution. There's that in the LMP Pro category. In the LMP Am, we just saw a change for the lead. Now, in the GT Pro category, there's Tim Matska closing up, trying to get the positions in. This battle has been going on for such a long time. It's not just a battle between the individual cars, but just a battle against the strategy in so many races. Just battling it out to finish off, knocking off your major targets, seeing off the race, and then seeing where you finish. Grab your popcorn, grab your cola. Last 10 minutes, all the narratives that we've seen build up for the last 2 hours and 30 minutes, they're going to come to a close right here. And trust me, there's nothing more satisfying than that. Nothing.
So a few pit stops then underway. Mostly in LMP Am. Fiercely Forward have come down from second in class as of HD Sim Sport from third. They are going to hold on to a podium position, at least Fiercely Forward is. They'll be on the third and final step as things stand. Pineapple Racing have just gone through it, in fact, so they'll take that third and final podium position. Fiercely Forward have dropped to fourth, and they might even drop to fifth in short order. So Vrolik leaves the pit lane. That little incident has cost him potentially that third and final podium position. Matske has just dispatched of Mark Torres, who seems to be trying to get that car all the way to the end. That will be a miraculous job if Torres can do that. 9 minutes still left on the clock. Matske then, 2.8 seconds is the gap, Jonathan. He's got the opportunity here, but you can take a look at the lap gaps there. Might not have enough time to get up to the rear end there.
Now, the Alpine Stars geodesic car in the GT has not really had that much luck this season. However, right now it's showing pace. But this Manizzi racing car, it's seeing red. Matski has been on form all weekend, whether it be in Club Sport or in this BMW.
So we've had that pit stop, by the way. Daniel Croft is out of the pit lane and back up to racing speed as he comes out of Charlotte's Web. He's 7 seconds behind the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car, so he is well and truly out of the battle, and that's going to mean that when Jason de Vries comes down the pit lane, he will cycle out right behind the number 2 machine as well, so that's going to promote back up to the race lead the number 33, Alexander Grevois. The gap now between the number 33 and the number 62 down to just 5 seconds as Vigo has just lost a bit of time in traffic, and that's going to give a bit of breathing room to Delta Sport U4K. They take the race lead and 8 minutes left to go to hold on to get their first IVRA competition win. Alpine Stars Geodesic are up in towards second position now, and we wait to see if Pure Sims comes out in front of the Satellite Racing crew. Indeed they do. Satellite Racing still in the pit lane, so Jason de Vries is going to lose out pretty drastically right there. That was a spinning BMW. That was the AOD BMW that was leading the race. Is this going to be a late race caution? Stopped on the start-finish line. This is drama. 7 minutes left on the clock. How will race control determine this situation? Take a look at the replay. This was coming down into the roller coaster section. That was why Vigo has lost a bit of time. Contact made with AOD and the BMW. That's going to be something race control has to investigate after the race. So don't think Vigo is secured into that second spot just yet. Then the BMW is going to struggle its way around the next few corners. And I think this might be...
That was first and second in the GTMs as well.
It was. That's why I'm so shocked at what we've just seen. So that was big drama in the GTMs. And We've had a switch up at the front of GT Pro as well, as Mark Torres does have to commit down onto the pit road to release his Tim Matzke, who's now 1.7 seconds behind. Let's take one more look, by the way, at the incident that we saw with Walter Green, who made contact with No Luck EM Sport. The initial contact was made with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, and Jonathan, just slightly unfortunate here.
He's trying to pick his line and try and give Alpine Star Geodesic the right away, and then No Luck EM Sport just nowhere for him to go. And unfortunately, it was a great race from them. They were doing so well, up so high, and then just a car right in the middle of the road. Couldn't do anything.
It's a final 6 minutes. It's been an absolutely crazy close to this race, and I have a feeling it's going to come all the way down to the wire. You can see gap between first and second under 1 second. Matzke has reeled in Saunders, and now he's got a job to actually get the move done. It took him almost 10 minutes to get past Team Hoisingveld and Sentkowski. He doesn't have that type of time available to him now. He needs to get up onto that rear bumper and make it work. Also, quick shout out and commiserations to the AOD racing team, because that AOD BMW was setting itself up to take home another win here in IVRA competition. They struggled in the first race. They had more consistency last time out, and now bad luck. It's going to drop them down the order. Not like the AOD Ferrari has much better luck, as we've seen on a number of occasions today on the broadcast. Matzke loses out very slightly due to the traffic. Gap's going to balloon up once again to 1.6 seconds. And Sawmill, I don't think Tim is very happy right now.
No, he's not at all. Usually you only flash your headlights to a car that you're going to pass out, but Tim is flashing his headlights on the faster cars because they have just cost him around a second in his gap, and he's stuck behind a team of the same class who he's not racing. He, if he could right now, would be breaking a few desks, much like Toto Wolff usually does in a Formula 1 race weekend. Now he gets past, now he gets unleashed, liberated in this way. 4.5 minutes, Arjuna. How often have you seen cars get so close to each other after 2.4 hours of racing? It's been a long-term build. You know, the most satisfying stories are the ones that come long and end up with a dramatic finish. This one has lasted for so long. This one is going for a dramatic finish. A dramatic finish indeed. Championship leader and defending champions. Team Hoisingveld down into 5th position out on track right now. They've been bundled off the road, as I take it. We'll grab a replay. In fact, no, this is into turn 5. They lose it by themselves. Sentkowski a bit deep under braking, and that's cost him upwards of 6-7 seconds on track. You see Latima Racing is going to throw it down the inside, get promoted up into 4th in class. Hoisingveld losing points here, the closing stages of the race. Jump back to the live pictures and focus once again on this battle out front, because this is going all the way to the wire. 2.4 seconds is the gap now, and Matzke has a whole horde of LMP cars in front, and he's not going to be impressed there. TNT Racing very slightly checks up Matzke. Torque Freak Racing also holding up Matzke in front. He is going to be one frustrated driver behind the wheel right now. The gap continues to increase. It's going to balloon to over 3 seconds in just a few moments' time. Matzke's losing out here, Sommel. He can't afford to get stuck here. He does not. He simply cannot, and because he's in the slow category, he does not even have the right of passage. He can't just make them go away because he's in a battle for the lead, because they simply do not understand. This is where it all comes down to. 3 minutes, 2.4 seconds to close in. You know, when you play Gran Turismo or Formula 1, you have these scenarios to go through. This is one of those scenarios. Can he do it? Oh boy.
Time is running out. Time is running out for all of our competitors. Guess who's just gotten up, by the way, into the lead of GTM. It's like a hot potato across all of our classes right now. Luke Kraus, the rallycross driver who competed in a few rounds of the iRacing Rallycross World Championship presented by Yokohama, has just taken over the lead from Declan Eady. Eady has dropped down into 2nd place in class, and well, what can you say for the Fiercely Forward team? It's been an up and down race across all of their classes. But here they are, standing up when they need to be seen. And just a few more laps to go, and they'll claim another race victory. Let's check back in, by the way, with 2 of the Alpine Stars geodesic team. You'll see Maniti Racing as they try and close in on the Alpine Stars BMW. Now gap under 2 seconds, but they're just being passed by Miguel Vigo. And it's been a interesting race for this team. They had a strong showing yesterday in the Club Sport race, but unfortunately for them, few issues late on compromised their race. A disappointing qualifying started their morning today, but they've bounced back pretty well to be up into second place as things stand. They'll slot it down the inside of their team car, cost him a little bit of time, help out Tim Matske very slightly. That will be one opportunity that I'm sure Matske is smiling about, but 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. We're looking at one more lap to go after this one, Jonathan. One more opportunity for Matske to close up.
It's going to take a miracle lap or a slight error from that 201 machine, and again, that 201 machine, it got 0 points at Spa. It's still on the podium, at least, at Phillip Island, and this is the first time I think it's been in this position. Can Graham Sanders hold his own?
1.3 seconds now the gap. There was a car off the track, and we managed to stay under green flag conditions. Race control has done fantastic job managing the last portion of this race, as we've had lots of craziness and no additional safety cars. So that's going to mean 4 caution periods is all that we have for you today, as Delta Sport U4K crosses the start-finish line, dives down across in towards turn number 2, and starts what will be their final lap of the race. They should have had victory. Some might have thought after race number 1 that late race safety car really compromised the hopes of the 33 crew, but they bounced back strongly last time out in Phillip Island, up and down through the field, and here they are taking their well-earned first race victory in IVRA competition. Just half a lap to go then for Alexander Gravois, who shared the car with Christophe Herbignot. We'll keep watching this battle, but unfortunately I think Matske is now a little bit too far behind. 1 second the gap with half a lap to go. Looks like Sanders is going to take home the win for the Alpine Stars crew, but Matske is going to push him all the way to the checkered flag. Nevertheless, though, out front for the number 33. He's going to make his way down the inside of a lapped car, round the final 2 corners for the final time. And for the Delta Sport U4K team, debuted last year with some confusion about their name, but no one's confused now. It's a victory in IVRA competition, and a well-earned one, finally, for the Delta Sport crew. Gravois is going to celebrate that victory very much, as will his teammate Herbignot, who had to deal with much drama in his portion of the stint. Graham Sanders then does come home in second. Unfortunately, Matske getting off the track in the closing portions of the race. Gap between the top 2 cars in GT Pro up to 1.2 seconds. Fantastic job for Sanders, who got into that car, sharing it with a new driver to the series to come home and take the win. LMPM then just coming around the second corner after crossing the line. It's Team Vikings in their brand new purple colors in the 102 that takes home the race win. Up and down race for the LMPM cars, and it wasn't clear until the last portion of the race that Team Vikings was going to be the one that got it done. Final class of action then, and for Fiercely Forward, victory in GTM. It's been a up and down year for this, up and down season for the 334. They won race number 1 at Spa, but a bit more struggles last time at Phillip Island. They bounced back very nicely, and Luke Kraus, the rallycross driver, shows that he knows how to keep everything under control in a straight line as well. So we wait for all of the cars then to cross the start-finish line so we can show you the final race results, and after 2.75 hours of racing action, what a race it was. Let's start by taking a look then at the LMP results from the final race, and Delta Sport U4K take the victory by almost 4.5 seconds. Vigo falling off at the end there, almost into the clutches of Pure Sims Esports in the number 2 car. Daniel Croft doing a fantastic job to bounce back after 2 opening rounds that would have disappointed the Pure Sims team. Satellite Racing debut in this series with an impressive 4th position, although Syandra and Jason DeVries would have been thinking about the race that it could have been. Hell Racers in the 29 car fight back to get up into 5th position, with Team Vikings winning in LMP AM. RSR Esport by G Performance and the number 55 comes home in 7th, with the Aralara Bruzzi car right behind them that was in the wars. Torque Freak Racing in the number 1 and Dirk van Tolden comes home in 9th, with second step on the LMP AM podium, the 141 that qualified on the pole position. run you through the rest of the finishes in LMP then. Pineapple Racing in the 105, they'll take the third and final step of the podium. Silas Vrolik will be a little disappointed to come home in fourth. Laps at Racing Team 5 seconds down the road from Fiercely Forward. They had HD Stimsport in 14th behind them. Hell Racers and the number 19 recovered from a big issue into turn 5 on the opening lap to come back into 15th place on the lead lap as well. The Rusty Spatulas from second in the LMP AM Championship come home in 16th. RSR Esport by G Performance and the number 56, that's the car that made the switch over from the AM category into the pros, and first race proving to be very difficult for that outfit. One lap down. Nomad Sim Racing led part of the race early on, but ends up finishing due to some penalties down in 18th, with Torque Freak Racing and PND behind them. For PND, it was a disappointing race from the start, and the championship leaders will hope for more luck next time out. Team RSO, the pole position winners, led much of the opening stint of the race, but a mistake from Manuel Sudau cost the Team RSO team the chance of a second consecutive race victory in IVRA competitions. Real Pixel Motorsport, they end up in 22nd, with the Team 11 team in 23rd. TNT Racing, after a lot of drama for them, do get across the line in 24th place, but they would have been hoping for a solid top 5 finish. Adequate Racing then in 25th place, with N-Race Esports Fiercely Forward and Kinetic Racing, the rest of the cars that didn't make it to the checkered flag. Let's run you through the GT cars, and a lot of confusion in the last hour of the race, but no confusion for Graham Saunders, who takes home the race win and clear by 4.5 seconds from Maniti Racing and Tim Matska. Matska took the pole position, drove the opening stint of the race, but unfortunately able to recover on his alternate strategy. Kevin Volk for Phoenix Racing Esports, the highest place of our Chevy Corvette C8, takes the third and final step of the podium, with Latima Racing Team making a return to the series down in 4th. Team Hoisingveld, the 248, ends up in 5th, the championship leader and the defending champions struggling a bit in the closing stages of the race, with Team 11, winners at Spa, down in 6th. The Samba Racing Team ends up in 7th, with Kinetic Racing fighting back to an impressive 8th place result. The Quasar Sim Racing Team in the 225, the only 4GT in today's field, ends up in 9th, and then in 10th position, Fiercely Forward, are GT-AM winners. Vector Sim Racing comes home in 2nd then, with Declan Eady driving that car across the finish line. German Sim Racing, our GT-AM pole position winner, coming home on the 3rd and final step in that class. The Quasar Sim Racing Corvette ends up 4th in class, with No Luck EM Sport in close pursuit. Hell Racers, the number 219, ends up in 15th, with the AOD Racing BMW down in 16th, fighting for the win, caught out by late race incidents. VEC Sim Racing 17th, Fisher Motorsport in 18th, with Usagi Racing and L1 Esports 19th and 20th. Number 396 and Elvis Benello, one of the youngest drivers in today's field, he ends up 2 laps down from the race leaders, with Virtual Motorsport, AOD Racing, VEC Sim Racing, Grizzly Motorsports, and RSR Esport by G Performance, the rest of our finishers. So that was a long list of cars to run down, and out of the 54 cars that took to the green flag today, we had an incredible 49 finishes. A nice way for us to celebrate the end of 2020, and we hope for more impressive results in 2021 on so many different levels. So take the time then to dive into our post-race show and dive in to talking to some of the different winners from today's race. And let's start with the winning duo from Delta Sport U4K. We've got one half of the driver lineup, Alexander Grevouille, standing by, and team manager Brian Vorst steps back into the commentary booth. We talked to him mid-race, be a bit happier with the win having been secured, and Sommel Aurora is standing by.
Alexander, Brian, firstly guys, many congratulations on the big win. Alexander, I'll start with you firstly. How scary was it? Because you guys weren't quite meeting the fuel numbers, and then there was this whole talk about whether the caution will come or not. How was it? What was it like in that mid part of the race towards the last half an hour?
As you said, it was very scary because we were very short on fuel. I basically had to start saving fuel as soon as I exited the pits. So I was watching the delta between me and Miguel, and he was catching because I had to save fuel a lot. But in the end, I think he had to save fuel as well, so it worked out for us. But yeah, if we had to do it again, I think we would put a bit more fuel.
Absolutely, worked out well in the end though. Brian, I'll come to you for this one. We saw a couple of incidences early on. That's just the nature of how the race was today. But even with that, how satisfied are you to see the team just being so consistent in the second and third half of the race, I beg your pardon, to come up with this win, even though there were a few iffy moments early on?
I'm so happy with these guys. Christoph and Alex, you know, they really earned this. Every race we've, you know, come back from, you know, a mistake we made or, you know, something that happened, and just came up a little bit short. So, you know, this is a really good feeling as a team, and then for these guys, they definitely deserve, and they earned this today.
Now, Alexander, just before we let you go, one last question. What's the prep like for the next race? We're going to have Mid-Ohio coming up next. Do you expect that to be more of the same? And lastly, folks, who would you like to thank for this epic result today?
Mid-Ohio will definitely be a special one because I never had any race, a multi-class race on this track. So I think we will have to work a lot on the traffic, even more than the pure speed, I think. And yeah, I would like to thank Brian a lot because he's the reason we're here today. He's the best team manager I ever had. And I'd like as well to thank Christoph, my teammate, who's always very fast and very pleasant to race with.
Guys, many congratulations on the result. Thank you so much for coming up to have a chat with us. Just drink it all in. Great result, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
That was then the winning duo in LMP Pro, the driver Alexander Gravouille and team boss Brian Vorst. Now let's jump on over to the next of our winners. We're waiting for some of the GT drivers to jump on in to have a conversation with us, but we've got the driver of the 102 standing by right now. Team Vikings taking home the win in LMPM, and Jonathan Burke is standing by with the Team Vikings drivers.
Well, it wasn't, you know, an easy race for the AMs. It was kind of a little bit confusing towards the end with the fuel mileage, Martin, but how did you guys manage to come home with the win?
Well, we actually had it calculated from the beginning. So we were looking at the pit window and trying to find that last one and match it up. And we did. So we're quite happy about that.
And you guys were solid on pace all weekend. You qualified second in the AM category. How does this win feel, especially with the new paint and everything? How does this rejuvenate your guys' championship efforts?
It's quite great because we've been in this league for quite a while and always had these near misses and almost and never really made a win, and we finally have one now. So it's great.
And how are you looking forward to Mid-Ohio coming up in a few weeks' time?
It's going to be fun, I think. It's an exciting track like this, and yeah, it's one of the great things about this league is that we get these tracks that you wouldn't really put these cars on, and it always turns out to be great races, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, thank you so much, Martin. Congratulations on your win, and hopefully you get a few more as the season goes on.
Yeah, thank you.
So that was winner in LMPM.
That was Team Vikings driver Martin Thielegaard in the 102 car. They said they mathed it out from the start.
Yep, they did indeed. So that was Team Vikings and the LMPM winners. We're standing by. We hope to try and get some of the GT winners. We've got, obviously, Fiercely Forward, Luke Krause, and I forget who the first driver was in that car, but we were hoping to talk to them, and also hoping to talk to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and their driver duo, Graham Saunders, and a newcomer to the series and his teammate. Would have been interesting to get their thoughts on what transpired, but I tell you what, we've got someone else standing by, and let's bring them into the commentary booth because it'd be interesting to get their perspective on a brand new series that they're competing in. And VRS Satellite Racing, we've got the driver duo of Syandra and Jason DeVries standing by. Guys, you make your debut in this series and competing up at the top, and ultimately it was strategy that caught you guys out. How did you feel about this first race, and How do you think about this series as you look forward to 2021 and the next 4 races in this calendar?
We were disappointed it wasn't a win, that's for sure. It was definitely on the cards the way this race was starting to play out. But looking forward to it, obviously the safety cars create a new element in terms of strategy, and I think we were able to capitalize on it mostly, except towards the end there. But honestly, I think we'll be strong in the upcoming races.
And it's an interesting calendar, right, guys, because you have, as a team, so much experience in other endurance leagues, but for the most part, they tend to visit the same core roster of circuits, right? We've got the likes of Barber, we've got VIR, we've got Mid-Ohio. These are unique tracks where traffic management is so key. Jason, talk to us a little bit about the experience in your portion of the stint. You didn't have as much of the stop-and-start nature that Sai had with the cautions, but you had a little bit more of a green flag run, and it seemed to be that managing traffic for some of the teams was proving to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, for me it was just a matter of coming in cold turkey. I had run this track in about 14 years before Thursday, so I had to really crash course on everything, get up to speed, and the first 8 to 10 laps was a little bit unnerving, just trying to get in the zone. And then once I got that taken care of, everything just kind of played out pretty predictably. I was able to guess where cars were going to be and just got in a really good groove, and I don't remember the last half hour of the race, to be honest. I was just completely focused on the next corner hand.
Well, I'll ask you guys one more question. Sai, I'll pose this one to you. 2020, it's been an interesting year on so many levels. For you guys, though, as a team, it's been a year where I'm sure you haven't been able to get out to some of the real-world stuff that you do as a team, but you've had the opportunity to partner with a few new companies, the likes of VRS, and increasingly blur the lines between, real racing and virtual racing. What's your hopes for 2021 as you guys look to be able to get back out there, out to the track, and showing off some of this VRS hardware?
Oh, absolutely, and we already have a couple of events lined up for 2021. We have a 24-hour karting race that is our team favorite. We fly in guys from all over the world to participate from that. It'll be in Louisiana, NOLA, if anybody's familiar with that kart track. And there's a couple other SCCA events that we're planning on. Our team owner has recently picked out a BMW E30 to be used for that series, and potentially Champ Car or Chump Car, something like that. That hasn't been decided 100%, but we're really excited to see what sort of opportunities arise from that sort of thing.
Well, before we let you go, any other shout-outs? Obviously, you've got the VRS logos on your cars, but any other sponsors or teammates that you need to thank for today's result?
I mean, Jason and I did the majority of the setup here, but as always, the whole team helped, either with Brandon being our team manager, making sure we didn't have anything to worry about on that side of things, so we could just focus on the driving. And honestly, just the whole team for just being supportive, and I'm sure several of them were in the chat during the race supporting us, so thanks to all those guys as well.
Thanks for joining us, guys, and we'll see you then after the new year at Mid-Ohio.
See you in 21.
So that was the 4th place finishers in today's LMP Pro race, but showing a lot of strong results for the future. And that's going to be it then. No one else has elected to come and speak to us up here in the virtual commentary booth. We promise we don't bite. We just want to talk to you guys. But nevertheless, let's focus on the future. Like I mentioned, we've got just a couple more weeks left in 2020 before we can turn a new page over into 2021 and look forward to more racing action. We've had 3 rounds of this championship done and dusted, and well, now it's all about the next couple of rounds. 4 hours at Mid-Ohio, that's what awaits us on January the 16th and then February the 20th. What might be my personal favorite race this season, the 5 hours of VIR using the Grand West layout. The Nürburgring Nordschleife of the US. That's going to be an interesting race with traffic. Sommel, let's get your closing thoughts as we start to wind down for 2021. For 2020. It's been a great weekend of racing action. We've had 6 hours and 20 minutes across IVRA Club Cup, IVRA Club Sport, and IVRA Endurance Competition. And you know what? I like these weekends. I think we need a few more of them where multiple series all descend on the same track and we get a nice little celebration of speed.
Indeed, it may not be the most favorable thing in the world for the drivers having both the championships on the same weekend, but As broadcasters, at least, I know I'm being a bit selfish here. It just helps us be so much more involved when you've got both the series on the same weekend. So many different things to watch out for, so many things, and at the end of the weekend, you can just go back and say, wow, I watched 2 amazing endurance racing races and 2 superb Master Mix-5 sprint races too. That's the kind of thing that IVRA delivers on weekends like this one. I just hope we have more of them. I am well and truly entertained, satisfied, and I'm going to go have a good sleep today. Not just because it's been a long day, but just the racing has been excellent, always on your toes.
Not just a long day either, it's been a long weekend for us. All 3 of us up here in the commentary booth have been part of this Festival of Speed at the Barber Motorsports Park, where we've been celebrating IVRA competition, a brand new sanctioning body for sim racing competitions as they debut for 2020 and 2021. One more interview then standing by, and this is one that I am looking forward to talking with. The Maniti Racing crew, Tim Matzke and Ivo de Broer, they had a very interesting race. Right from the start, taking the pole position and starting to build a little bit of a buffer, but unfortunately, Tim, unable to really make your strategy work at the end. You got a bit stuck behind Team Huizinckveld. However, it's still a lot of things in flux right now. I was looking at my race control sheet, though. You guys did file a protest against them, and unfortunately, Team Huizinckveld has already been penalized with a post-race penalty, so clearly, race control agrees with you guys that maybe some of that defending was a little bit over the line.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, it was definitely a very intense race and battle. I've also seen the penalty, 35 seconds. I mean, I think you can argue about that penalty. I don't really want to go into detail now why we reported. It was a bit of a block. 35 seconds seems very harsh, especially when there's a safety car with 1 hour to go. Like, 35 seconds, you lose so many places. I thought like a 5-second in case I can't get by, because we reported when I was still behind him. But 35 seconds seems extremely harsh in my opinion. But anyway, it was a super crazy battle, I think. It was, apart from that one situation, I also touched him maybe twice at the rear because, well, I guess it happens. Never like benefited from it though. I always stayed behind when I made a little contact. Apart from that, it was a super fair and hard fight. And yeah, you said the strategy like didn't really come to us at the end. I think can't really expect what happens in the race with the safety cars. So I'm happy we were in the fight for the win at the end, and we would have won, but we had like 5 laps to the end. I was at the back of the P1, or I had a second, and I was catching like 6/10 a lap. I would have definitely been able to pass him. I'm very certain about that. But then, I don't know, there was an LMP2 that was broken. He was basically a second faster than us around a lap or something, and he passed me, and then he tangled up with another LMP2 that cost me a second, and just other situations. It was extremely frustrating 2 laps where I lost 2.5 seconds again, and then there was just not enough time. But apart from, if that hadn't happened, we would have won, pretty sure.
Well, I think even if there's a bit of frustration that we can feel in your voice right now, I think there's still, to some degree, a bit of celebration, because you guys did have an impressive showing yesterday in the Club Sport race, which, of course, you did win, Tim. You were going for the double to get to second at the very least. I know the strategy was always from your side to do the 2 driver changes. You made the switch in the first window. Do you think the amount of chaos that we had in that middle portion of the race, 4 different safety cars in such a short race, do you think that kind of affected the way that you implemented the strategy that you guys had designed coming into this race? Or do you think that, like you say, safety cars are just so random that it is what it is and you have to deal with them as they come to you?
Yeah, I think it's the second. I do think maybe going forward we'll do the more straightforward single driver strategy, but no matter what, I think Bartjan did a great job as well today. He did great practice and was a bit unlucky in a few situations, but it was a lot of fun to practice together with him, and I think we can be happy with the result, even though it was, of course, there was more in it, but for the championship, it's exactly the result we needed.
Well, a quick question for you, Bart-Jan. Usually I think we see you in our YouTube chat. How did it feel to be out there on track? It seemed like, especially in that middle portion of the race where you were towards the rear end of the pack, having come down the pit lane for that driver stop. It seemed like it was a little bit crazy with all of the LMP cars as they came around you.
Well, let's first of all not confuse me with my brother. I know it's very hard to track down. I'm Ivo. I'm the brother of the driver. I purely was there today to keep their heads down, spot for them, and make sure the strategy was on pace and let them focus on the driving. But I can surely say for the time of him being on sim racing and see where Tim is guiding him to, makes me extremely proud to see. And he's holding his self in the race.
I just assumed that you had a nickname called Evo instead of Bakyan. But nevertheless, impressive showing for you guys. And indeed, 2020 has been a year where you've grown as a team. You've shown off so many strong performances here live on RaceSpotTV. Before we let you go, anyone you guys want to thank for the great year that 2020 has been, and as you look forward to 2021 as well?
Oh, I think there's a long list of people we should thank. I guess the whole team for always watching and supporting and practicing. Also the races they do. Then Craig's Setup Shop, Date Baird Photography, Art Design, and especially I think Jupp deserves a lot of credit for this year for doing a lot of help with deliveries and all of our social media posts and graphics. He's done great, and we've really gotten a big reach there on social media, I think. So, all in all, it was an amazing year, and let's try to promote sim racing more next year.
Well, we'll see you then in 2021 at Mid-Ohio. Go enjoy the next couple of weeks that you might have off as a bit of a holiday, and we'll see you then back at Mid-Ohio on January the 16th.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. See you in 21.
So, Tim Matske and Ivo de Breuer, part of the Maniti Racing team, and that's going to be it then in terms of interviews for us today. Somil has already given his closing thoughts. I'm going to hand the mic over to Jonathan Burke for just a few moments' time. Jonathan, let's recap 2020 in terms of IVRA competition if we can. Just give us a couple of words that illustrate what you feel about coming here and commentating on a league like this.
There's a high level of professionalism from the stewards. They present themselves as a racing organization similar to what you see in the real world, and I think as the year has gone on, they've tried to improve it as best they can. We saw in the Summer Sports Series, they make changes. We saw when eventually we got the Club Sport, and here in the Endurance Series, they've made changes and tried to help the drivers. I think this organization's great. I also think the driving is fantastic. The fight we saw between Matske and Santikowski was amazing, and I hope to see that more and more often as those two seem to be always at the front. It's been a good year, I think, for IVRA, and I'm hoping 2021 can be just as good.
So that's going to wrap up our coverage then of IVRA action for 2020. We kicked it off with the IVRA Summer Series, the Club Sports Summer Series, and now well into the weeds of 4 different series midway through the calendar for them. Let's take a look at the schedule once again and remind everyone we'll be back here live on RaceSpotTV on January the 16th for the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. And then we have 3 more races to go after that before we can crown our Season 8 champion. Just a reminder, if you're not already following RaceSpotTV for sim racing action, what are you doing? Hit the YouTube subscribe button and the bell to get notified every single time we go live with some of the great series that we broadcast, and you can follow us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram at RaceSpotTV across all of them. Well, it's been a great weekend of racing action then, and time to finally say goodbye. For myself, Arjuna Kankipati, been joined by Somil Aurora and Jonathan Burke for this one. We'll see you in 2021 for more IVRA action. Enjoy your holidays.